Manish Sisodia's questioning. Let's bring that on your screens at the moment. Manish Sisodia was smiling on his way to the CBI office, and we'll bring you some details right there on your screens at the moment. These are visuals that are coming in at the moment. He also ended up seeking blessings from his family members. On your screens right there, we're getting you details of the kind of show of strength being shown by the Aam Aadmi Party on the CBI questionnaire. Question number one that the CBI is asking, do you know the businessman Vijay Nair, and did you meet Vijay Nair? That's the top question that he's being asked right now. The other question is whether he met him or not, and why is it that why was Vijay Nair a part of these liquor deals in the first place? So Manish Sisodia will have to answer this all-important question. Didn't you realize that the government revenue was being hit as well? Which Babus, particularly, ended up getting alleged cuts from the profits as well? And why is it that only some businessmen were a part of this particular deal? The quid pro quo deal between the government and businessmen, did that exist as well? The other question is, how were Telangana netas linked to this entire deal that was happening here in the national capital? And did you meet any Telangana neta for the deal? These are the questions that are being asked to Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, whose CBI grilling is currently underway as we speak. He's joined the CBI probe after a mega show of strength on the streets of Delhi. A sea of supporters flocked his convoy all the way from his house to the CBI office. Sisodia was seen smiling, waving his way to join the CBI questioning. It is a D-Day for Manish Sisodia right there, who left his house donning a tilak followed by a massive show of strength that almost resembled a road show. With Sisodia waving the tricolour from his car, Sisodia left his house, went to the AAP office, followed by a visit to Rajghat, where he paid tribute to Mahatma Gandhi before joining the probe at the CBI office. AAP supporters, netas staged a massive protest outside CBI headquarters, where cops would detain several party workers and netas, including MP Sanjay Singh.
वोटर के मन में गुजरात के भारतीय जनता पार्टी बुरी तरह से हार रही है और आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार बनने वाली है। इसीलिए बीजेपी घबरा गई है, इसीलिए बीजेपी डर गई है और इसीलिए झूठे केस मेरे ऊपर करवा के मुझको जेल में डालना चाहती है। मैं आज आपको ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि हम लोग भगत सिंह के लोग हैं, हम जेल जाने से नहीं डरते।
बीजेपी बुरी तरह से हार रही है और ये मुझे जेल में डाल के रखना चाहते हैं। मेरे खिलाफ ना कुछ निकला, ना कुछ निकलेगा और अब मुझे जेल में भी डाल देंगे, तब भी आज गुजरात का बच्चा चुनाव लड़ रहा है। आज गुजरात का आम आदमी चुनाव लड़ रहा है। इस बार गुजरात का चुनाव गुजरात के लोग एक आंदोलन की तरह, शिक्षा के आंदोलन, स्वास्थ्य के आंदोलन, बिजली के आंदोलन की तरह लड़ रहे हैं। मुझे जेल में डालने से ये गुजरात में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की हार को बचा नहीं पाएंगे।
मैं आज पहली बार अपने आप में वो गर्व महसूस कर रहा हूँ कि जिस तरह से हमारे देश के शहीदों ने, हमारे देश को आज़ाद कराने वाले लोगों ने देश की जनता के लिए लड़ाई लड़ी और वो जेल में गए। जिस तरह से बापू को षड्यंत्र में फंसा के अंग्रेजों की सरकार ने झूठे मुकदमे कर करके जेल में भेजा, आज मेरे ऊपर भी एक फर्जी मुकदमा करके मुझे जेल भेजने की तैयारी की जा रही है।
करोड़ों रुपए इकट्ठे करने वाले मनीष सिसोदिया जैसे लोग आज आशीर्वाद का ढोंग रचा रहे हैं, मां से आशीर्वाद ले रहे हैं, धर्मपत्नी से टिक्का लगवा रहे हैं और राजघाट पर जा रहे हैं। क्या क्रांति ले आए अरविंद केजरीवाल तुम?
देखिए, ये करप्शन का मामला नहीं है, इलेक्शन का मामला है और गुजरात में इलेक्शन भारतीय जनता पार्टी बुरी तरीके से हार रही है और मैं ये कह सकता हूं कि ये उसी हार की हताशा का कारण है जिसके कारण से मनीष सिसोदिया को गिरफ्तार किया जा रहा है।
मनीष को गिरफ्तार कर लिया। अब 8 तारीख को नतीजा है कि गुजरात के बाकी सबके वो 8 तारीख के बाद मनीष की पॉपुलैरिटी बढ़ रही थी और बीजेपी के नंबर्स कम हो रहे थे गुजरात में, इसलिए ऐसा किया जा रहा है।
भाई गुजरात में तो पॉपुलैरिटी देखी हमने, गए तो थे, इतना टाइम तो था, खोज के एक ऑटो वाला भैया मिला उसके साथ खाना भी खाए। उसने कहा हम अपने संस्कार में खाना खिला दिए। फिर 5 दिन बाद जाके कहा मोदी जी कुछ धूर्त टाइप के लोग आए थे तो हम उन लोगों को खाना तो खिला दिए लेकिन हमको अच्छा नहीं लगा। अब हम क्या कर सकते, हम भी गए थे ऑटो वालों से मिलते। तो इनका पहले भी टाइम था और बाद में भी टाइम होगा। ये उत्तराखंड भी गए थे, ये गोवा भी गए थे, ये उत्तर प्रदेश भी गए थे, कहां नहीं गए थे। हर जगह अपनी अपनी जमानतें जब्त करा बैठे। हमें उससे कोई दिक्कत नहीं, हम तो चाहते हैं चुनाव लोकतंत्र के उत्सव में सब भाग ले। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी आइए, अभी आपका हर जगह सेवा करने को जनता तैयार है।
मनोज जी, सवाल यही है कि जब से आपने भी काफी दिनों से प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे हैं, जब भी बीजेपी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करती है स्पेसिफिक सवाल पूछती है एक्साइज पॉलिसी पे, तो आम आदमी पार्टी की भी ये तरफ से कहा जाता है कि एजेंसीज हमारे खिलाफ इस्तेमाल करी जा रही है क्योंकि हम गुजरात में ग्राउंड बना रहे हैं। और अभी भी उनका स्टैंडर्ड रिप्लाई यही है कि मनीष सिसोदिया को गुजरात में प्रचार करने से रोका जा रहा है, इसीलिए उनको ये जो है आज बुलाया गया। वो ये तक कह रहे हैं कि आज शायद उन्हें गिरफ्तार भी किया जा रहा है। तो स्पेसिफिक सवालों पे जवाब नहीं है, लेकिन सिर्फ गुजरात इलेक्शंस को लेके और एजुकेशन को लेके उनका जो है वो आ रहे डिफेंस आ रहे, क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, उनका जो ज्योतिष विद्या है वो तो हमारे पास नहीं है। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी दूर तक देख लेते हैं कौन गिरफ्तार कब होने वाला है। शायद उनको उनके पापों की ज्यादा जानकारी होगी। हमें नहीं पता है कब कौन गिरफ्तार होगा, कब कौन छूटेगा। हमें इतना विश्वास है न्याय की जीत होगी। और बाकी उनकी जितनी बातें हैं, बेचारी पॉलिटिक्स से हम क्या कर सकते हैं, उनको जो कहना है कहेंगे ही, लेकिन इन बातों में कोई आधार नहीं है। हमें न्याय पे भरोसा है।
सर, गुजरात चुनाव अभी अनाउंस नहीं हुए हैं, उन्होंने 8 दिसंबर को परिणाम की घोषणा कर दी है, इस पर क्या कहना है?
ज्योतिष विद्या तो कहे उनकी ज्योतिष विद्या, उनका बस उनको तो मुख्यमंत्री भी बना चुके थे उत्तराखंड में, गोवा में, उत्तर प्रदेश में, सब जगह बना चुके थे। तो उसको उनकी ज्योतिष विद्या को प्रणाम है। हमें न्याय पे भरोसा है।
धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत। एक मिनट।
All right, Manoj Tiwari right there live of the Bharatiya Janata Party. His press conference is still going on as we speak. We brought you a snippet from that particular press conference with the BJP upping the ante, as you already know, over Manish Sisodia, and this was Manoj Tiwari doing just that as well. BJP also has hit out at Sisodia for a victory march-like roadshow ahead of a CBI grilling. Calling it brazen and shameful, BJP claimed that he has not been summoned for Satyagraha, but for the charges of corruption. Sambit Patra launched an all-out attack on AAP, alleging that the party is celebrating the corruption by Sisodia. He took a Jasn-e-Bhrashtachar jibe at the Aam Aadmi Party. Meanwhile, a poster war has erupted over Sisodia's poster where he was seen shielding a girl child studying. BJP released a counter poster where Sisodia was seen shielding Kejriwal and the liquor policy.
आपने ब्लैक लिस्टेड कंपनी को कमीशन लेने के बाद ठेका दिया या नहीं दिया? आपने जवाब नहीं दिया। कानूनन मैन्युफैक्चरर्स को रिटेल के सेक्टर में उतारना गैर कानूनी है। ये जो दारू घोटाला आपने किया, क्या उससे दिल्ली के राजस्व को, स्टेट एक्सचेकर को नुकसान हुआ या नहीं हुआ? आपने उसका जवाब नहीं दिया। आपने इन शराब माफिया ठेकेदारों का माफ किया। किसके कहने पे माफ किया? अपने यारों का 144 करोड़ रुपया क्यों माफ किया, जबकि ये गैर कानूनी था? यहां वहां की बात करने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। आप जवाब इसलिए नहीं दे रहे हैं क्योंकि आप जानते हैं आपने और केजरीवाल जी ने मिलकर करोड़ों रुपए का घपला किया है, मोटा माल कमाया है। और
अगर सारे साक्ष्य जुटाकर सीबीआई कदम फूंक करके आज इस कदम पे पहुंची है कि सीबीआई कोर्ट में पेशी हो, तो मुझे नहीं लगता है कि किसी को इसमें ऐतराज़ होना चाहिए। और अपराधी चाहे जो भी हो, कितना भी बड़ा हो, उसके साथ कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई और अगर दोषी है तो कड़ी सजा भी होनी चाहिए। इसके हम पक्षधर हैं। अरे भैया, इलेक्शन में वो जाएं, आज कल भी जा रहे थे, परसों भी जाएंगे। उत्तराखंड नहीं गए थे क्या? गोवा नहीं गए थे क्या? क्या मनीष सिसोदिया जी अरविंद केजरीवाल उत्तर प्रदेश नहीं गए थे क्या? छत्तीसगढ़ नहीं थे गए थे क्या? मध्य प्रदेश, सब जगह तो हम उनको मिले हैं एयरपोर्ट पे। तो जाकर के कौन सा तीर मार लिए? इसकी बात छोड़िए, चुनाव से और अपराधी के सजा से कोई मतलब नहीं है।
एजेंसीज के साथ कोऑपरेट करने के बदले जिस प्रकार का शक्ति प्रदर्शन के नाम पर भ्रष्टाचार का भक्ति प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है, आज ये दिखाता है कि आम आदमी पार्टी की जो यात्रा रही है वो स्वराज से शराब तक और इंडिया अगेंस्ट करप्शन से जो शुरू हुई थी, आज वो भ्रष्टाचार बचाओ आंदोलन पर आ चुकी है। बार बार एजेंसीज पर सवाल खड़े करना, एजेंसीज पर दबाव बनाने के लिए इस प्रकार का इंटिमिडेशन टैक्टिक इस्तेमाल करना, तो बार बार इस विक्टिमहुड कार्ड को खेलने के बदले सवालों का जवाब क्यों नहीं देते हैं आम आदमी पार्टी के लोग?
कल तक क्रांतिकारी लोग, देश के लिए लड़ मरने वाले लोग अपनी माता से, धर्मपत्नी से आशीर्वाद लेकर जाया करते थे। आज कैसा माहौल बदल दिया अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने। चोर, जेब कतरे, नशा तस्करों से पैसा लेने वाले लोग, पूंजीपतियों की जेबें भरने वाले लोग, बस घोटाले में कमीशन लेने वाले लोग, स्कूल घोटाले में कमीशन लेने वाले लोग और शराब नशा परोसकर करोड़ों रुपए इकट्ठे करने वाले मनीष सिसोदिया जैसे लोग आज आशीर्वाद का ढोंग रचा रहे हैं। मां से आशीर्वाद ले रहे हैं, धर्मपत्नी से टिक्का लगवा रहे हैं और राजघाट पर जा रहे हैं। क्या क्रांति ले आए अरविंद केजरीवाल तुम?
Breaking news just coming in. Mamta should remove Shah Rukh Khan from the post of brand ambassador of Bengal. First, that is a reaction coming in from the Bharatiya Janata Party, and should bring Saurav Ganguly in that post. This is what Shubhendu Adhikari has said and reacted on Mamta Banerjee supporting Saurav Ganguly. That is the latest coming in. BJP versus Mamta right there. Shubhendu Adhikari reacting right there. We're getting you that particular reaction at the moment. It's a political fight over Saurav Ganguly's ouster. We're bringing you all the very latest details, and I'm requesting our producers to get our reporter patched on this broadcast as well to give you a better sense of what's going on. It's a political bickering fight that is going on the back of Saurav Ganguly's ouster. This is, of course, to give you a background. Mamata Banerjee had mentioned that Saurav Ganguly is the pride of West Bengal, and question as to how Jai Shah continues, because he's insinuating that he's Amit Shah's son and he continues in the BCCI, but Saurav Ganguly has been ousted and requested the Prime Minister to include him, refer his name to the ICC as well, after which Shubhendu Adhikari has put out this reaction. Listen in.
ममता जी, पहले शाहरुख खान को हटाइए। बंगाल का ब्रांड एम्बेसडर कौन है? शाहरुख खान क्यों रहेगी? वहाँ सौरभ गांगुली को होना चाहिए। पहले करने बोलिए, पॉलिटिक्स ज़्यादा मत करने बोलिए। ममता बनर्जी बंगाल का खेल को ख़त्म कर दिया। आपने घर का जितना भी दादा है, भाई है, सबको बैठा दिया टेनिस बोर्ड में, बंगाल ओलंपिक में। वो सपना बर्मन को क्यों हटाया? आज सपना बर्मन ने नेशनल मीट में, एथलेटिक्स में दोनों गोल्ड मध्य प्रदेश को लिए उन्होंने किया। क्यों बंगाल के लेकर नहीं उन्होंने किया? सपना क्यों बंगाल को छोड़ के वो आपका मध्य प्रदेश का साथ अपना एग्रीमेंट किया? ममता जी, पहले सौरभ गांगुली को बंगाल का ब्रांड एम्बेसडर डिक्लेयर कीजिए, शाहरुख खान का हटाइए।
Ritik Gondal is now joining us. Ritik, please give me a sense of who appoints the brand ambassador for teams. Is it really the IPL franchisee that decides who's going to be the brand ambassador and the owners of that particular team, or the sport promoters, or it is the job of the state government to decide that? What has Mamata Banerjee got to do with this? And please correct me if I'm wrong at all.
Well, definitely, after Mamata Banerjee's comment came on Saurav Ganguly, and after Dada being chanted out from the BCCI, this is the politics. This is what exactly happening in land of West Bengal. That politics has started over the issue, and what we see now that after Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister, stands beside Saurav Ganguly And but now the reaction is coming from Bharatiya Janata Party. Just a while back,
Shubhendu Adhikari has said that Mamta should remove Shah Rukh Khan from the post of brand ambassador of Bengal first and should bring in Saurav Ganguly. This is a very important point. And I stand to be corrected right there, Ritik. Shubhendu Adhikari going on to question why, if Mamta is batting so much for Saurav Ganguly, then why not appoint him as the West Bengal brand ambassador and remove Shah Rukh Khan from that post?
Well, Chaiti, the politics has started over the issue, and what we can see now that after Dada being shunted out from the BCCI, now Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee starts supporting him, and this is the first ever reaction is coming from the camp, BJP camp, after Mamata Banerjee supported Saurav Ganguly. We just a while back, Shubhendu Adhikari was addressing a press conference here in Kolkata, and when he came down heavily on ruling Trinamool Congress and Mamata Banerjee, and stating, and I quote what exactly Shubhendu Adhikari has gone on record, that he said that Mamata Banerjee should remove SRK or the Shah Rukh Khan as the brand ambassador of West Bengal and appoint Saurav Ganguly as the ambassador of brand ambassador of the state. Why she realizes this her greatness.
Pertinent point right there, Ritik. That's a pertinent point right there, and we'll get the TMC to respond to this very important point brought out by Shubhendu Adhikari as well. Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has backed Saurav Ganguly over his BCCI tenure after Saurav Ganguly was ousted as the president of the Indian Cricket Board. Mamata Banerjee has questioned this move. In an appeal to the Prime Minister Modi, Mamata asked him to send Dada to ICC, taking a jibe at BJP. Mamata said, for some reason, Jai Shah continues to hold his position, whereas Saurav Ganguly is removed. Calling Saurav Ganguly India's pride, Mamata said the only compensation for Ganguly would be to send him to the ICC.
My humble regards to the Prime Minister. Please take care that Saurav must be allowed to contest the ICC election. He's been deprived. Why he's been deprived? What is his fault? Everybody knows him, all the country, all the world. We are proud of him. Not only Bengal, he's a Bengali Dada, Bengali Bhai, brother, but he is a pride for the country and the world. Everybody knows him. So we will request the government, don't take it politically or vindictively. Take a decision. He is not a political party member. Take decision for the cricket. Take decision for the sports.
Breaking news coming in, visuals coming in from the war-torn Kiev, where a building was blown to smithereens. A woman's body was recovered from the rubble of an apartment building in Kiev. One more person is still under the rubble. 3 victims were hospitalized. That's the latest coming in right there on the back of the war we are seeing between Russia and Ukraine. We're seeing the Russian offensive. The war rages on. Visuals that are coming in from war-torn Kiev. Building was blown to smithereens. The visuals on your screens right now, this is an India Today exclusive. A woman's body was also recovered from the rubble of the apartment building in Kiev. One more person is believed to be under the rubble at the moment, and 3 victims are hospitalized. Staying with the news coming in from Kiev, people have taken the fight into their own hands now, literally trying to shoot down Iranian kamikaze drones. One of the drones also exploded.
Охуеть. Блять, страшно нахуй. Блять.
I believe a reporter is joining us live on this broadcast. This is what the producer is telling me. If I could go straight to the reporter who's joining on this broadcast and tell us a little more about the offensive that has been launched in Kiev by the Russians. Building been blown up into smithereens.
Блять, страшно нахуй. Блять. Охуеть. Блять, страшно нахуй. Блять.
Dennis, can you hear me?
Yes. Stu, I'm now in Kiev, in Shevchenko's district. This morning, 28 drones were flying in the direction of Kiev, but most of them were shut down by the defense forces of Ukraine. But still, there was 5 explosions in Kiev. One of the kamikaze drones hit a residential building in this neighborhood. The place is now closed, and the state emergency services are cleaning up the consequences of the explosion, and also are looking for the people under the rubble. For now, there were 19 people rescued, 4 injured, and 2 victims were found dead. Also, the local authorities asked Ukrainians not to shoot the kamikaze drones with their own weapon, and said that the air defense forces are trained for this task and are better for that. It's not only explosions in Kiev today. There was also an explosion in Sumy region with where Russia hit with a missile, and also an explosion in Dnipropetrovsk region where there were 4 missiles, 3 of which were shut down, and 1 hit an energy infrastructure.
Right, Denis, you're saying it's not just Kiev, but there are many other areas at the moment that are impacted, and I believe that the Ukrainians have taken matters into their own hands now. If you could just shed some light on that part too.
Well, there was a rumor that a few Ukrainians used their own shotguns and weapons to try and strike down the kamikaze drones which were seen in the morning in Kiev. I don't know if these rumors are true, but local authorities ask people not to use their weapons. And also there's also an air alarm right now in Kiev. So most of the people are now in shelters, and the streets are nearly empty.
All right, leave it at that. Thanks, Denis, for joining us with the very latest details right there. We're slipping into a very short commercial break. When we return, the D-Day in the Congress presidential poll saga as voting kicks off to decide if Kharge or Tharoor will lead the party. Details in moments from now.
You are watching India Today.
News is about putting people first. Just look at the queues right across. About asking the right questions to those in power. Is money power being used to bring down elected governments? Who will be held accountable for ministerial corruption? It takes no sides.
माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals. It heals. Angry people came out on the streets.
Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country?
News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेंगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news. With me, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected device.
watching India Today.
The much-awaited Congress presidential polls are underway. Over 9,000 Congress delegates are deciding the fate of Mallikarjun Kharge and Shashi Tharoor, who have locked horns for the top Congress post. The voting, which began at 10 a.m., will wind up by 4 p.m. 36 polling stations and 67 booths have been set up across India. Outgoing party chief Sonia Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra cast their vote in Delhi along with other senior party leaders too, while MP Rahul Gandhi, who is leading the Bharat Jodo Yatra, voted at a campsite in Karnataka's Bellary. Meanwhile, Tharoor said that he spoke to his contender this morning and wished him the very best for the election. Kharge has made it clear that he would seek advice from the Gandhis to run the party in case he wins the elections. The ballot boxes are going to reach Delhi on 18th of October and the results are going to be declared on the 19th.
Ma'am, are you happy? I've been waiting for a long time for this case. Ma'am, are you happy? I've been waiting for a long time for this case. Ma'am, are you happy? I've been waiting for a long time for this case. Ma'am, are you happy? I've been waiting for a long time for this case.
Right at a time when you're also standing for Congress presidential elections, how would you think this will benefit the state of Karnataka?
No, it is an internal election. It is nothing to do with general election. So in internal elections, we have to do according to our Indian National Congress rules and regulations. As per that rules and regulations, they are conducting the election. I am also one of the candidates fighting for the election. So there is nothing losing, winning. That will happen only when all state leaders together, they have to think for the strategy. That is a different thing. But today, before us, is only a Sangatan Chunav. That is important, and for that, I have come here to cast my vote and also meet delegates, those who have come here. Whether they are voting for me or somebody else is not known. The election authority will knows in only 19th.
So, as much as you may be downplaying this, there's a lot of talk on the outside on how this is an attempt to place a non-Gandhi face. But will this non-Gandhi face be able to take charge independently without the Gandhi family's influence?
Those debates were yesterday. Today I am going to vote, and what is to be done, what not to be done, how we should go, I have explained my during election campaign. And again, it is not necessary today, when we are voting, to repeat the same thing. Even India Today also had...
Just a quick word of assurance, sir.
No, whatever I said, the Udaipur declaration and other things, we'll implement step by step. I can't say everything will be done. तो मेरे पास तो जादू नहीं है, तो एक एक करके हमको करना पड़ेगा. And without the cooperation of all the delegates, senior leaders, and our leaders, Srimati Sonia Gandhi ji, Rahul Gandhi ji, consulting everybody, we have to take part.
Today I called Mr. Kharge and I wished him well. And I said that, whatever has happened, we remain colleagues and friends. He's a respected elder of mine, and I look forward to working with him after this is over. And he said the same to you, he said, and I'm very grateful. We have to approach this in the right spirit. There is no enmity between us. Very confident, but of course this is an election in the hands of 9,000 party workers around the country, and my fate and the future of the Congress party is in their hands. I'm sure that whatever judgment they exercise will be in the best interest of the party.
Sir, BJP keeps saying not free and fair, not free and fair. Do you think there's a moral standing for the BJP?
See, I'm not campaigning for Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge here. I'm the president. I'm arranging for the elections here. It is the voters who take a decision call. Their free and fair election, transparent election is going on. So I think people are expecting that naturally is from Karnataka. a senior leader with 50 years of experience, and the loyalty will pay him royalty.
So there's a lot of talk that Mallikarjun Kharge and Shashi Tharoor are constantly fighting. Tharoor said if Kharge comes, it will be continuation of Gandhi family.
No, it is wrong. Kharge was telling me that Mr. Tharoor spoke to him and congratulated him. What more do you want? It is that is what Mr. Kharge said me this morning.
You wanted Rahul Gandhi to be Congress president.
I was, see, without Gandhi family, Congress party can't be strong. That is my firm commitment given today. But when Gandhi family refused to contest the election, it was the obvious choice. A senior leader with a rich experience has contested from Karnataka and is from my state. And all of them are helping him out.
आज का दिन मैं समझता हूँ न सिर्फ कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए लेकिन देश में लोकतंत्र के लिए एक बहुत शुभ संकेत है कि एक पार्टी ऐसी है जिसने एक ओपन ट्रांसपेरेंट चुनाव कराने की हिम्मत रखी है। बाकी ऐसा कोई दल नहीं है देश में जिस प्रकार के चुनाव कराए। 2 प्रत्याशी हैं, उन्होंने प्रचार किया। 9,500 डेलीगेट्स हैं जो खुद चुनकर आए हैं, वो अपना मन तय करेंगे और गोपनीय रूप से मतदान हो रहा है पूरे देश में। 19 तारीख को मतगणना होगी। इससे ज्यादा फेयर, ट्रांसपेरेंट, ओपन इलेक्शन किसी पार्टी में हुआ नहीं है।
चुनाव जो हो रहे हैं इनर पार्टी डेमोक्रेसी का प्रतीक है। चुनाव उसका प्रतीक है। कम से कम चुनाव के बहाने दोनों कैंडिडेट अपनी बात कह रहे हैं। कांग्रेस के प्रिंसिपल, पॉलिसी, प्रोग्राम के बारे में चर्चा हो रही है। संविधान के अनुरूप ही कांग्रेस के सिद्धांत, उनकी नीति, उसके कार्यक्रम बनते हैं। तो 70 साल, 75 साल हो गए देश को। उसी के आधार पर देश चलना है और चलना चाहिए।
कांग्रेस पार्टी हमारे देश की एकमात्र पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है जहां एक अपने संगठन के अंदर एक निष्पक्ष चुनाव आयोग बैठाया। हमारे यहाँ एक TN सेशन के रूप में मधुसूदन मिस्त्री जी हैं। वो निष्पक्ष तरीके से चुनाव करा रहे हैं, पूरी पारदर्शिता से करा रहे हैं।
There's breaking news coming in after mega show of strength on the streets of Delhi. Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia appears before the CBI in the liquor gate. That's not the breaking news. We're just going to get you the breaking news. Congress mocking Prime Minister Modi. That is the breaking news. Congress mocking Prime Minister Modi and Mother Hiraben Modi. Let's get you the breaking news at the moment. Congress mocking Prime Minister Modi and Mother Hiraben Modi. Which Congress leader has made this statement and comment is something that we'll bring you in moments from now. But the Congress party has mocked Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Modi's mother. Which Congress leader has done so? We'll get you details as our reporter will be joining us in moments from now. But Congress taking a jibe at the Prime Minister and not just the Prime Minister. The Congress has also taken a jibe at Prime Minister's mother, Hiraben Modi. Latest coming in right there. We'll get the Congress party to react on whether they would like to apologize for the comments made against Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother or not. Anuma Acharya, that's the Congress leader who has stoked a controversy. We're bringing you the latest Anuma Acharya stoking controversy. She has tweeted a caricature of the Prime Minister and his mother, mocking the two. That tweet is on your screens right now. The picture shows Modi appealing to people in the name of his mother. Acharya tweeted this with a caption, "No mother teaches us how to fall. We do it on our own." Unquote. Slipping into a very short commercial break. When we return, Aam Aadmi Party leaders protest as Deputy Chief Minister Sisodia appears before CBI in the liquor gate case. This and more in moments from now.
You are watching India Today.
Do the rising petrol prices and inflation scare you? How much do you earn in a month? Well, the World Inequality Report will knock your socks out. And why? Because it says India stands out as a poor and unequal country with an affluent elite population. 15% of Indians earn less than rupees 5,000 every month, while 22% of the national income goes to the 1% rich community. The report flags a drop in global income during 2020, with about half the dip in rich countries and half in low income and emerging countries. Are we living in the prime of inequality? In 2019 and 20, among different employment categories, the highest percentage was of self-employed workers, which was 45.78%, followed by regular salaried workers 33.5% and casual workers 20.71%. Self-employed workers also belong to the lowest income categories. The report pegged the country's unemployment rate at 4.8% for 2019 and 20, and the worker population ratio at 46.8%. Let's not forget that this was the same time when the pandemic had hit the world. Clearly, the daily wage earners had no source of income during the lockdown period. Now, to address the wealthy population. In India, the wealthiest households are in urban areas, with as much as 74% of the urban population in the two highest wealth quintiles, as opposed to more than half of the rural population, which is 54%, which falls in the two lowest wealth quintiles. Chandigarh has the largest population of wealthy people. 79% of the population in Chandigarh falls in the highest wealth quintiles, followed by Delhi, 68%, and then Punjab, 61%.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Very good evening and thanks so much for being with us on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines first. After mega show of strength on the streets of Delhi, Deputy Chief Minister Sisodia appears before CBI in Liquorgate case. India Today accesses CBI questionnaire. Sisodia grilled on links to accused businessman and profit cuts.
अब ये मुझे जेल भेजने के लिए तैयारी कर रहे हैं, तो मैं जेल जाने के लिए भी तैयार हूं। मुझे डर नहीं है, बल्कि मुझे गर्व है इस बात पे कि देश के लिए कुछ कर दिखाने का मौका है।
The D-Day in the Congress presidential poll saga as voting kicks off to decide if Kharge or Tharoor will lead the party. Sonia Gandhi casts vote in Delhi, tells India Today it is a historic moment for Congress.
Ma'am, are you happy?
I've been waiting for a long time for this case.
Ma'am, are you happy?
I've been waiting for a long time for this case.
Days after Saurav Ganguly was ousted as BCCI chief, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has alleged bias towards Dada while also questioning Prime Minister Modi to send the former Indian captain to ICC as compensation. Baba Ramdev launches alcohol and drug-free campaign, claims Bollywood is drowned in drugs, says Shah Rukh Khan's son was jailed after found with drugs and Salman Khan consumes drugs.
शाहरुख खान का बच्चा ड्रग भी ले रहा था, सलमान ड्रग लेता है, आमिर का पता नहीं, न जाने कितने बड़े बड़े जिनको फिल्म स्टार बोलते हैं, और एक्ट्रेस का तो भगवान ही मालिक है।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurates two-day event. Prime Minister Kisan Samman Sammelan 2022 releases 16,000 crore rupees as 12th installment through direct benefit transfer under Prime Minister Kisan scheme. Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has backed Saurav Ganguly over his BCCI tenure. After Saurav Ganguly was ousted as the president of the Indian Cricket Board, Mamata Banerjee has questioned this move. In an appeal to Prime Minister Modi, Mamata asked him to send Dada to ICC. Taking a jibe at BJP, Mamata has said for some reason, Jai Shah continued to hold his position, whereas Saurav Ganguly was removed. Calling Saurav Ganguly India's pride, Mamata said the only compensation for Saurav Ganguly would be to send him to the ICC now.
My humble regards to the Prime Minister. Please take care that Saurav must be allowed to contest the ICC election. He's been deprived. Why he has been deprived? What is his fault? Everybody knows him, all the country, all the world. We are proud of him. Not only Bengal, he is a Bengali, Dada Bengali Bhai, brother, but he is a pride for the country and the world. Everybody knows him. So we will request the government, don't take it politically or vindictively. Take a decision. He is not a political party member. Take decision for the cricket. Take decision for the sports.
ममता जी पहले शाहरुख खान को हटाइए। बंगाल का ब्रांड एम्बेसडर कौन है? शाहरुख खान क्यों रहेगी? वहाँ सौरभ गांगुली को होना चाहिए। पहले करने बोलिए, पॉलिटिक्स ज़्यादा मत करने बोलिए। ममता बनर्जी बंगाल का खेल को ख़त्म कर दिया। आपने घर का जितना भी दादा है, भाई है, सबको बैठा दिया टेनिस बोर्ड में, बंगाल ओलंपिक में। वो सपना बर्मन को क्यों हटाया? आज सपना बर्मन ने नेशनल मीट में, एथलेटिक्स में दोनों गोल्ड मध्य प्रदेश को लिए उन्होंने किया। क्यों बंगाल के लेकर नहीं उन्होंने किया? सपना क्यों बंगाल को छोड़ के वो आपका मध्य प्रदेश का साथ अपना एग्रीमेंट किया? ममता जी पहले सौरभ गांगुली को बंगाल का ब्रांड एम्बेसडर डिक्लेयर कीजिए, शाहरुख खान का हटाइए।
जिस प्रकार से लोग उसको लेकर पॉलिटिक्स कर रहे हैं, जो कभी कुछ नहीं किया सौरभ गांगुली के लिए। सौरभ गांगुली बंगाल का, देश का क्रिकेट के लिए बहुत कुछ किया है, लेकिन बंगाल में क्या सम्मान किया? शाहरुख खान उनसे बड़ा क्रिकेट स्टार है वेस्ट बंगाल में, वो ब्रांड एम्बेसडर है। और जो बंगाल का कलकत्ता नाइट राइडर दीदी बैटिंग करती है, आज सौरव गांगुली पहुंचे, नेशनल लेवल पर, इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर जाएंगे, लेकिन बंगाल क्रिकेट में दूसरा सौरव गांगुली क्यों नहीं आते? ममता बनर्जी क्या करे? बंगाल के किसी भी खेल में कोई प्रतिनिधित्व नहीं है। सौरव गांगुली बने थे तो किसके लिए बने थे? ममता बनर्जी के लिए बने थे के नेशनल बोर्ड के चेयरमैन। तो उनका एक ट्रेनिंग पूरा हुआ, फिर आगे होगा तो आईसीसी में जा सकते हैं। लेकिन मेरा कहना है ममता बनर्जी की इतनी रोना आ रही है आज, 2 साल उस बोर्ड के चेयरमैन, तो तब क्या किया उन्होंने? धन्यवाद दिया ममता शाह को?
Yeah, I heard what Mr. Dilip Ghosh was saying, and I only want to say this, that it is because of his such nonsensical statements that he is no longer the president of Bengal BJP, and we do not want to give him any importance, and we don't want his inputs on, especially on matters of cricket. The bottom line here is Saurav Ganguly is a victim of political vendetta, because in the 2021 elections, BJP wanted to field him as a chief minister's candidate against Mamata Banerjee. He did not bow down. He did not sell his backbone to this, communal party, and as a result, he has been thrown away from the BCCI. However, Mr. Jai Shah, who has never played cricket in his life, is the secretary of BCCI because his papa is Amit Shah and he is the nephew of Narendra Modi.
Now, Congress attacks Mamata Banerjee. Adhir Ranjan says it's a matter of great sadness for all the cricket lovers of the country that Saurav Ganguly was forced out of the BCCI, adding that Mamata Banerjee is appealing to the Prime Minister only now and that Mamata should start a movement for Ganguly already. So, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary somewhere insinuating Mamata doing too little, too late, and this should have already been done and she should have already launched a big movement and campaign for Saurav Ganguly, and she's appealing to the Prime Minister only now, questioning the timing and saying that there should have been a full movement for Ganguly started already by Mamata Banerjee, according to the Congress party, and especially Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary who's put out this remark. We'll get you a reporter to join us on moments from now in terms of to elaborate and flesh it out further in terms of what Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has said. Ritik Mandal is now joining us. Ritik, how does the TMC respond and to Adhir Ranjan saying too little, too late? And can you flesh out a little more on what Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has said?
Right, the reaction is coming after Mamata Banerjee supported Ganguly and he has been chanted out, and we just had, BJP's reaction that Shubhendu Adhikari on Mamata Banerjee, that why she don't remove SRK from the post of Bengal Grand Ambassador, and this time that Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is also reacting on the same thing that it seems like the politics has started over the issue of after Dada being transferred from the BCCI, and we know now that that Saurav Ganguly will be contesting for the post of administration head here in Kolkata for the CAP, and politics have started as Mamata Banerjee this afternoon while she was off to North Bengal and said that she was she said that it seems like the
Right, we'll re-establish the connection right there to Ritik. His voice is quite faint at the moment, but listen to what Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has said. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is now joining us on the phone line. Mr. Chaudhary, first, I'm going to let you elaborate a little more on what you said. You're saying that Mamata is appealing to Prime Minister only now, so you're questioning the timing, and also saying that she should start a movement for Ganguly already, insinuating that too little has been done and too late. Is that correct?
See, absolutely, because the issue has already been raised by concerned person across the nation. And we all vociferously condemn this kind of behavior meted out to Saurav Ganguly, who is recognized as a star of the cricket world. But at that time, Mamata Banerjee appeared to be mute spectator. But now she has been, asserting herself, and simply she is going to, ask Modi ji as if Bengal has been begging for the promotion of Saurav Ganguly. Rather, the government should immediately start agitation against the atrocity. I think it is a source of atrocity.
You think, Mr. Chaudhary, that Mamata Banerjee herself has not done much for Saurav Ganguly?
Pardon?
Would you say that Mamata Banerjee and the TMC has not done much for Saurav Ganguly in the state of West Bengal?
Nothing has so far been done by them. Nothing has so far been done by them. Only they have paid the lip service. Only they have paid the lip service. No substantial statement, no agitation, no worthwhile protest has been done by them, even if she is happened to be the Chief Minister of West Bengal. So now she is simply begging for Saurav Ganguly. Saurav Ganguly deserves to be given the appropriate stature by the central government, by the concerned, association.
State government too.
He has been demoted in an unceremonious way. In an unceremonious way, he was humiliated by the body led by a person who is known to all. He is happened to be the son of our
So, Mr.
Home
Chaudhary,
Minister.
the Congress party and you particularly do not approve, number one, of Saurav Ganguly's ouster from the BCCI, and you call that humiliation, and two, the fact that Mamata Banerjee speaks about it only now and a lot more could have been done for Saurav Ganguly itself. So the Congress party is up in arms against the West Bengal government and the BCCI, both in terms of the central government, both for this. What would the Congress party have done differently?
See, since the day one, we have been protesting it. We are not in the government, so certainly our duty is to protest the unceremonious way that Saurav Ganguly was dethroned. The unceremonious dethronement of Saurav Ganguly was vehemently opposed by the West Bengal state government. Even me personally protested on it. But the people of Bengal had been observing the mute response of Mamata Banerjee. Mamata Banerjee should have reacted more vociferously.
Mr. Chaudhary, you forget about the people of Bengal. What would the Congress party have done differently? What the Congress party would have done differently if you were in place of Mamata Banerjee?
Bengal has been hurt by the dislodging of Saurav Ganguly from his position. So entire people of West Bengal, not only that, the cricket-loving people across the nation have expressed their discontent to the unceremonious dethronement of Saurav Ganguly. There is no.
All right, Mr. Adhiranjan Chaudhary.
My simple suggestion to Mamata Banerjee that she should have asserted herself in a more vociferous manner. Also now, she could also do something tangible right now. Instead of begging to Modi ji, she should unleash an agitational mode.
All right, so you're saying that don't just indulge in lip service, but do something really for Saurav Ganguly if you really mean it, is what you're saying. Thank you very much, Adhiranjan Chaudhary, for joining us on this broadcast. Moving on to the other big story that we're tracking at the moment. The Liquorgate probe has exploded, and how? And India Today is getting you an inside track of the CBI questioning. Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia is currently at the CBI office for questioning on the Liquorgate probe. Sisodia headed for the grilling session with much pomp and much fervor, coupled with wide protests by Aam Aadmi Party cadre. India Today has also exclusively accessed the line of questioning for Manish Sisodia that included his links with arrested Kejriwal aide Vijay Nair, his alleged movement in the liquor policy, and whether any Telangana ministers may have been involved in the policy formulation. Sisodia will be questioned on whether the Aam Aadmi Party received any kickbacks from the new liquor policy. CBI sources have told India Today that Sisodia was summoned strictly on professional grounds after sufficient evidence and over how he was in charge of the excise department when the new liquor policy was being formulated. CBI sources further say that no accused has been given a clean chit so far. Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia's CBI grilling is underway. Sisodia joined the CBI probe after a mega show of strength on the streets of Delhi. With a sea of supporters flocked his convoy all the way from his house to the CBI office, Sisodia smiled and waved his way to join the CBI questioning. Meanwhile, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has attacked the central government over Sisodia's questioning. Kejriwal called the questioning a move to stop Sisodia from campaigning in Gujarat. Earlier, Sisodia left his house donning a tilak, followed by a massive show of strength that almost resembled a road show. Manish Sisodia went on to the AAP office, followed by a visit to Rajghat, where he paid a tribute to Mahatma Gandhi, before joining the probe at the CBI office. Meanwhile, AAP supporters and netas staged a massive protest outside the CBI headquarters, where cops detained several party workers and netas, including MP Sanjay Singh. Exploded, and India Today getting you the inside track of the CBI questioning at the moment. We've got you the different areas where and different points of questioning by the CBI. The important part, of course, is the line of questioning that include the alleged links with Vijay Nair, alleged involvement in liquor policy, whether or not any Telangana ministers may have been involved in the policy formulation or not. He's also going to be questioned on whether the Aam Aadmi Party received kickbacks from the new liquor policy. All of that is under the scanner at the moment as Sisodia's grilling is going on. CBI sources, though, have revealed to India Today that Sisodia was summoned strictly on professional grounds after there was sufficient evidence that they gathered over how he was in charge of the excise department when the new liquor policy was formulated. CBI sources further have said that no accused has been given a clean chit so far. So the investigation is on in full swing now, and we got you the line of questioning that we have accessed from our sources in the CBI. Now, viewers, the Liquorgate scam is exploding. Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Sisodia currently at the CBI office for questioning on the Liquorgate probe. He headed for the grilling, though, with much pomp, and the visuals on your screens are showing you just that. That one visual of your screen showing the show of strength, the second one of how the AAP cadre were protesting. The third visual is of Sanjay Singh, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, being detained as well. That is also the other three visuals we're running on your screens right now. Coming back to Sisodia, he headed with much pomp, with much fervor. This was coupled with protests by the AAP cadre as well. And we've also got you an inside track of the questioning. The BJP has upped the ante against Sisodia over the mega show of strength. BJP has head out at Sisodia for a victory march like roadshow ahead of the CBI grilling. Calling it brazen and shameful, BJP claimed that he has not been summoned for satyagraha, but for charges of corruption. Samit Patra launched an all-out attack on AAP, alleging that the party is celebrating the corruption by Sisodia. He took a Jashn-e-Bhrashtachar jibe at the Aam Aadmi Party. Meanwhile, a poster war has erupted over Sisodia's poster where he was seen shielding a girl child. The BJP released a counter poster where Sisodia was seen shielding Kejriwal and the liquor policy.
गुजरात में भारतीय जनता पार्टी बुरी तरह से हार रही है और आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार बनने वाली है। इसीलिए बीजेपी घबरा गई है, इसीलिए बीजेपी डर गई है और इसीलिए झूठे केस मेरे ऊपर करवा के मुझको जेल में डालना चाहती है। मैं आज आपको ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि हम लोग भगत सिंह के लोग हैं, हम जेल जाने से नहीं डरते।
बीजेपी बुरी तरह से हार रही है और ये मुझे जेल में डाल के रखना चाहते हैं। मेरे खिलाफ ना कुछ निकला, ना कुछ निकलेगा और अब मुझे जेल में भी डाल देंगे, तब भी आज गुजरात का बच्चा चुनाव लड़ रहा है। आज गुजरात का आम आदमी चुनाव लड़ रहा है। इस बार गुजरात का चुनाव गुजरात के लोग एक आंदोलन की तरह, शिक्षा के आंदोलन, स्वास्थ्य के आंदोलन, बिजली के आंदोलन की तरह लड़ रहे हैं। मुझे जेल में डालने से ये गुजरात में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की हार को बचा नहीं पाएंगे। मैं आज पहली बार अपने आप में वो गर्व महसूस कर रहा हूँ कि जिस तरह से हमारे देश के शहीदों ने, हमारे देश को आज़ाद कराने वाले लोगों ने देश की जनता के लिए लड़ाई लड़ी और वो जेल में गए, जिस तरह से बापू को षड्यंत्र में फंसा के अंग्रेजों की सरकार ने झूठे मुकदमे कर करके जेल में भेजा, आज मेरे ऊपर भी एक फर्जी मुकदमा करके मुझे जेल भेजने की तैयारी की जा रही है।
हमारे शिक्षा मंत्री है मनीष सिसोदिया। सुना है, किसने सुना है मनीष सिसोदिया का नाम? उन्होंने सारे स्कूल बनवाए हैं, उन्होंने शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में दिल्ली के अंदर गजब किया, इतने सारे शानदार स्कूल बनाए हैं। अभी थोड़े दिन पहले वो गुजरात आए थे, उन्होंने कहा गुजरात में हमारी सरकार बनेगी, गुजरात में भी गांव के अंदर, शहर के अंदर ढेर सारे स्कूल बनाएंगे। अभी उन्होंने गुजरात आना था, लेकिन आज इन लोगों ने मनीष सिसोदिया को गिरफ्तार कर लिया। वो नहीं चाहते कि मनीष सिसोदिया गुजरात में जाके चुनाव का प्रचार करें। 1 महीने तक ये मनीष सिसोदिया को गिरफ्तार करेंगे। जैसे ही 8 तारीख को नतीजे आएंगे, गुजरात में आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी, जेल के ताले टूटेंगे, मनीष सिसोदिया छूटेंगे। जेल के ताले टूटेंगे, जेल के ताले टूटेंगे, मनीष सिसोदिया छूटेंगे। मैं मनीष जी को कहना चाहता हूं, आप चिंता मत करो, आपके ना आने से प्रचार बंद नहीं होने वाला। ये सारी जनता प्रचार कर रही है, घर घर जाके प्रचार कर रही है।
करोड़ों रुपए इकट्ठे करने वाले मनीष सिसोदिया जैसे लोग आज आशीर्वाद का ढोंग रचा रहे हैं, मां से आशीर्वाद ले रहे हैं, धर्मपत्नी से टिक्का लगवा रहे हैं और राजघाट पर जा रहे हैं। क्या क्रांति ले आए अरविंद केजरीवाल तुम?
देखिए, ये करप्शन का मामला नहीं है, इलेक्शन का मामला है। और गुजरात में इलेक्शन भारतीय जनता पार्टी बुरी तरीके से हार रही है और मैं ये कह सकता हूं कि ये उस हार की हताशा का कारण है, जिसके कारण से मनीष सिसोदिया को गिरफ्तार किया जा रहा है।
ये नोटिस गिरफ्तारी का नोटिस है, ये नोटिस जेल में डालने का नोटिस है, ये नोटिस भारतीय जनता पार्टी की हार का संकेत है।
सिसोदिया ही नहीं, हर भ्रष्टाचारी जेल में जाएगा। जिसने भी एक भी पैसा देश का लूटा होगा वो जेल में जाएगा, चाहे मनीष सिसोदिया हो या उनके बॉस हो।
हम सब लोग समझ रहे हैं कि कल जो मनीष जी को गिरफ्तार किया जा रहा है उसका लेना देना एक्साइज से नहीं है, उसका मामला गुजरात चुनाव का है।
आज तक भाजपा को आम आदमी पार्टी ने कभी कोई चुनाव नहीं हरवाया। वो 15 में बने थे तो शीला जी को हरा कर बने थे, हम हरा कर नहीं बने। पंजाब में बने हैं तो अकाली और पंजाब है, हम थे नहीं।
ये आजादी की दूसरी लड़ाई है। जो लोग देश के लोगों के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, जो लोग सत्येंद्र जैन जी जैसे लोग दिल्ली के लोगों को मोहल्ला क्लिनिक दे रहे हैं, मनीष सिसोदिया देश के लाखों बच्चों की शिक्षा के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, उनको जब जेल भेजा जाएगा तो दिल्ली के लोग, देश के लोग सड़कों पे तो उतरेंगे। ये आजादी की दूसरी लड़ाई है।
तो ऐसा आप लोग क्यों कह रही हैं, आजादी की दूसरी लड़ाई क्यों?
मनीष सिसोदिया जी और सत्येंद्र जैन जी आज देश में बदलाव लाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं और मनीष सिसोदिया जी और सत्येंद्र जैन जी आज देश में कुर्बानी देने से डरते नहीं हैं।
आज इंडिया अगेंस्ट करप्शन, अन्ना आंदोलन, उन सब के लिए एक सबक वाला दिन है कि किस प्रकार के चोरों ने, लुटेरों ने, रिश्वतखोरों ने, भ्रष्टाचारियों ने, कमीशनखोरों ने आंदोलन को हाईजैक किया, पार्टी बनाई और किस प्रकार से लूटा। शराब की दलाली करने वाले अपने आप को क्रांतिकारी कह रहे हैं। भगत सिंह का, भारत की आज़ादी के लिए लड़ने वाले क्रांतिकारियों का इससे बड़ा अपमान नहीं हो सकता है।
Strategy is joining us live from the national capital to bring us up to speed with all the latest. Shreya, any information you're picking up at the moment from your sources in the CBI as far as the questioning of Manish Sisodia is concerned?
Well, Chaiti, it's almost been over 4 hours that Manish Sisodia is being grilled by the CBI here in the national capital, and the obvious line of questioning pertains to the liquor excise policy scam, and obviously the recent arrest and questioning that took place regarding the close associates of Aam Aadmi Party, that is Vijay Nair, who is already in the custody. And remember, there are direct questions that Sisodia is right now facing. That includes whether he knows Vijay Nair, and also also whether he knows about the alleged transactions, evidences which are lying with the Central Bureau of Investigation. Apart from that, there are questions about how and why there were a handful of businessmen who were named in that FIR who were given privileges when it came to the formulation of the policy, and also about alleged benefits to some other beneficiaries. And that is the entire scam that the CBI is investigating. And Manish Sisodia is inside the headquarters, inside the CBI headquarters, where he's facing the strong line of questioning. It will be interesting to see how long this goes on, but most likely it will be a long day for Manish Sisodia inside the CBI headquarters.
Leave it at that. Thanks, Shreya, for joining us with the very latest details. Let's now take a look at the events that took place in the run-up to Manish Sisodia's grilling. Before Manish left his office, Sisodia left his office for the CBI grilling, he was seen donning a tilak and taking blessings from his mother. AAP MLAs were in a huddle at Sisodia's residence before he left for the CBI office. As Sisodia left for CBI headquarters for questioning, a sea of supporters accompanied Sisodia from his residence to the CBI office. Manish Sisodia waved a tricolour as he received a rousing cheer from his supporters. Sisodia visited multiple sites before he reached the CBI office. He first went to AAP headquarters, and Sisodia went to Rajghat to pay tribute to Mahatma Gandhi before he joined the probe at the CBI headquarters. As Sisodia was being grilled by the CBI, AAP workers and leaders staged a massive protest outside the CBI office. Many Aam Aadmi Party workers and netas were even detained by the cops, including Rajya Sabha MP from AAP, Sanjay Singh. Slipping into a very short commercial break here on India Today. When we return, up next, fatal accident in UP after a speeding BMW collides with a truck.
You are watching India Today.
The COVID-19 pandemic has forced us to do a rethink on how we lead our lives, to think about what we are doing to our bodies and to our health, and also wellness, because it is time now to go back to the basics. It is time to talk about your food, your sleep habits, your gut health, stress, and much more. And that exactly is what our brand new health show, Health 360, is going to do at these times only on India Today TV.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India Today.
Let's now shift focus to the top 5 national stories of the day that are making headlines. AAP Chief Arvind Kejriwal and Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann will begin the day 2 of Gujarat visit today. The two leaders will visit Kadwa Patidar communities, Unya Mata Temple in Unja, and address 2 public meetings in Unja town of Mehsana district and Disa town in the Banaskantha district. With the announcement of the HP polls. BJP is holding a core committee meeting at the headquarters in Delhi today. All the top officials of the state BJP unit, including Chief Minister Jairam Thakur, will be participating in the meeting. Senior leaders of the party, like Union Minister Amit Shah, along with JP Nadda, PL Santosh, will be present for the meeting. Another drone shot down by the BSF troops near the Pakistan border areas. A drone intrusion was thwarted by shooting it down in Amritsar. It is 12 kilograms in weight approximately. Meanwhile, there are 2 propellers sustained damage due to the firing by the BSF troops. Consignment was recovered. Virakta Matsya has been appointed in charge pontiff of Murga Math following the arrest of Shivamurthy Murga Sharana. Winter session of the Tamil Nadu Assembly will begin today. The proceedings would be adjourned on the first day after paying homage to former Speaker S.R. Muthaiya and other members who passed away recently. The supplementary estimates for the current financial year would be tabled on 18th of October. A Facebook Live quickly turned into death for 4 men in a speeding BMW. A live video from inside a car clocking 230 kilometers per hour on Uttar Pradesh's Purvanchal Expressway right before a fatal crash has gone viral on social media. The 4 men could be seen speeding and accelerating while egging the BMW driver to touch the 300 mark. All the occupants of the car met their fatal end after colliding with a truck on the expressway. Just after one could be heard saying, and I quote, "All 4 of us will die," unquote, in the video. The BMW occupants were chasing a stunning 300 kilometers per hour when it collided with a truck on the Purvanchal Expressway. All 4 immediately succumbed to their injuries on the spot. The car turned into rubble after the fatal crash.
चारों मरेंगे। एक मिनट शांति। अब देखिए ले लिया है। ये शांति रहो। हाँ शांति रहो तभी चला पाएंगे। स्पीड में 300 पहुंचा देगा ठिकाना पे। खाली कनेक्ट तो कर। सीट बेल्ट लगा लीजिए जी। सीट बेल्ट लगा दीजिए। अपना भी सीट बेल्ट लगा लीजिए। लंबा दिखेगा तभी खींचेंगे। ठीक है सीधा है यही से मार बनाइए यही से मार 200 170 रिकॉर्ड कीजिए कौन नहीं को तो 300 मार
इसी की वजह डाइवर्जन किया गया है और इसी की वजह से ये सब हुआ है। एक्सीडेंट जो आज हुआ है इसी की वजह से हुआ। अरे इसको सही कर किया जाए और क्या है। इसको जो है 15 दिन हो गया है। 4 लोग मर गए हैं। इसमें सर कट गया है। डाइवर्जन किया गया गाड़ी का।
काफ़ी हाई स्पीड एक्सीडेंट लग रहा है और वो कोई इसमें सर्वाइवल नहीं है। अब उनके पोस्टमार्टम और उसकी कार्रवाई के लिए डॉक्टर को निर्देशित कर दिया गया है और उनकी परिजनों से संपर्क किया गया है ताकि उनको अन्य कोई असुविधा ना हो। इसके लिए संबंधित अधिकारियों को निर्देश दिया गया है कि उनके साथ कोऑर्डिनेट करके आगे कार्रवाई करें।
Slipping into a break when we return, D-Day in the Congress presidential poll saga as voting kicks off to decide if Kharge or Tharoor will lead the party. Details in moments from now.
You are watching India Today.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
The much-awaited Congress presidential polls are underway. Over 9,000 Congress delegates are deciding the fate of Mallikarjun Kharge and Shashi Tharoor, who have locked horns for the top Congress post. The voting that began at 10 a.m. will wind up in moments from now. 36 polling stations, 67 booths been set up across India. Outgoing party chief Sonia Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra cast their vote in Delhi, along with other senior party leaders. Rahul Gandhi, who is leading the Bharat Jodo Yatra, voted at a campsite in Karnataka's Bellary. Meanwhile, Tharoor said he spoke to his contender this morning and wished him the very best for the election. Mallikarjun Kharge has made it clear that he would seek advice from the Gandhis to run the party if he wins the elections. The ballot boxes will reach Delhi on 18th of October. Results are going to be out on 19th of October.
Ma'am, are you happy?
I've been waiting for a long time for this case.
Ma'am, are you happy?
I've been waiting for a long time for this case.
Ma'am, are you happy?
I've been waiting for a long time for this case.
Ma'am, are you happy?
I've been waiting for a long time for this case.
Right at a time when you're also standing for Congress presidential elections, how would you think this will benefit the state of Karnataka?
No, it is an internal election. It is nothing to do with general election. So in internal elections, we have to do according to our Indian National Congress rules and regulations. As per that rules and regulations, they are conducting the election. I am also one of the candidates fighting for the election. So there is nothing losing, winning. That will happen only when all state leaders together, they have to think for the strategy. That is a different thing. But today, before us, is only a Sangatan Chunav. That is important, and for that, I have come here to cast my vote and also meet delegates, those who have come here. Whether they are voting for me or somebody else is not known. The election authority will know in only 19th.
So, as much as you may be downplaying this, there's a lot of talk on the outside on how this is an attempt to place a non-Gandhi face. But will this non-Gandhi face be able to take charge independently without the Gandhi family's influence?
Those debates were yesterday. Today I am going to vote. And what is to be done, what not to be done, how we should go, I have explained my during election campaign. And again, it is not necessary today, when we are voting, to repeat the same thing. Even India Today also had...
Just a quick word of assurance, sir.
No, whatever I said, the Udaipur declaration and other things, we'll implement step by step. I can't say everything will be done. तो मेरे पास तो जादू नहीं है, तो एक एक करके हमको करना पड़ेगा. And without the cooperation of all the delegates, senior leaders, and our leaders, Srimati Sonia Gandhi ji, Rahul Gandhi ji, consulting everybody, we have to take part.
Today I called Mr. Kharge and I wished him well. And I said that, whatever has happened, we remain colleagues and friends. He's a respected elder of mine, and I look forward to working with him after this is over. And he said the same to you. He said and I'm very grateful. We have to approach this in the right spirit. There is no enmity between us. Very confident, but of course this is an election in the hands of 9,000 party workers around the country, and my fate and the future of the Congress party is in their hands. I'm sure that whatever judgment they exercise will be in the best interest of the party.
Sir, BJP keeps saying not free and fair, not free and fair. Do you think there's a moral standing for the BJP?
See, I'm not campaigning for Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge here. I'm the president. I'm arranging for the elections here. It is the voters who take a decision call. Their free and fair election, transparent election is going on. So I think people are expecting that naturally he's from Karnataka, a senior leader with 50 years of experience, and the loyalty will pay him royalty.
Sir, there's a lot of talk that Mallikarjun Kharge and Shashi Tharoor are constantly fighting. Tharoor said if Kharge comes, it will be continuation of Gandhi family.
No, it is wrong. Kharge was telling me that Mr. Tharoor spoke to him and congratulated him. What more do you want? It is that is what Mr. Kharge said me this morning.
You wanted Rahul Gandhi to be Congress president.
I was, see, without Gandhi family, Congress party can't be strong. That is my firm commitment even today. But when Gandhi family refused to contest the election, it was the obvious choice. A senior leader with a rich experience has contested from Karnataka and is from my state. And all of them are helping him out.
आज का दिन मैं समझता हूँ न सिर्फ कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए लेकिन देश में लोकतंत्र के लिए एक बहुत शुभ संकेत है कि एक पार्टी ऐसी है जिसने एक ओपन ट्रांसपेरेंट चुनाव कराने की हिम्मत रखी है। बाकी ऐसा कोई दल नहीं है देश में जिस प्रकार के चुनाव कराए। 2 प्रत्याशी हैं, उन्होंने प्रचार किया। 9,500 डेलीगेट्स हैं जो खुद चुनकर आए हैं, वो अपना मन तय करेंगे और गोपनीय रूप से मतदान हो रहा है पूरे देश में। 19 तारीख को मतगणना होगी। इससे ज्यादा फेयर, ट्रांसपेरेंट, ओपन इलेक्शन किसी पार्टी में हुआ नहीं है।
चुनाव जो हो रहे हैं इनर पार्टी डेमोक्रेसी का प्रतीक है। चुनाव उसका प्रतीक है। कम से कम चुनाव के बहाने दोनों कैंडिडेट अपनी बात कह रहे हैं। कांग्रेस के प्रिंसिपल, पॉलिसी, प्रोग्राम के बारे में चर्चा हो रही है। संविधान के अनुरूप ही कांग्रेस के सिद्धांत, उनकी नीति, उसके कार्यक्रम बनते हैं। तो 75 साल हो गए देश को, उसी के आधार पर देश चलना है और चलना चाहिए।
कांग्रेस पार्टी हमारे देश की एकमात्र पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है जहां एक अपने संगठन के अंदर एक निष्पक्ष चुनाव आयोग बैठाया। हमारे यहाँ एक TN सेशन के रूप में मधुसूदन मिस्त्री जी हैं, वो निष्पक्ष तरीके से चुनाव करा रहे हैं, पूरी पारदर्शिता से करा रहे हैं।
आज कांग्रेस पार्टी में चुनाव हो रहा है और इस चीज़ की सराहना की जानी चाहिए कि कांग्रेस एक अकेली ऐसी पार्टी है जिसमें पारदर्शिता से चुनाव हो रहा है। आज हर प्रदेश कांग्रेस कमेटी के मुख्यालय पर पूरे देश में मतदान हो रहा है। दोनों जो प्रत्याशी लड़ रहे हैं उनके जो पोलिंग एजेंट हैं वहाँ पे मौजूद हैं और एक पारदर्शिता से एक प्रक्रिया की जा रही है। उस प्रक्रिया की सराहना की जानी चाहिए।
अखिल भारतीय कांग्रेस कमेटी के अध्यक्ष पद का चुनाव हो रहा है और जिसमें सारे PCC डेलीगेट मतदाता हैं और मतदान कर रहे हैं। मैंने भी मतदान किया है। 2 कैंडिडेट हैं, 2 में से एक को देना था और गुप्त मतदान है। मैंने भी गुप्त मतदान किया है।
मैंने नॉमिनेशन पेपर साइन किया था खारगे जी का, तो मेरी सोच तो तभी बन गई थी। मेरे मित्र रहे हैं शशि थरूर, आज भी मित्र हैं और हमेशा रहेंगे मित्र। और शशि थरूर ने ये एक बड़ी हिम्मत की बात की है कि वो चुनाव में उतरे। मुझे कुछ अंदाज़ा है चुनाव लड़ते पार्टी के चुनाव में क्या कुछ होता है और वो चुनाव में उतरे हैं। इसके लिए उनको बधाई कि वो चुनाव में उतरे। लेकिन भी जो सबका मत है और जो सबका मन है उसी के आधार पर हमारा नया अध्यक्ष चुना जाएगा।
दोनों मेरे सम्मानित हैं, दोनों बहुत मैं प्यार करता हूं, लेकिन एक व्यक्ति दोनों उम्मीदवारों में ऐसा है जिसको मैंने अपने आदर्श के रूप में देखा है। मैंने उनसे बहुत कुछ सीखा है, तो उनको वोट डालते वक्त निश्चित तौर पर मैं बहुत उत्साहित और उत्तेजित महसूस कर रहा था।
Well, Baba Ramdev's remark over drug consumption in Bollywood has sparked a controversy now. Ramdev made a shocking allegation on Salman Khan, claiming that the actor consumes drugs. He has also targeted Bollywood over the drug menace. Yoga guru Baba Ramdev alleged that consumption of drugs is rampant in Bollywood. Ramdev also raked up drug case related to Shah Rukh Khan's son Aryan, citing our star kids are also under the influence of drugs.
शाहरुख खान का बच्चा ड्रग भी ले रहा था, सलमान ड्रग लेता, आमिर का पता नहीं, न जाने कितने बड़े बड़े जिनको फिल्म स्टार बोलते हैं, और एक्ट्रेस का तो भगवान ही मालिक है। चारों तरफ ड्रग्स इंडस्ट्री के अंदर, फिल्म इंडस्ट्री के अंदर, बॉलीवुड के अंदर ड्रग्स।
Massive outrage over 40-day parole to rape convict Gurmeet Ram Rahim. The head of Dera Sacha Sauda has been released for the third time in 2022. Not just that, the self-styled godman received a grand welcome from his supporters who were seen dancing on his release. Ram Rahim has been released ahead of the assembly by-election in Punjab's Adhampur town scheduled for 3rd of November. He had earlier been released from prison in the month of June, and before that, for 3 weeks in February. In 2021, he had been released on parole thrice. But he's serving a 20-year, Gurmeet is serving a 20-year jail term after he was convicted in the year 2017 for raping 2 disciples in his ashram in Sirsa. In 2019, he was convicted of the murder of a journalist in 2002, and in 2021 he was convicted in the murder of a manager of his dera, and the man is out on parole now.
मनमर्जी नहीं करनी, भगदड़ नहीं करनी, सो ये आप जरूर मानिएगा हमारी बात। हमेशा मानते हैं, हमें गर्व है आप लोगों पे, हमारे बच्चों पे बहुत गर्व है। सो परमपिता परमात्मा और बहुत ज़्यादा खुशियाँ दे आपको। सो आपके दर्शनों के लिए यहाँ पे आ गए हैं, तो दर्शन चलते रहेंगे, बातें होती रहेंगी, सारी बातें करेंगे आपसे, लेकिन आपने माननी है।
Moving on, Russia has intensified its offensive on Ukraine week after launching the worst attack on the country. Let's take a look at the top defining images that depict Moscow's assault on Kiev. A wave of kamikaze drone attacks pummeled Kiev early morning, killing at least 3 people and setting off warning sirens across Kiev. 2 of the 3 blasts have been reported in a district, according to witnesses. As Russia attacked Ukraine, video showed the drone swooping low across the skies of Ukraine's capital as residents tried to shoot down Iranian kamikaze drones. In the video towards the end, one drone can be seen exploding, causing massive damage. From under the rubble of a residential building in the district of Kiev, where the explosion occurred, rescuers pulled out a body of a woman. Another person is under rubble. 3 victims were hospitalized. In Mykolaiv, a drone targeted oil tanks through which 17% of the world's product exports pass. The situation near the attacked oil tanks is grave at the moment. Huge amount of oil spilled out into the streets, causing tension amongst the residents. Rescuers, however, extinguished the fire for several hours. Ukrainian fighters, known for rescuing people from buildings hit by shelling in more than 6 months of war, helped a small furry survivor amidst Russia's deadliest attacks. The kitten was rescued from the rubble of the shattered building. So we do a very short commercial break. When we return, news for the hearing impaired. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
la main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi ? Parce que les aides-soignants, aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. Ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, Emobots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients. Et derrière, on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel, où on demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes. Et notamment de difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser.
On brink of total power, a historic third term. Is she now unchallengeable?
Under which?
What will the world be according to Xi? The man who's tracked Xi Jinping's rise. Xi Jinping's biographer. And the most formidable voice on China. Kerry Brown exclusive.
As CBI continues to grill Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has come out in support of Manish Sisodia. Attacking the central government, Delhi Chief Minister has said that the BJP does not want Sisodia to campaign in Gujarat, and that is the reason behind his arrest. He further added that Sisodia will be released only after the polls get over. BJP has launched an attack on Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Sisodia over his victory march like roadshow ahead of the CBI questioning. Calling it brazen and shameful, BJP claimed that Mr. Sisodia was not summoned for satyagraha but for charges of corruption. Accusing the Aam Aadmi Party of celebrating the corruption done by Sisodia, BJP spokesperson Sambit Patra launched an all-out attack on the AAP. He also took a Jashan-e-Brashtachar jibe at Aam Aadmi Party. A political slugfest has erupted in Bengal over the former BCCI President Saurav Ganguly's tenure after West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee questioned the move. BJP has asked her to remove Shah Rukh Khan from the post of the brand ambassador of Bengal first and to bring in Saurav Ganguly for that post. Meanwhile, the Congress has jumped into the controversy. Congress's Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary questioned the delay in Mamata's demand. He urged Mamata to launch a protest to support Ganguly.
Scroll, scroll, scroll. Is that what you do all day? A study says that excessive use of social media can develop depression in young adults. The study was published in the Journal of Affective Disorders Reports. It says that young adults who use social media more are likely to develop depression within 6 months, and this is regardless of their personality type. Previous research has linked depression with many other factors, including social media. This study addresses the important research questions, finding strong and linear associations of depression across all personality traits. In 2018, the study took a sample of more than 1,000 young adults from America aging between 18 and 30. Depression was measured using the Patient Health Questionnaire. Social media was measured by asking participants how much daily time was spent using popular social media platforms, and personality was measured using the Big Five inventory. This assessed openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. The author suggests that social comparison can enhance negative feelings in one. This could explain how depression increases with prolonged use of social media. Another reason could be indulging in negative content. Finally, engaging more on social media reduces opportunities for in-person or social interactions. The study was published by Renee Merrill. She said findings from the study are important during a time of technology expansion and integration. Connecting to people virtually may increase the risk of miscommunication or misperception that leads to relationship difficulties and potential risk for developing mental health problems.
On brink of total power, a historic third term. Is she now unchallengeable?
Under which?
What will the world be according to Xi? The man who's tracked Xi Jinping's rise. Xi Jinping's biographer. And the most formidable voice on China. Kerry Brown exclusive. Audiatron.
चारों पर रखे 300 पहुंचा देगा ठिकाना पे 200 170 300 मार 300 मार.
At 233 kilometers per hour, they died in a second. BMW accident horrifies the nation. Blood-curdling final Facebook Live.
300 मार 300 मार.
4 killed after streaming final drive. BMW, beer cans and deadly bravado.
And we have a stunning pre-Diwali expose and ground report from India's cracker capital in Sivakasi. Coming up at 5:30, it's a report that I don't want you to miss, viewer, because this involves us all here in India. I'm Shiv Arur. This is 5 Live. Let's get straight to the headlines. After mega show of strength on the streets of Delhi, Deputy Chief Minister of the capital, Sisodia, appears before the CBI in the liquor gate scandal. India Today accesses CBI questionnaire. Sisodia grilled on links to accused businessmen and profit cuts.
अब ये मुझे जेल भेजने के लिए तैयारी कर रहे हैं, तो मैं जेल जाने के लिए भी तैयार हूं। मुझे डर नहीं है, बल्कि मुझे गर्व है इस बात पे कि देश के लिए कुछ
D-Day in the Congress Party's presidential poll saga as voting concludes to decide if Mallikarjun Kharge or Shashi Tharoor will be the first non-Gandhi president in over 2 decades. Sonia Gandhi casts her vote in Delhi, tells India Today this is a historic moment that she's been waiting for.
Ma'am, are you happy?
I've been waiting for a long time for this case.
Ma'am, are you happy?
I've been waiting for a long time.
Days after Saurav Ganguly was ousted as BCCI president, Mamata Banerjee alleges bias towards Dada while also requesting Prime Minister Modi to send the former Indian captain to the ICC as compensation. Ramdev launches alcohol and drug-free campaign, claims Bollywood is drowned in drugs, says Shah Rukh Khan's son was jailed after being found with drugs and Salman Khan consumes drugs. Big allegations by Baba Ramdev.
शाहरुख खान का बच्चा ड्रग भी ले रहा था, सलमान ड्रग लेता, आमिर का पता नहीं, न जाने कितने बड़े बड़े जिनको फिल्म स्टार बोलते हैं, और एक्ट्रेस का तो भगवान ही मालिक है, चारों तरफ.
Ukraine claims kamikaze drones hit Kyiv today. It's the second attack on the capital city in a week. Widespread damage, at least 1 killed, says Ukraine. And first up, I'd like to update you on the big dominating headline of the day today. It's now 5 hours and counting since Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia began being grilled by the CBI. That interrogation is still underway in the capital. India Today, remember, the only channel that has accessed the official line of questioning for Manish Sisodia in the liquor gate scandal. Sources telling us that as far as questioning is concerned, investigators are not satisfied with the answers that Manish Sisodia has provided them on most aspects so far. Manish Sisodia has also been confronted with documentary evidence during the questioning that is ongoing at this time. Sisodia was extensively questioned about his association with Vijay Nair, who is the communications head of the Aam Aadmi Party and also a well-known event management company entrepreneur. He was also asked if Vijay Nair was involved in the drafting of the excise policy along with 3 other alleged close associates of Sisodia. So 5 hours and counting, and Manish Sisodia's questioning continues in the capital at this time. Let's go straight across to India Today's Munish Pandey, who's been tracking all of the developments and breaking them to us first here on India Today. Munish, where are things at? What are you hearing about the questioning that's happening? 5 hours and counting, detailed interrogation taking place. Is an arrest possible today or in the foreseeable future?
Well, Shiv, it has been almost 5.5 hours since the time Manish Sisodia is being questioned by a team of Central Bureau of Investigation in the Delhi excise policy case. But what sources have told India Today that the investigators are not satisfied with the answers given by the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister as far as most of the aspects of Delhi excise policy is concerned. Now, broadly, the Central Bureau of Investigation has covered the area of corruption. Now, what the main allegation against Manish Sisodia is that apart from tweaking the excise policy, he was also involved in corruption, or at least he was having knowledge of some corruption taking place in the excise policy. And that is why he was mostly asked about his association with Vijay Nair. And Shiv, Vijay Nair is a very important person as far as this entire probe in excise policy is concerned. What CBI is claiming that he is an instrumental player in the excise policy. He was the person who was involved in drafting the excise policy. He was the person who was holding meetings with the liquor businessman, and he was the person who was responsible for transporting the quid pro quo, that is the bribe, through Hawala channels. And that is why Vijay Nair has become very important. And who Vijay Nair is? According to CBI, and this is on record, according to CBI, Vijay Nair is a close associate of Manish Sisodia. And when he was asked about his association with Vijay Nair, whether he was aware that whether he's taking money from the liquor vendors or not, what CBI sources are telling us that they are not satisfied with the answers given by Manish Sisodia so far. Apart from Vijay Nair, he was also asked about the excise policy. What was the need to bring a new excise policy, and whether he was aware of the corruption angle or not. So all these questions are being asked. We have been given to understand is that this questioning will go for some more time, and then only CBI will take a final decision. If the questioning is not over today, he may be called again. But if the questioning is over today, then CBI will take a call whether to arrest him or not. Sure.
Okay, so it's a developing story. It's unfolding still at the CBI headquarters. Manish will continue to bring us the latest on that. We'll update you as soon as we hear more. And now on to our spotlight story today. In my view, one of the most hair-raising, terrifying stories. Everything about this story should keep us awake at night. 4 men, one of them an engineer, one of them a doctor, in a BMW car that one of them had just bought second-hand, live streaming on Facebook as they press down on the gas pedal and accelerate that car up to more than 230 kilometers per hour. Not on some foreign racing circuit, but in Uttar Pradesh's Purvanchal, very close to Sultanpur. That car crashed into a container truck. There was nothing left of the 4 people inside. And when you watch this report, you will agree with me that it's one of the most disturbing stories we've seen. Beer cans, a BMW, and fatal bravado.
स्पीड में 300 पहुंचा देगा ठिकाना पे, चारों मरेंगे। एक मिनट शांति।
A speeding BMW zooming down the Purvanchal Expressway at a breakneck speed of over 230 kilometers per hour. The 4 thrilled occupants with beer cans live streaming the drive on Facebook.
ठीक है, सीधा है, यहीं से मार, ठीक है, हाई स्पीड बनाइए, यहीं से मार, 200, 170, ये रिपोर्ट कीजिए।
Egging on the driver to hit 300 kilometers per hour mark on the speedometer and not to step off the accelerator.
स्पीड में 300 पहुंचा देगा ठिकाना पे, लंबा दिखेगा तभी खींचेंगे। ठीक है, सीधा है, यहीं से मार, ठीक है, हाई स्पीड बनाइए, यहीं से मार।
One of them exclaims, "Charo marenge," predicting a deathly end for all of them due to overspeeding.
चारों मरेंगे। एक मिनट शांति।
Moments later, the BMW rammed into a truck, killing all the 4 on spot. Such was the force of the high-speed collision that body parts of the victims were strewn on the highway. The car was left a mangled pile of iron. Blood-soaked interiors of the car and the highway narrating the horrors of the final drive.
काफ़ी हाई स्पीड एक्सीडेंट लग रहा है और वो कोई इसमें सर्वाइवर नहीं है। अब उनके पोस्टमार्टम और उसकी कार्रवाई के लिए डॉक्टर को निर्देशित कर दिया गया है और उनकी परिजनों से संपर्क किया गया है ताकि उनको अन्य कोई असुविधा ना हो। इसके लिए संबंधित अधिकारियों को निर्देश दिया गया है कि उनके साथ कोऑर्डिनेट करके आगे कार्रवाई करें।
इसी की वजह डाइवर्जन किया गया है और इसी की वजह से ये सब हुआ है। एक्सीडेंट जो आज हुआ है इसी की वजह से हुआ। अरे इसको सही किया जाए और क्या है, इसको जो है 15 दिन हो गया है, 4 लोग मर गए हैं, इसमें सर कट गया है, डाइवर्जन किया गया गाड़ी का।
The haunting bravado of the 4 as they zoomed into the split-second death. The blood-curdling final moments leave a chilling reminder. Speed thrills, but definitely kills.
सीधा है यहीं से मार यहीं से मार
Bureau Report, India Today.
You could only hear their voices in that terrifying live stream video on Facebook. And just seconds later, at 233 kilometers per hour, all 4 men in that car died. But who were those men? The 4 men in that BMW that met with that fatal collision just seconds after live streaming themselves, zooming down the Purvanchal Expressway. Well, this is who they were. While the video shows them chasing a speed of 300 kilometers per hour, they were just normal Indian citizens. Their collision with a truck, allegedly on the wrong side of the expressway, is what led them to their deaths. In the video, one of them could be heard warning, all 4 of us will die, but it only led others to egg the driver on further. And now they leave behind 4 families. This is the identity of the 4 drivers, 4 people in that BMW. The man behind the wheel was a doctor, Anand Prakash, while the other occupants were also engineers and doctors by profession. The BMW in question was reduced to nothing at all, and all 4 occupants were killed immediately, on the spot. There was nothing left of the car, and there was nothing left of them.
Alert today, alive tomorrow. This is what we see when we move to expressways. This is a message generated by UPIDA or various other expressway authorities. But that was a day, a horrific day, when 4 friends lost their lives by not taking this particular code seriously. We are at the Purvanchal Expressway and my driver will take up the speed. You'll see out here on the speedometer, we started from 20 and now the speed is raising, has crossed 50 and 60, 90 and now it's nearing 100. But I must mention that the speed will stop at 100. And that's what I want to tell you from Purvanchal Expressway. As per the rules of expressways, the car or vehicle should run not above 100 speed. But that was not the scene when those guys in the BMW car were driving. The speed reached 230 km per hour, which became one of the reasons behind their fatal death. It collided with head-on collision with that container truck coming from Lucknow. Though the friends were going from Bihar to Lucknow, on this particular expressway, what cameraman Sandeep showing you currently, but the vehicle coming from other direction collided. Though it was a mistake from the side of the department of that particular expressway, because 2 days back, due to heavy rain, a part of that expressway road was collapsed, after which the route was diverted. But the friends, neither the container driver had idea about that. And then when speed was 230 and suddenly a container truck came in, it happened a head-on collision which left the 4 friends receiving on the other end with the fatal death. The question is raising speed to 230 was right anyhow? Or then when the construction work was completed at the damaged road, was this right to maintain the route diverted? That were the questions that are being raised and will be asked from the authorities. With cameraman Sandeep, Samarth Srivastava for India Today.
My colleague Samarth Srivastava is on the Purvanchal Expressway where this horrific accident happened. Samarth, one has to be very sensitive right now as we report this, because those 4 people in that car, whatever they were doing, they are no longer on this earth. They were gone in a second, driving at nearly 240 kilometers per hour. And, death must have come very quickly. But it is a sad loss for their families. It was just a few minutes of bravado and recklessness on the roads that has led to this horrible tragedy for 4 families in Sasaram in Bihar. But it's a story that is also a cautionary tale for everyone else in this country thinking about driving rashly, having fun, live streaming, drinking in the car. Do we know anything apart from that video, Samarth? We can see beer cans in there. Has a post-mortem been conducted? Has the police been able to say anything else about this accident?
Well, exactly, Shiv. That's a very tragic incident that took place 2 days back, and it's a cautionary tale for all of us. We drive on expressways, and sometimes we have to be in control when there is the speedometer gets high, because 100 km/h, that's the decent and ideal note for any driver to drive on expressway. And I must tell you, first I'll ask my cameraman to show you the visuals out here. This is that particular Purvanchal Expressway from where India Today TV is reporting, because this is one expressway where the incident took place, though it happened around Sultanpur district. But what is necessary, because few days back, due to heavy rain, a patch of road in this particular expressway was damaged, and then the route of one way was diverted to another. But when the road work, the construction work was, the repairing work was completed, then also the route was not went back to the normal. And that was one of the reasons, though they were riding on a high speed around above 230 km/h. But that was also one of the reasons, because it was a head-on collision, I must tell you. Truck container coming from Lucknow, they were coming from Bihar, that means Ghazipur, and then they had no idea whatsoever that when you are riding in one way, in one direction, some other vehicle will come from another, and that was one of the reasons they were riding high. Though it was not justified, it was not okay for them to ride at that speed, but if they had one simple thing in mind, that another vehicle could also come from that particular road, I don't think they would be riding at this particular high speed, Shiv.
I mean, the fact is, you know, considering how Indian highways and Indian roads are, you know, that kind of speed is unacceptable under any circumstances. You know, one is well informed. You know, these gentlemen, these late persons are, you know, from Bihar. Not exactly the place that has the best roads. They are well aware of what roads are like in UP. And, you know, they leave behind young families, Samar. At the end of the day, this is a tragedy for the families. These men have been reckless. It is extremely sad that they are no longer on this earth. But their, you know, few minutes of negligence, not taking into account the possibility of something like this happening so easily on an Indian highway where so many accidents happen every single day, they had no business going over the speed limit.
Totally agree with you, Shiv, because when you see the speedometer, and it's not the end of the story, they also live streamed that particular video on Facebook. Like, in a way, they were trying to tell others, the friends on social media, that yes, they are taking this particular speed to 230. Because if you ride normal vehicle, then it's not possible to take the vehicle above 200 km/h. But that was BMW, so that was a possibility. And that's what was happening in the car. But it is a tragic scenario for the families, because the doctor, he was a very well-known doctor in Bihar, and that's though he loved the vehicles, he loved owning the vehicles, he had a bike, something around 16 lakhs, though he was going to Lucknow for the servicing of BMW, what we have got from sources so far. But what this incident tells us is a kind of lesson. What we have been traveling to this particular express, we are reading that you have to be like in present, you have to be like, as you just said, drunken drive, various other things. Diwali is coming. You see, the maximum rash driving happens in Diwali, Holi and festivals like Eid. So we have to be very, very crucial. We have to be very, very careful, because such incidents could be repeated anytime, anyhow. And when I'm reporting, you will see vehicles from behind me are running. I can estimate that they must be running above 100 km/h. And that's the caution where we have to think that such incidents must not be repeated. Be it this happens in Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, it remains same. The loss of lives have no answer to tell.
Terrible, terrible story. And our deepest condolences to the families of these four men, because it is them that has to bear this terrible loss and the questions that arise from this absolutely needless, pointless accident. Four young men simply snuffed out because of their negligence. Thanks very much, Samarth, for getting us that ground report. Meanwhile, what's a bigger superstar tucker than this? You're about to hear some allegations from Baba Ramdev. These are his own words. And he's a man with millions of followers across the country. And he's leveled some very sharp charges at a time when he is launching a drug-free, alcohol-free campaign. Amidst this ongoing campaign against the Hindi film industry, Yoga guru Baba Ramdev has targeted specifically several Bollywood stars, including Shah Rukh Khan, Salman Khan and others, alleging directly and openly from a stage that they are involved in drugs. Take a look at this detailed report.
Bollywood is in the line of fire once again. Baba Ramdev has accused the film industry of rampant substance abuse. Kicking up a storm, the yoga guru made a shocking allegation against Salman Khan, claiming the superstar consumes drugs.
शाहरुख खान का बच्चा ड्रग भी ले रहा था, सलमान ड्रग लेता है.
The yoga guru also rigged up drug case related to Shah Rukh Khan's son, Aryan, citing how star kids are also under the influence of drugs. Ramdev then painted the entire Bollywood with the same brush.
न जाने कितने बड़े-बड़े जिनको फिल्म स्टार बोलते हैं और एक्ट्रेस का तो भगवान ही मालिक है. चारों तरफ ड्रग्स इंडस्ट्री के अंदर, फिल्म इंडस्ट्री के अंदर, बॉलीवुड के अंदर ड्रग्स.
Ever since the death of actor Sushant Singh Rajput, Bollywood has been marred by charges of drug menace. Several actors like Deepika Padukone, Arjun Rampal and Riya Chakravarti were questioned by the Narcotics Control Bureau in the drug scandal that unfolded in the recent years. Bureau Report, India Today.
And coming up, our special 1 week before Diwali ground investigation into the plight of India's firecrackers capital, Sivakasi. How are things there? How bad is the distress? What kind of impact has the ban had? And have regulations on crackers actually made things even more dangerous for India? You don't want to miss this. It's coming up next.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
What do you look for in a house? Is it the rooms, features, or comfort? Well, in this video, we'll tell you about the 5 most expensive houses in India. The house is designed by Chicago-based architects. Antilia is the world's second most expensive house. The house has 27 floors, with amenities like 80-seater cinema hall, salon, ice cream parlor, and the list goes on. The house can withstand an earthquake of 8 magnitude. The Raymond Group chairman has the tallest house in India. The 30-floored house is spread over 16,000 square feet. 6 floors out of the 30 are for parking. The house has swimming pools, spas and gyms. It is divided into different flats for families to live. The name of the house means a place where someone lives. The house has 17 floors and has a helipad with a few helicopters. It is spread over 16,000 square feet. K.M. Birla of Aditya Birla Group lives here. His house has over 20 bedrooms. It is spread over 30,000 square feet. Bollywood star Shah Rukh Khan's house is one of the most luxurious houses. His house has 6 floors with multiple bedrooms, a library, boxing ring and a personal auditorium.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
1 week before Diwali 2022, a story that's deadly and darkening. As India's cracker capital faces doom, are bans making crackers more deadly? Have bans forced unsafe firecracker business? Decades of boom, now only gloom. This Diwali, think of Tamil Nadu's Sivakasi. For them, this is yet another dark Diwali. Everyone knows Sivakasi. It's a word that's familiar to pretty much everyone who has celebrated Diwali, because most crackers in India, if not all, are manufactured in Sivakasi district of Tamil Nadu, because that is the firecracker capital of this country. For decades now, it has been the place where virtually every single firecracker that is used, burst in different parts of the country, different parts of the world, come from this little part of Tamil Nadu. And that's the reason why it's called the firecracker capital of India. But bans, regulations, impositions, restrictions and new rules have meant that there is distress and destitution in a once throbbing district that made these firecrackers. But as our investigation and ground report will now show you, as part of this dark Diwali expose 1 week before India's biggest festival, the bans have also spawned crackers that are more dangerous and probably more counterproductive than the bans initially intended. This is a big exclusive by India Today's Akshay Nath.
The light triumphs over darkness. But the spectre of toxic pollution ironically shadows the triumph almost every year. Toxic fumes from ear-splitting crackers, vehicles and from burning crop stubble together shroud the national capital and its neighborhoods. The impending smog season has brought with it restrictions on fireworks across several states, a total ban on them in Delhi till the 1st of January. Just a 2-hour window between 8 and 10 p.m. for fireworks on Diwali in Punjab on October 24th. Haryana would only allow green crackers. Anti-pollution measures up north in the past few years have left India's fireworks industry gasping for breath down south.
Still, the court order is not clear that how do people manufacture green fireworks. Only the well-educated people know how to make green fireworks. So we have no problem making green fireworks. But you know, there are still so many factories, they doesn't know what is green fireworks, how to make green fireworks. So, you know, they don't know how to make, then they want to, they are reduced, the work have come down, the production have come down this year because of the labor shortage. Why the labor shortage means many people, our families are shifted to other industries. After 5 years, who will be here to work? It's a very big question.
The crisis compounded by the COVID lockdown in 2020 and by the court ban on the use of barium in crackers. Toxic by inhalation and ingestion, the oxidizing compound shoots out the brilliant greens when burst. In a tight spot is a sector that has 6.5 lakh families directly or indirectly dependent on it for their livelihood.
How do we manufacture fireworks without barium is the challenge. So whatever we are doing today, firstly the production has dropped by 40%. Secondly, the cost has shot up because of the alternative chemicals that I'm using.
Fireworks makers in Sivakasi argue that barium isn't just a coloring agent, but also helps stabilize other volatile elements in crackers. Alternatives, they insist, are more expensive because of import costs and less durable.
Nowadays, many distributors and dealers are not interested to purchase because they are thinking what will happen during Diwali. Maybe ban may come or not. What will be the position of this case, Supreme Court case, and what the government will do. This government will support or not. See, the past 2 years, Delhi has been banned, Delhi market banned, Rajasthan banned, Orissa banned. So all the traders dealing are thinking why we should take risk now. If we go for during Diwali, what goods available we buy and sell. So irregular sales is not there. So since dealer is not coming, we are unable to manufacture. As a trader, distributor, I am unable to distribute. How much I can stock? I should also cannot take more risk in that. Because I am also having a pride. What will happen? See, last year, the same time Orissa government has banned this one. And also Rajasthan also banned. So like this, if they banned it, what will happen?
Worries mount for the workforce as their employers struggle with the odds. Busy making a 7-shot cracker in a unit, 56-year-old Kasturi stares at a dock.
பயிராசே மூடிட்டான்னு என்ன எந்த வேலைக்கு போகிறது ஒரு வேலையும் இல்லை இருக்கிற ஒன்று ரெண்டு இருந்தாலும் அடகு சாப்பிட்டான்னு இருக்கிற வரைக்கும் சாப்பிட இல்லாதுன்னா என்ன பண்ணுறது ஒரு நேரம் குடிச்சு குடியாமல் பிள்ளைகளை பட்டினி போட்டுக்கிட்டு தான் இருக்கும்
37-year-old Vijay Lakshmi has been part of Sivakasi's labour force since she left school. She has no other option but to work in this hazardous industry along with her husband. An industry plagued by fatal fire accidents for decades.
मेरे घर वाले इस फैक्ट्री में ना दूसरे फैक्ट्री पे काम करते हैं पर सुबह घर से बाहर निकलते हैं फैक्ट्री के अंदर आते हैं उसके बाद जो आएंगे उसी के बाद हमें जो है हमारे पति घर आ गए हम घर आ गए हमारे बच्चे को माँ बाप हैं पर सुबह हम यहाँ आते हैं तो हम बाहर जाते हैं तभी हमें विश्वास होता है कि भी हम जिंदा हैं करके हम सोचते हैं इसमें ये काम थोड़ा अच्छा चलेगा तो हम अपने बच्चे को पालेंगे अच्छा स्कूल में पढ़ाएंगे लिखाएंगे तो हमारे बच्चे भी यहाँ आके नहीं परेशान नहीं हो सकते हैं ना पर ये काम नहीं है तो कुछ भी नहीं है हमारे लिए
According to industry estimates, more than 1.5 lakh people have lost their job as the sector suffered setbacks from pollution restrictions, lower demands and soaring input costs.
All are afraid. So no new workers is coming into our industry. But workers who are engaged here, we are unable to give them work. What they are thinking, today this section work was stopped. Tomorrow our section work may be also stopped. They are thinking and they are migrating to other industry. From Sivakasi, Virunagar, they are going to Tirupur, Coimbatore. There only good work is going there. The textile industry. You know, for the past, in these 2-3 years, textile industry is going up. It is booming like something. So everybody is migrated to other industry. So our industry is mostly affected.
Local manufacturers say production halved last year. A sector that once boasted of a turnover of 6,000 crores came down to 3,000 crore rupees.
In the last 8 years, due to the ban on crackers in several states and also the ban on barium nitrate, we're seeing that several people are reeling in uncertainty, and the last few years have been a very gloomy Diwali for the labourers here. Now, the big question that these common men are been asking is that Sivakasi does not have any other industry into which they can work, and at the same time, what will be their future like if the cracker industry is going to be seeing an end. Now, their only demand to the government and the Supreme Court is to bring about a conclusion to the issue on crackers and show light into their future so that they can have a peaceful and happy Diwali. With camera person Daniel from Sivakasi, Zaksha Nath for India Today.
Now, local firecracker units in Sivakasi, which is part of Virudhunagar district of Tamil Nadu, that accounts for 90% of the firecracker business in the country, are deeply anxious as their business has dipped even further this season to critically low levels. Green crackers have replaced the traditional crackers, further denting their means of livelihood for families of Sivakasi. This is our inside story about the distress of 6.5 lakh families. It isn't something to just simply move on from. These are people whose families whose fathers, mothers have all made crackers that you and I have probably used in the past on our Diwali celebrations. Watch this report.
A 100-year-old industry. An industry that boasted of a 6,000 crore turnover till some years ago. An industry that accounts for 90% of India's overall fireworks production. But once inside Sivakasi's small units, it's a journey back in time. Crackers, fireworks strewn around in dingy rooms. Workers sit on the floor, men and women. Many smeared with combustible powder, no masks, no gloves, and in some factories, fire safety is also an issue.
பயம் எல்லாமே இருக்கு. இதை விட்டுட்டா வேற பொழப்பு இல்லை. வேற தொழில் இதுக்கப்புறம் வேற தொழில் நம்ம செஞ்சு பிழைக்கிறதுக்கான வாய்ப்புகள் இல்லை. இதிலே இறங்கியாச்சு. இதுதான் நமக்கு கடைசி வரைக்கும் தான். இது இல்லைன்னா ரொம்ப கஷ்டப்படுவோம்.
For workers like this man, it's all about survival and surviving the hazards each day for a meager 450 rupees. Sivakasi may be the biggest job creator at the local level, but that's how its workers painstakingly produce celebratory material for Diwali, many risking their own lives, health and that of others. Sivakasi's grim record of deadly accidents notwithstanding, fireworks manufacturers insist they comply with existing government rules, such as placing sandbags, spacing their units per prescribed guidelines. Inspections are also routine, but pictures from inside some of the factories tell a different story.
Factories are governed on the principle of adhering to man limit, chemical limit, and the inter-safety distance limit. You got to look at the factory. See, if you contravene any of these, it's not a safe procedure. You're going against the SOP of the industry. 1,500 factories, you have a rogue unit, he makes a big blunder, an accident happens. Is he to be blamed or is the industry to be blamed? A rash driver causes an accident. Do you blame the automobile industry or do you blame the driver?
Let's take a look at how the same job is done in some other countries. That's how China, the world's largest producer of fireworks, executes it. A fireworks factory in the United States and the one in Germany. Prone to accidents and laden with dangerously polluting agents, the antiquated techniques of fireworks production in Sivakasi have raised serious concerns. Scientists say manufacturers need to upgrade their scientific know-how about environmentally friendly processes. Experts reject their arguments that fireworks have to have highly toxic chemicals, now banned by the Supreme Court.
The onus lies with the manufacturers as to how long they want the shelf life of the firecrackers to be. In the sense, if they are using the correct SOP and the correct additive in the correct way, the firecracker, the shelf life and the stability of the firecracker will be definitely very high. SOP which has been given to them measures have been indicated how they are supposed to be using those additives. It needs to be properly functionalized so that it does not take the moisture. Then they have to store it properly, not expose it so that the moisture does not get absorbed on it. If these kind of precautions are taken care of before it is put into use while making the formulations, I'm sure the shelf life and stability of the green firecrackers will be at par with the conventional firecrackers.
The intricate business of mixing chemicals and explosives, modernization and enforcement of best practices collectively by all stakeholders can save Sivakasi from a complete blowout and not rhetoric. Akshay Nath in Sivakasi for India Today.
And just take a look at what cracker bans and rules look like in different parts of the country right now, which has resulted in this. In Delhi, the sale and use of firecrackers is completely banned until January 2023 because they say this is responsible for the many pollution issues, even though crackers only contributed to a fraction of the cause. In Punjab, the use and sale is banned, but green crackers are permitted. There is a 2-hour window from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. to burst crackers on Diwali. In neighboring Haryana, the use and sale of all firecrackers is completely prohibited. Only green crackers are allowed for use. Meanwhile, in West Bengal, only green crackers are allowed during Durga Puja. Calcutta High Court has ruled prohibiting any other types of crackers. In Tamil Nadu, where Sivakasi is, there is no blanket ban. Crackers can be burst twice a day at stipulated times of 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. and then 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. on the Diwali day is when it's allowed. Which leads us to the big questions right now. Have bans, and this is in the wake of the investigation that you've just seen, have bans made firecrackers even more dangerous? The regulation of barium nitrate, has it actually made the firecrackers flooding the market even more volatile and deadly to the users? Is barium nitrate ban spawning more unstable crackers, completely negating the entire point of banning such chemicals? Are green crackers worse for the environment? Does Sivakasi face a final fight for survival? And is Sivakasi's loss leading to China's gain? Because remember, China continues to flood India with its own crackers and is grabbing market share in the rest of the world where Sivakasi could be a supplier. Joining me now for an exclusive. Joining me live now from Sivakasi is Manikam Tagore. He's the Congress Member of Parliament from Sivakasi. Mr. Tagore, thank you very much for being with me. We've just finished playing out for our viewers a two-part ground report in Sivakasi. This is something we do traditionally every year just before Deepavali. We've played this out 1 week before. Lots of reactions have already come in. Your reaction to India Today's ground report, sir?
Thank you, Shiv, and thank you for India Today for continuing to report the ground reports from Sivakasi, which is a voiceless area. Coming to the question for you, the Sivakasi is the place where India's 95% of India's fireworks industry, fireworks supply is made through Sivakasi only.
Yes.
Sivakasi's fireworks industry is 100-year-old industry. And this industry has challenges in the past 100 years. But for the past 8 years, the challenges have become double in itself. The reason is because of the central government's attitude towards Sivakasi and the way the central government is dealing with it. One department do one extremely different thing, the other department does the extremely opposite thing. Because of that, Sivakasi has become a sandwich between the two power struggle of two departments, and Sivakasi's poor people are suffering because of that. And the reason for this is the government's attitude towards central government's attitude towards Sivakasi. Every year we are trying to impress upon the ministers who are holding the positions like industrial promotion as well as the environmental ministries, but they take completely opposite stands in the courts and outside the courts. But the BJP party as a political party speaks a different language. For it is very difficult for us now that without the central government's intervention or the support, Sivakasi is going to bleed further.
No, there is a great deal of anger at governments across the board, including the central government, over inconsistent rules that has led to this kind of distress situation for Sivakasi, sir. For instance, Mr. Tagore, the ban on barium nitrate. You know, we found from many of the people that our reporter Akshay Nath spoke to in Sivakasi that this is potentially making the crackers that they make even more dangerous, not just to the users, but also to the environment, which is completely counter to what the whole intention of banning such chemicals is, sir.
Exactly. The main issue is about the barium nitrate.
Yeah.
Barium nitrate, there are two departments involved in it. One is the Environment Minister, one is the PESO, which is reporting to the Industrial Promotion Ministry, Industries Ministry. Both of them have a different, those people who are in PESO are not, knows it well that without barium nitrate, you can't have a fireworks itself. Fireworks is one of those, barium nitrate is one of the main components of the barium nitrate for the fireworks itself. It may be a Chinese firework also, which is dominating the world market. Chinese dominate, 95% of the world market is controlled by the Chinese, and they use barium nitrate as a component. Here in India, through the Supreme Court orders, because of the government of India's double standards, particularly two ministries taking different steps, or the Environment Ministry under NEERI is taking a different step, and the Union Minister, Industrial Promotion, is taking a different step, and they are working against each other, and they are not able to understand the real effect of the industry itself. Without barium nitrate, you can't have a firecracker itself. Therefore, fireworks itself. Therefore, the problem is that the government of India has to get into it and leave to the scientists to decide about it, which is must and which can't. Without it, you can't have a firecrackers itself. These kind of steps has affected Sivakasi in a very big way, and it is losing its Supreme Court. The government takes the shelter of Supreme Court orders. Supreme Court has when the two parties of the government, one is the Environment Ministry and the Industrial Promotion, takes different stand, and Supreme Court goes with one stand of it. Who is responsible for it? The question is that green crackers has been suggested by NEERI, and Sivakasi has produced green crackers.
Yes.
Now, green crackers were banned in the previous time. Even green crackers were banned in Delhi. Delhi today, as of now, where you are sitting, Shiv, you will see that Delhi's pollution is poor. The air quality is poor.
Yeah.
It is not because of firecrackers. Diwali has not come. But there are plenty of other reasons for Delhi's poor air quality.
etc. Yeah,
but the blame will be on Sivakasi. The blame will be on fireworks. The blame will be on Sivakasi's poor people who are working there. Therefore, it is completely, the government has to come to the rescue, and it has to open its eyes, stop playing politics on the lives of the people of Sivakasi.
What I can tell you for sure is that India Today will continue to report this. Manikam Tagore, thank you very much for being with India Today, taking our questions. This is something that we care about very deeply, and we will continue to report from Sivakasi and the other parts of Virudhunagar where these firecrackers are made. It's not called India's firecracker capital for no reason at all. And it is something that our viewers care about very deeply, and we will continue to bring you the real story of Sivakasi's distress. That's a wrap on 5 Live. Thanks for watching. Coming up next is Akshita, who continues our big focus on India's most ruined city. The pothole menace continues to take lives in Bengaluru. A woman is near death in this city once again thanks to a pothole. That distressing story comes up next.
Can you imagine your life without Swiggy, Dunzo, Zomato, Zepto? Well, let's just nod in agreement that life would not be the same without these apps. But can we look at them with a finer lens? After the pandemic, reliance on these apps increased, and so did the demand and supply for gig work across India, according to Taskmo Gig Index. Gig work consists of income-earning activities outside of traditional long-term employer-employee relationships. So essentially, these gig workers are those who are delivering the items you order through these apps. But there are problems this workforce is facing. Problems around social security rights and working rights. These problems are also the primary cause of distress among the emerging form of employees. So let's explain what a gig economy is. Gig economy is a free market where organizations like Ola, Uber, Zomato and Swiggy hire or contract workers for a short span of time. Basically, these are temporary positions to meet the company's immediate requirements. Gig workers are those who are part of this economy. They work independently on call or on a temporary basis. India is the 5th largest gig economy according to an India Staffing Federation report. In India, over 15 million workers are employed as gig workers across the industries. And digital platforms played an important role in helping job seekers find these gig work. Gig workers suffer from the lack of social security, sanitary working conditions, and working rights. So this sector is highly unregulated, which, like any unregulated sector, results in nominal benefits and reduced security. You can call this a shinier extension of India's unorganized labor economy. According to India's Code on Wages 2019, a universal minimum wage and floor wage should be provided to all organized and unorganized sectors. That includes gig workers. Likewise, the Code on Social Security 2020 recognizes gig workers as a new category. That also makes them eligible for benefits like maternity benefits, life and disability cover, old age protection, provident fund, and employment injury benefits. However, the eligibility does not guarantee that they will get these benefits.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Do the rising petrol prices and inflation scare you? How much do you earn in a month? Well, the World Inequality Report will knock your socks out. And why? Because it says India stands out as a poor and unequal country with an affluent elite population. 15% of Indians earn less than Rs 5,000 every month, while 22% of the national income goes to the 1% rich community. The report flags a drop in global income during 2020, with about half the dip in rich countries and half in low income and emerging countries. Are we living in the prime of inequality? In 2019 and 20, among different employment categories, the highest percentage was of self-employed workers, which was 45.78%, followed by regular salaried workers 33.5% and casual workers 20.71%. Self-employed workers also belong to the lowest income categories. The report pegged the country's unemployment rate at 4.8% for 2019 and 20, and the worker population ratio at 46.8%. Let's not forget that this was the same time when the pandemic had hit the world. Clearly, the daily wage earners had no source of income during the lockdown period. Now, to address the wealthy population. In India, the wealthiest households are in urban areas, with as much as 74% of the urban population in the two highest wealth quintiles, as opposed to more than half of the rural population, which is 54%, which falls in the two lowest wealth quintiles. Chandigarh has the largest population of wealthy people. 79% of the population in Chandigarh falls in the highest wealth quintiles, followed by Delhi 68%, and then Punjab 61%.
On brink of total power, a historic third term. Is she now unchallengeable?
Under which?
What will the world be according to she? The man who dragged Xi Jinping's rise. Xi Jinping's biographer. And the most formidable voice on China. Kerry Brown exclusive. Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. In association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ. LG OLED, the one and only. Smart Bazaar, India's new Bachat Bazaar.
Are potholes death holes in Bengaluru? Woman left fighting for her life. Fell from her bike, mowed down by bus.
The person who met with an accident this morning tried to avoid this pothole. That's when she put a sudden brake.
When will civic body be pulled up?
The bus we have taken into the custody and also the concerned driver also.
No accountability, no onus on BBMP. Bengalurians, speak up now. Pothole-free city, sham exposed.
Good evening. You're joining us live here on 6 p.m. Prime. I'm Akshata Anantagopal, and this evening we're going to be talking about the sad state of affairs in the city of Bengaluru. 2 days ago, we got you a special broadcast, an India Today magazine special, where we spoke about how India's best city has been ruined. Almost as a vindication of that, today you've had an incident where a woman on a bike fell down because of this massive literal crater on the road. She's left fighting for her life. I want to remind our viewers that the Bengaluru civic body's budget is somewhere near 10,000 crore rupees. Where's that money going? It most definitely isn't going into the welfare of the Bengalurians. So we're going to be asking those questions of the BBMP, the Bengaluru civic body, this evening. First, as always, the headlines. After mega show of strength on the streets of Delhi, Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia appears before CBI in Liquorgate case. India Today accesses CBI questionnaire. Sisodia grilled on links to accused businessmen and profit cuts.
अब ये मुझे जेल भेजने के लिए तैयारी कर रहे हैं, तो मैं जेल जाने के लिए भी तैयार हूं. मुझे डर नहीं है, बल्कि मुझे गर्व है इस बात पे कि देश के लिए कुछ कर दिखाने का मौका है.
D-Day in the Congress presidential poll saga as voting concludes to decide if Kharge or Tharoor will lead party. Sonia Gandhi casts her vote in Delhi, tells India Today this is a historic moment for Congress.
Ma'am, are you happy?
I've been waiting for a long time for this case.
Ma'am, are you happy?
I've been waiting for a long time for this case.
Days after Saurav Ganguly was ousted as BCCI chief, Mamata Banerjee alleges bias towards Dada while also requesting Prime Minister Modi to send the former Indian captain to ICC as compensation. Prime Minister Modi inaugurates two-day event. PM Kisan Samman Sammelan 2022 releases 16,000 crore rupees as 12th installment through direct benefit transfer under the Pradhan Mantri Kisan scheme. Baba Ramdev launches alcohol and drug-free campaign, claims Bollywood is drowning in drugs, says Shah Rukh Khan's son was jailed after found with drugs and Salman Khan consumes drugs.
शाहरुख खान का बच्चा ड्रग भी ले रहा था, सलमान ड्रग लेता है, आमिर का पता नहीं, न जाने कितने बड़े बड़े जिनको फिल्म स्टार बोलते हैं, और एक्ट्रेस का तो भगवान ही मालिक है, चारों तरफ ड्रग्स.
And Ukraine claims kamikaze drones hit Kyiv today. It's the second attack on the capital city in a matter of 1 week. The beautiful city of Bengaluru, ruined by civic apathy, is known as India's very own Silicon City. It's known as the city of lakes. It's also, unfortunately, referred to as the city of potholes because the roads are so bad. It not just inconveniences the common man, it not just leads to endless traffic snarls, but also, more often than not, claims lives. One woman this time, a 50-year-old, was riding pillion with, in fact, her friend on this bike, hit a pothole, fell down, bus mowed her down. She's now fighting for her life. And there will be questions about who's answerable to her, who's accountable. The BBMP right now says the matter is under investigation, that we don't know if it was because of the pothole. The KSRTC, which is the transport body, because the bus mowed down this woman, has been booked in this particular case. And zero accountability as expected from the Bengaluru civic authorities.
The city of Bengaluru, from the city of lakes, it's now garnered the unenviable reputation as the city of potholes, and Bengalurians continue to pay the price for the pathetic condition of roads in the city. Two women were traveling on a bike in the heart of the city this week when the rider lost balance because of this stretch being filled with potholes. While the rider escaped with minor injuries, the woman on the pillion, a 50-year-old, is fighting for her life after a bus mowed her down when she fell down on the road.
You can see the depth of these kind of potholes. The depth is very hard, and you can see here it goes up to 3 to 4 inches of depth, and the water is being filled, and the riders, whoever is coming and crossing this particular pothole, are finding no solution.
वो बस वाला साइड में जा रहा था, ये दो लड़की लोग आ रहा था, खड़ा है ना, ऐसा गड़ा था, वो गड़े में आके ऐसा पड़ा, ऐसा वो बस के उधर गिर गया एक लड़की, उसके ऊपर चढ़ गया बस.
These craters on the road are to blame, but unsurprisingly, officials are in complete denial, washing their hands off this latest incident. Instead, a case has been registered against Transport Authority, KSRTC, and zero accountability from the Brihat Bengaluru Mahanagar Palike, the municipal corporation.
The road condition is not very good also, so there could be multiple factors. We'll investigate in all the angles and take up investigation how it proceeds. As per the content of the complaint, of course KSRTC, it would be against KSRTC, but again the local authorities and all, based on the content of the complaint, we will take it up.
The BBMP, meanwhile, maintains an investigation is underway and refused to take cognizance of the terrible condition of roads in the city.
ನಾವು ಅವರು ಯಾವ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಹೇಗೆ ಬಿದ್ದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಹೇಗೆ ಈ ಘಟನೆ ಆಯಿತು ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಏನಿರುತ್ತೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದು ನಿಜ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, ಹೇಗೆ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತನಿಖೆಯಿಂದನೇ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಮಾಡಿ ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅದು ನೋಡೋಣ.
This is the reality of the death holes in Bengaluru every year. Lives are lost even as authorities make empty promises of the city being made a pothole-free city.
The question is when the civic authorities are going to learn from their previous mistakes and how many more lives will be lost due to this pothole. With your journalist Madhu Sagairaj reporting for India Today, Bengaluru.
And it takes India Today's intervention in every single case for action for authorities to wake up in Bengaluru. After we reported from that spot, told you about this woman who is critical, the pothole has now been covered up rather promptly. The authorities didn't bother to do this for months together. Now, after India Today reported on this particular incident, there are serious questions about BBMP negligence. Authorities swiftly got to the spot, and you can see how they've immediately covered up those series of potholes in that location. Nagarjun Dwarkanath is joining us live from that spot where this accident took place, where these potholes, these giant craters were there early this morning. It's now been covered up. Nagarjun, good evening. This is what it takes for authorities in Bengaluru to wake up.
Good evening, Akshita. This is not the first time that the authorities have woken up post the accident. We have seen it time and again. At least myself in the last 1 year have reported at least 6 to 10 pothole incidents and accidents in the city of Bengaluru. Let me show you the shoddy job done here in Bengaluru city. These were the series of potholes that was there in the morning. Now in the evening it's been clearly filled up immediately. But just 5 feet behind the pothole that has been filled up, look, another pothole exists. That means the pothole that the woman just fell, only that has been filled up. The other pothole has just been left empty. And let me show you, not just this, the whole road is full of potholes here, and the commuters are finding it very hard day and again to travel through the same route. Remember, it was a tragic accident. The woman fell off because of the pothole, and the bus ran over her, and the woman is completely critical at this point of time. So civic apathy is clearly seen in Bengaluru, and people of Bengaluru are asking, when do we get pothole-free roads right now? While the government says it's been raining, the money has been released, we are waiting for the rains to recede so that every road, every pothole in Bengaluru city will be closed. 6,000 crores is what it has been released. We are just waiting for the rain gods to stop pouring so that work can be taken up on road is what the government is saying. But we have to wait and watch how true or how far they'll maintain their words.
Ridiculous that, you see only one small patch that's been covered up. The rest of the potholes left as they are, waiting for more accidents to happen, for the authorities to come down there again and cover it up in a matter of hours. Thanks, Nagarjun, for getting us a ground report. Nagarjun pointing out also the kind of money that the BBMP has right now, supposedly to deal with this kind of a problem, to ensure that there's better infrastructure, better roads, no potholes. None of that clearly being addressed. Look at this particular example. The pothole in which the woman fell down, that's been covered. The rest of the potholes on the road left as they are. I'd like to open this up because there are serious questions being asked of the authorities, of also the BBMP right now. Anand Gurumurthy, spokesperson of the BJP, is joining us this evening. We also have Aishwarya Mahadeva, spokesperson of the Congress. Good evening to both of you. Mr. Anand Gurumurthy, I'd like to begin with you. This is what it takes for some action to happen on the ground. A 50-year-old woman left fighting for her life, the media channels having to cover it, and then one small patch of the pothole will be covered.
See, first of all, my party's and my government's sympathies towards a citizen who has suffered. Okay, and I really want the India Today team to bring this in open and show the pathetic situation that the road was in, and Nagarjun Dwarkanath to do the study of the place and showing the work that has happened there. Now, the incident has happened, but before this, there's a lot of things that has been done in this city in the last 2 years. And
like what?
Despite, I don't want to go behind that because I don't want to even talk about the previous
No, we should. Mr. Anand Gurumurthy, let's get into the details because you're saying lots has been done, etc. What's been done by the BBMP currently? Because many promises have been made saying pothole-free city by this time, etc.
See, basically what is happening is the incessant rains, okay, the last 2 rains have been very, very harsh on Bengaluru, and because of which the bitumen that has been laid is coming out in many places. Okay, it's not just, because of clogging or something. It is because of very heavy rains. Okay, even in fact, we have referred this matter to the Indian Road Congress and to give us better, some kind of solutions for certain parts of the roads where it is just coming out. As and when it is being filled, BBMP is doing its job, but then it's not standing.
Mr. Anand Gurmati, I may take you seriously, but look at this, what's happened in this particular case. The road is full of potholes. One small stretch has been covered, the rest left as it is. And you're telling me the BBMP is taking this seriously?
They will cover the rest of the stretch also. It's not that, one was covered and others was left. Yes, the work is in progress and they are doing it. See, if you see the expansion of Bangalore in the last 15 years, I've been in the city, okay, and I see that it's expanding at a very fast rate. Roads are being laid into nook and corners. So many, almost more than, I think, 100 were added to this city, okay, and more than 11,000 kilometers have been added within the city. So there's a lot of work that is being done in terms of putting up new roads and other things. But I'll tell you, the rains have been so heavy last year and this year that the condition and the maintenance has.
I'll let the Congress respond to this. I'll let the Congress respond. Aishwarya Mahadeva, good evening. What do you make of what the BJP is saying? They're saying that, look, we're doing everything we can, but there's been unprecedented, incessant rainfall in Bengaluru.
Good evening, Akshita. I think it's obviously hard to defend the indefensible, and let's talk about things before the rain. I think when Mr. Bommai took over, the court had already warned the BJP government saying that you and the authority, because obviously BBMP elections had not happened, have to take adequate action to figure out the infrastructure and also the potholes. I think till date, the court has hauled up the government over 6 times about their lack of filling up the potholes, and that is something that is extremely problematic. You can talk about the rains, and it's not like the Met Department had not warned the government about the fact that you're going to see inclement weather. We saw the subsequent destruction as a result of lack of planning. But the result today is that people are dying and it's becoming a mere statistic. We saw a young girl and her father dying because of transformer. You saw a bus ramming into a metro pole to avoid a pothole. You've seen several people dying, going into stormwater drains. You can see massive, damage to life and everything else in this situation, and the government keeps talking about this was unpredictable weather, this is something we could not have worked out. But I think that is absolutely the most shameful excuse that you can give. If you are a responsible government, it is for you to take action. For example, there were 11,000 odd potholes that were identified before these rains. And after the first rain, you saw that more than 9,000 potholes reappeared. And that shows you that it's not only about the rains, it is also the quality of work. And I will agree when Mr. Anand talks about the idea of the quality of bitumen, but this is unprecedented.
No, so I want to understand, Mr. Anand Gurmurthy, are you saying that before this spell of heavy rains, which I agree, it's been very, very heavy rains in Bengaluru, before this spell of heavy rains, all potholes in the city were covered? There were no potholes at all in Bengaluru?
As per the statistics given to the government by the BBMP, most were covered, okay, and taken care of. But now when they're seeing these rains from the last 2 weeks, they're telling we'll go back to the statistics and we'll figure it out what is happening. So
because every few months there are pothole deaths, there are pothole injuries like this that are reported.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that statement.
Every few months, sir, in Bengaluru, you get some news like this of Bengalurians paying the price sometimes with their life because of potholes.
No, see, it's a large city and the population is high, the traffic density is high. They're doing their job. We cannot, completely complain about the shoddy job or something like that, okay? But they are doing their job. And the opposition also understands this. They were in the ruling party, okay? Just a couple of years, they were also ruling party. Aishwarya speaks as if there were no accidents when Congress was ruling and there are accidents when BJP is ruling. That's quite wrong in democracy. We have to understand this is a continuous process, okay? And we have to focus on this from the point of view how in long term we can solve this, okay? We are trying to solve it scientifically, and we are getting some input from Indian Road Congress so that, some patches of the road, especially, where there are valleys, where water clogging happens or where the drainage system is good enough, but when the rainfall is very heavy, there's a little bit of clogging. They are coming up with some solutions wherein they'll have cobblestones.
This sounds great. It sounds great. I hope it happens on the ground. But the reality is, This has been talked for quite some time and nothing's changed. Nothing's changed in Bengaluru. All this sounds very promising, but then we take everything with a big bag of salt because nothing's changed in the city. I'll come back to you, Mr. Gurumurthy. I want to bring in Aishwarya also on this.
Just a moment.
Because
Give me a moment. See, it's a very wrong statement to say, and as well very strong to say that nothing has happened on the ground. Things are happening, but in certain spaces, okay, you cannot just change the entire city within a day or a night.
No, it's not. It's not. One second. No, Mr. Gurumurthy, it's not about changing the city. I've lived in Bengaluru. I know the kind of traffic mess that's there, but the problem is that there's poor infrastructure also to add to it. And that is simply negligence and corruption that is to blame for that. The fact that everyone looks away. Aishwarya Madhav, I'll also bring you in on this because it's not one government that's guilty. This has been the problems by successive governments, by successive administrations that have done nothing at all to address this.
You know, Akshita, first and foremost, the BJP will say we haven't had enough time. You know, we've recently taken over. It was the Congress before and whatnot. But if they're a party with a difference, they obviously should have pumped in more for infrastructure, should have also planned and should have had preparedness and emergency response. And that is something that is not forthcoming. And Akshita, you have been in Bangalore. You have lived here. I have lived here for a predominant period of time. And I can tell you that I've never seen the infrastructure to such a level. And that is also because there's a massive nexus between the people doing the public work for you and also corruption and the percentage that goes to the government. You cannot take away from the fact that you see the quality dropping to such a phenomenal level that flyovers that are inaugurated are shut down within a week. The roads opposite the Vidhan Sauda, the Shakti Sthal of my state, are massively pothole ridden. You see Sankey Tank having a 6-foot crater after weeks after it was just retard. And it cannot just be a problem of the bitumen. It has to obviously be a serious issue of quality and nobody checking it because your channel was the one that very responsibly had that expose about contractors themselves talking about the bribes that they have to give and how the quality of work suffers. And at this point, you can blame any previous government, but singularly, you as a government today and in the BJP especially, because the BBMP does not exist of elected representatives, you cannot abdicate your responsibility to the people of this state. And you know the condition, for example, Akshita, this is not just Bangalore. The Nanjangud-Mysore highway is up to 8 feet in water, and this is a national highway where you see cars that have had their engine seized because they cannot navigate through. You've seen what happened to Chanpatna. You've seen what happened to the Bangalore-Mysore, you know, the greatly touted BJP contribution of those 6-lane highways. And you've seen what has happened to the entire state. This is a systematic problem fueled and further worsened by the corruption that is rampant in the BJP, Akshita, and the BJP can try to justify it, but the reality is for everybody to see.
I'll give the BJP a chance to respond to this. Is all of this, is Bengaluru and Bengalurians, are they paying the price for quite simply corruption?
See, basically, I'll tell you one thing, okay? The 4-lane highways, that concept that started was during Atal Bihari Vajpayee's time, okay? And what happened near Chanpatna was also something which Aishwarya knows very well and comes on national news and says something bad about Karnataka. That's really, really pathetic.
Not talking about the truth is not defamation of bad.
I didn't disturb you when you were speaking.
Don't accuse me of lying or embarrassing my city. I am more Kannadiga than anybody else. And I will still talk about what is wrong with my state.
One second, Aishwarya, let him finish. Let him finish. I'll give you a chance to respond.
This is so very bad when she understands the stretch of Bengaluru-Mysuru road. She understands it more than me, okay? And she knows what happened there. The old lake bunds burst out, and that moment that incident happened, after it has been corrected. And she comes on national news. Okay, fine. That is Congress' way of doing things. Let them do it. But I want to explain one thing very clear here. Okay, this is not about, as you said, as the anchor said, this is not about incessant governments, whether it is BJP or Congress. I am also a citizen. You're also a citizen. Aishwarya is also a citizen who stays in Bengaluru. Okay, and we all understand this, and we are progressing in steps. Okay. Yes, an incident has happened. We have to be sympathetic towards the victim and we have to, stand with them. But again, going forward, is our government doing? Yes, our Chief Minister, Mr. Bommai, is very serious about it. Okay. Then allocation, 1 minute, let me finish. Okay. Yeah. Allocation to BBMP, that was, there was a lot of misappropriation when Congress gave us power. Okay, there was a lot of contracts which were given only for concrete roads, and all other roads were, taken for granted, which have been, after, even during Corona, there was a lot of shortage of funds. which have been managed very well in the next government that took over. Okay, and we have ensured that right now BBNP is well funded and it will be taken care. All the pothole issues.
Well funded, no question about it not being well funded.
Wait a second. Till December, you don't interrupt me for a moment, right? Till December, there will be incessant rains, but we will take care of the works, and step by step, Bengaluru will be brought back to the old glorious days, okay? Which we all know about, and this is because of the rapid expansion that is taking place, okay? And some of the other things which were also stopping us were the many court cases and other things which were regarding to the Raju Kalwe, because of which water clogging was more in many areas. That also are being resolved. So many things are happening in the background, and there are committees being set up in different areas to take care of things. So,
Mr. Gurumurthy, I'm running out of time. And I want to give Aishwarya a chance to respond to you.
Mr. Bommai is working towards solutions and not blaming anybody like the Congress, which is running around the entire country, blaming everything and everybody but themselves. And
Aishwarya, go ahead, respond. Mr. Gurumurthy, you've had your say. Let Aishwarya respond now.
Well, obviously, when you have nothing concrete to say, you will sit and obviously blame my party, which is being a responsible opposition. But Akshita, singularly, as a Kannadiga, as somebody from Karnataka who's seeing the pathetic state of infrastructure today, the BJP cannot abdicate their responsibility by talking about the past because they claim to be a party of difference. If you want to go into instance by instance of how there's been massive maladministration, I can go into it. But in conclusion, at the end of the day, they can try and blame everybody else, but the people of this state are suffering, and that is the reality. And I don't need somebody to give me a lecture about, oh, how can I come and lie? Because I'm not from the BJP, and I can tell you for a fact that everything I say is researched, and it comes from the fact that I've seen it on the ground. And tomorrow, let's hope that the BJP stops blaming other people and actually takes responsibility for once in its existence of trying to give us governance instead of being mired by 40%. Their reaction to a PCM campaign was more than their reaction to people's apathy in the 3 to 4 years that they've been in administration, and that tells you volumes about the sort of government they run, Akshita. They should be ashamed. I hope they pull up their boots and they start working, and that's all I can expect as a citizen.
We've got an assurance from Mr. Gurumurthy there, from the BJP, that this will not be the situation in Bengaluru, that they're working on a permanent solution to ensure that we don't cover these, that we don't, have these kind of incidents of pothole deaths, of pothole tragedies being reported in the city of Bengaluru. Anand Gurumurthy, Aishwarya Mahadeva, thank you very much for joining us here on India Today. We had spoken a couple of days ago, and the India Today magazine cover story is on the city of Bengaluru. Why? Because we're witnessing right now the descent of this beautiful, beautiful city. In 1983, India Today had done a story saying it's India's boom city, referring to Bengaluru as India's boom city, India's very own Silicon Valley. From that to today, where we're talking about pothole tragedies, pothole deaths, unfortunately, we've seen a complete degeneration of the city because of potholes, waterlogged roads, flooding after any sort of downpour. The poor civic infrastructure of Bengaluru is constantly letting it down.
What was once known as the boom city is now plagued by poor infrastructure. Sudden flooding, inundated homes, and pothole-riddled roads are haunting Bengaluru. Rich or poor, no one is spared by the civic horror, and shows how India's Silicon Valley is turning out to be.
Most experts think that the decline in Bangalore began after the information technology center, the IT sector exploded, and the population grew so rapidly that the city couldn't cope. But in my report that I did for India Today in 1983, a cover story that I did called The Boom City, Bangalore was booming long before the IT sector came.
In India Today magazine's cover story, our reporters dug deep to find out why Bengaluru is crumbling. Increasing population, administrative apathy, rampant corruption, unplanned construction have all played their role in pushing Bengaluru to the brink.
There was a lot of bribery and corruption going on because the fact was that the moment they opened up all these things, these were converted from agriculture land to revenue land, and buildings started coming up without any plan at all. Many of these buildings, these fancy buildings, were located in the valleys below, which were agricultural lands, and there was a natural flow of water that was going there. Worse, they blocked the drains and they breached the lakes. Bangalore was considered a city of lakes. At one time when I was there, it had close to 1,000 lakes. Today it has only 200 lakes.
Now take a closer look at the city planning or the lack of it. Bengaluru stands on a ridge. Rainwater flows into the valley below where centuries-old man-made lakes once flowed. These lakes are interconnected through stormwater drains. Now many of these lakes have disappeared or become smaller due to the construction of them over the past decades. Stormwater drains too are blocked due to poorly planned construction and maintenance. So when it rains heavily, water has nowhere to go.
Public-private partnership. Bangalore is a fantastic city in terms of technologists, has some of the brightest brains in the country. If they combine with government, they can do wonders to change the city. So rather than each of them work in silos, if the citizens come forward and the government is amenable, a lot of these civic issues can be sorted out, and there could be a camaraderie in terms of the way that Bangalore should grow.
And this is what we get. A city hurtling towards more disasters.
The beauty of Bengaluru has been ruined by several issues. Growing population, lack of proper administration, construction boom, but some might even argue that number one problem on top of all of this is corruption. Nagarjun Dwarkanath for India Today.
And you can capture all the details of how India's best city, Bengaluru, has been ruined in the latest issue of the India Today magazine. Time for me to slip into a short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. Coming up on the other side, we're getting you the big showdown over Saurav Ganguly. Mamata Banerjee alleging that there was a bias towards Dada, while also requesting Prime Minister Modi to send Ganguly to the ICC.
News is about putting people first. Just look at the queues right across. About asking the right questions to those in power. Is money power being used to bring down elected governments? Who will be held accountable for ministerial corruption? It takes no sides.
माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals. It heals. Angry people came out on the streets.
Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country?
News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेंगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news. With me, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
Welcome back. On 6 p.m. Prime, let's get your details of the political showdown over Sourav Ganguly's BCCI tenure. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has written to Prime Minister Modi demanding that Ganguly now be sent to the ICC. That's the apex cricketing body. Shubhendu Adhikari of the BJP has hit back at Mamata, asking her to first replace actor and KKR owner Shah Rukh Khan as Bengal's brand ambassador with Dada. In her letter to Prime Minister Modi, Mamata essentially took a jibe at the BJP, saying that while Amit Shah's son Jai Shah has been retained, Ganguly has been booted out. Raking the issue of Bengali pride, Mamata has said that the only way to right the wrong of the unceremonious removal of Ganguly is by allowing him to contest the ICC elections. Congress, meanwhile, has also jumped onto the issue, claiming that Mamata is just appealing to the Prime Minister now, further claiming that the Chief Minister should start a campaign backing Ganguly.
My humble regards to the Prime Minister. Please take care that Sourav must be allowed to contest the ICC election. He's been deprived. Why he's been deprived? What is his fault? Everybody knows him, all the country, all the world. We are proud of him. Not only Bengal, he's a Bengali Dada, Bengali Bhai, brother, but he is a pride for the country and the world. Everybody knows him. So we will request the government, don't take it politically or vindictively. Take a decision. He is not a political party member. Take decision for the cricket. Take decision for the sports.
ममता जी पहले शाहरुख खान को हटाइए। बंगाल का ब्रांड एम्बेसडर कौन है? शाहरुख खान क्यों रहेगी? वहाँ सौरभ गांगुली को होना चाहिए। पहले करने बोलिए, पॉलिटिक्स ज़्यादा मत करने बोलिए। ममता बनर्जी बंगाल का खेल को ख़त्म कर दिया। आपने घर का जितना भी दादा है, भाई है, सबको बैठा दिया टेनिस बोर्ड में, बंगाल ओलंपिक में। वो सपना बर्मन को क्यों हटाया? आज सपना बर्मन ने नेशनल मीट में, एथलेटिक्स में दोनों गोल्ड मध्य प्रदेश को लिए उन्होंने किया। क्यों बंगाल के लेकर नहीं उन्होंने किया? सपना क्यों बंगाल को छोड़ के वो आपका मध्य प्रदेश का साथ अपना एग्रीमेंट किया? ममता जी पहले सौरभ गांगुली को बंगाल का ब्रांड एम्बेसडर डिक्लेयर कीजिए, शाहरुख खान का हटाइए।
हमारे हिंदुस्तान की क्रिकेट की दुनिया में एक बड़ा सितारे के नाम होते हैं सौरभ गांगुली। उनको पद से हटाए गए, उनको गरिमा को खत्म किए गए और उनसे बदसलूकी करते हुए ये घोर अन्याय किए गए हैं। लेकिन आज इतने दिनों के बाद बंगाल के मुख्यमंत्री ममता बनर्जी की ये लगे कि अभी मोदी जी के पास गुहार लगाया जाए, दरखास्त किया जाए, गुजारिश किया जाए कि मोदी जी हमारे सौरभ गांगुली के लिए कुछ करो। क्यों आप क्यों नहीं आंदोलन छेड़ते? आप क्यों नहीं सारा बंगाल के लोगों को बुलाते कि देखो सौरभ गांगुली के खिलाफ इस तरीके से बदसलूकी हो रहे हैं, अन्याय हो रहे हैं, आप इनको खिलाफ आवाज बुलंद करो। क्यों नहीं कहते हो? क्यों नहीं कुछ कहती अब तक?
And with those reactions, I'm slipping into a short break. Coming up on the other side, we're breaking down all the details of how the Ghaziabad administration has banned several dog breeds that are deemed aggressive. Pit bulls, Rottweilers and Dogo Argentinos have now been banned in Ghaziabad.
谁妄想这样干？
On brink of total power, a historic third term. Is she now unchallengeable?
Under which?
What will the world be according to Xi? The man who's tracked Xi Jinping's rise. Xi Jinping's biographer.
一切必要措施的选项。
And the most formidable voice on China. Kerry Brown exclusive.
Welcome back. Here's an important update coming in from Mumbai. Tomorrow, the Mumbai airport will remain closed for 6 hours. There will be no flight movement during these 6 hours. The closure of the runway has been confirmed from 11 a.m. right up until 5 p.m. tomorrow. This closure is essentially for repair and maintenance work as part of post-monsoon maintenance. All airlines and other stakeholders are working in coordination. Airport authorities have confirmed that there will be no chaos between 11 to 5. The airport will be completely shut down as the runways are being closed down for maintenance work tomorrow. All right, let's move on to another big story. This one from Ghaziabad, where the municipal corporation has decided to go ahead and enforce a ban on pit bulls or Rottweilers and another dangerous species of dogs, or at least dangerous identified by the municipal corporation. Here are the details.
A boy left with 150 stitches on his face because of a pit bull attack. An 11-year-old girl severely injured after being attacked by a pit bull. These incidents have led to the administration in Ghaziabad now banning the aggressive dog breed along with 2 other breeds. The Ghaziabad administration has passed a resolution banning 3 breeds: pit bulls, Rottweilers and Dogo Argentinos.
तो सदन में माननीय सारे पार्षदगण महापौर मैडम का ये निर्देश हुआ है, वहाँ से ये पास हुआ है कि इन पे बैन लगाया जाए। बैन लगाते समय कम से कम 2 महीने तक इनको हम समय देंगे कि इस बीच में स्टरलाइजेशन करा लें। अब तो रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं करेंगे, 2 महीने तक तो हम करेंगे, उसके बाद किसी भी इन तीनों ब्रीड का रजिस्ट्रेशन हम बंद करने जा रहे हैं और किसी भी प्रकार की ब्रीडिंग और सेल्फ यहाँ पे इन डॉग्स का नहीं होगा।
Ghaziabad is now the latest city after Kanpur to ban pit bulls. Kanpur administration has cracked the whip after this video of a pit bull attacking a cow shocked the nation. So what about those who already own any of these breeds in Ghaziabad? Sterilization of these breeds within 2 months is mandatory. They will also have to be vaccinated and registered with authorities within 2 months. If these norms are violated, the owner will be forced to give up the dog. Besides the ban on pit bulls, Rottweilers and Dogo Argentinos, all pet dogs must be registered. A maximum of 2 dogs are allowed now in a flat, and muzzles will be mandatory for public parks and elevators. Animal activists, however, are up in arms, questioning how a blanket ban can address this situation, pointing out that accountability is the need of the hour, not a ban on the breed. With a spate of incidents of pit bull attack in the last few months, the number of abandoned dogs in shelters has also gone up, and concerns are already being voiced of more dogs being abandoned in Ghaziabad. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, let's bring in on this broadcast a representative from PETA India. Radhika Suryavanshi is joining me on this broadcast. Radhika, good evening. I understand that the PETA is for this move. Can you explain to us why?
Hi, thank you for having me over.
So, see, please understand that first of all, pit bulls are specifically bred over various generations, specifically for fighting and to be aggressive in fights. And typically, they are trained and treated with violence, making them very fearful. And they're usually kept by people who are attracted to the tougher bitch. So they're used as guard dogs, attack dogs. They are also the most abused breeds because they are only kept for dog fights and they live a very miserable life at the end of the chain. They are dog fights, which are actually illegal in India, are still prevalent in parts of India, especially in northern India. And these breeds are specifically chosen for that because they are among the bully breeds, as they are called.
But what about
So we are
Radhika,
requesting for a ban on dogs.
What about the fact that there are people already in Ghaziabad who own pit bulls? Doesn't this lead to, some sort of fear being spread? Yes, I agree with you that, this breed was specifically used for dog fighting. But then the solution can't be a blanket ban because then you're also triggering this fear where people will abandon pit bulls.
The ban can be achieved by requiring citizens to declare their pit bull type dogs for mandatory sterilization and government registration within a month of this directive being issued. And according to the news about this resolution that was passed in Ghaziabad, it says that they have given a 2 months time to seize the registration of these breeds, requiring the existing owners to register and sterilize their pets within this period.
I have two questions for you. One is, isn't the need of the accountability on the part of the pet parent and not to really punish the breed per se? Secondly, do you agree with what the administration has said in the sense that people who live with dogs in apartments should use only the service lift? These dogs should be muzzled before being taken for a walk?
So to answer your first question about the accountability, absolutely. I am completely with you when it comes to the point that these animals are being abused for the way they are. Right? These breeds, like I said, they are one of the most abused breeds on the planet because they are being used. They were bred specifically for this purpose and they are kept chained throughout the day. They are used for fighting. They're trained and treated with a lot of violence. So this is definitely the breed that is suffering. To answer your second question about whether or not dogs should be allowed in lifts and everything. First of all, let me clarify that the AWBI has a pet dog circular, which clearly states that there are various rules. So, of course, you cannot, pet parents should also be very careful about, taking their dogs out for walks.
I agree. Accountability is the need of the hour. But again, I'll ask that question about whether dogs are being punished in the process because of how pet parents have been raising them. And that is a question also that hopefully the authorities will be able to answer. Thanks, Radhika. I'm completely out of time. But thank you for joining us here on India Today. That's all we have time for in this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. Thanks very much for tuning in. I am leaving you, however, with a very, very interesting report about activism that's become completely woke now. Very, very extreme. It's grabbing attention. And to grab attention, these activists are seen dumping milk in malls, in grocery stores as a sign of protest while demanding a plant-based future. And this isn't the only act of vandalism by the so-called activists. Van Gogh's painting, London's infamous Harrods, among many others, have witnessed a spate of nothing short of attacks of late. I'm leaving you with this report. Thanks for tuning in.
We are Insulate Britain, and we are here because the people that are meant to be protecting us are issuing kill policies. 330,000 British people died because of austerity choices.
First, it was the everyday commuter. Then Van Gogh's famous sunflowers painting. And now gallons of milk is the latest victim of UK's extreme activism. Several vegan protesters, part of Animal Rebellion Group, an anti-dairy activist group, poured milk on shop floors across the United Kingdom, demanding a plant-based future. This comes after two women from climate activist group Just Stop Oil grabbed the world's attention by throwing tomato soup at Vincent van Gogh's sunflowers displayed at the National Gallery in London. The act was followed by a passionate appeal to the world.
What is worth more, art or life? Is it worth more than food? Worth more than justice?
Now the two women, aged 20 and 21, face charges of criminal damage. The group also spray painted an Aston Martin showroom in London with orange paint.
We will not be stopped by injunctions that are intended to silence.
It all started with Insulate Britain's protest on Wednesday, when they literally glued themselves to the floor to disrupt traffic to Parliament. The group claimed that it was raising the demand to insulate Britain's homes, disrupted by an escalating cost of living crisis.
The Office of National Statistics said 8,500 people froze to death in their homes each year because they can't afford to heat their homes. That's only going to get worse as we've got this cost of living crisis. Millions, it would have brought millions out of fuel poverty, so they no longer had to choose between heating, eating or providing essentials.
While the messaging is noble, the internet is divided over the extreme protests. If some have backed the protest, calling it the need of the hour, others have called it a disruption of life. Bureau Report, India Today.
Scroll, scroll, scroll. Is that what you do all day? A study says that excessive use of social media can develop depression in young adults. The study was published in the Journal of Affective Disorders Reports. It says that young adults who use social media more are likely to develop depression within 6 months, and this is regardless of their personality type. Previous research has linked depression with many other factors, including social media. This study addresses the important research questions, finding strong and linear associations of depression across all personality traits. In 2018, the study took a sample of more than 1,000 young adults from America, aging between 18 and 30. Depression was measured using the Patient Health Questionnaire. Social media was measured by asking participants how much daily time was spent using popular social media platforms, and personality was measured using the Big Five inventory. This assessed openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. The authors suggest that social comparison can enhance negative feelings in one. This could explain how depression increases with prolonged use of social media. Another reason could be indulging in negative content. Finally, engaging more on social media reduces opportunities for in-person or social interactions. The study was published by Renee Merrill. She said findings from the study are important during a time of technology expansion and integration. Connecting to people virtually may increase the risk of miscommunication or misperception that leads to relationship difficulties and potential risk for developing mental health problems.
Feeling safe and secure is important to all of us out there, right? Well, the Global Peace Index ranks the safest countries in the world to reside in. Let's find out which are the top 5 safest countries in the world. Iceland. Iceland is the safest country globally for the 13th year in a row. Iceland has a population of 340,000. It also has a low level of crime attributed to its high standard of living, strong social attitudes against crime, and a lack of tension between social and economic classes. Here's a surprising fact: Iceland doesn't have an army, and the police do not carry firearms. The country's laws guarantee equality, same-sex marriages, adoptions, religious freedom, and equal pay for men and women. New Zealand. Like Iceland, New Zealand is a safe space for people to reside in. But due to the terror attacks on 2 mosques back in 2019, its score has slightly decreased. New Zealand laws prevent abuse of anyone's freedom of speech and expression. Portugal. Portugal was ranked 18th on the Peace Index. Ever since the country has made huge strides to be ranked 3rd. Portugal has armed police, but the increased police presence in the country has reduced its crime levels. In the past few years, Portugal has made an economic resurgence, decreasing its unemployment rate from 17% to under 7%. Austria. Austria has kept its 4th place. The country's political instability has led to an increase in social unrest. But serious crimes here are rare. The country has spared any acts of major terrorism. Denmark. Denmark is one of the few places where even children report they feel safe at any time of the day. The country has a high level of equality and a strong sense of common responsibility. Corruption is rare here in business or politics. Denmark is also a welfare state, meaning that everyone receives services and perks that help them live comfortable lives. These are the top safest countries to live in. Which rank is your country at? Don't forget to tell us in the comment sections.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Co-powered by the all-new HP Spectre. In association with SBI Home Loans. Audi e-tron. Hetic Fittings. Make your furniture work beautifully. Tata Intra V50.
Warm welcome. You're watching 7 at 7, the only news bulletin where I curate the day's top 7 stories for our viewers. I'm Preeti Chaudhary and these are the headlines. After a mega show of strength on the streets in Delhi, Deputy CM Manish Sisodia appears before the CBI in Liquor Gate case. India Today accesses CBI questionnaire. Sisodia grilled on links to accused businessman and profit cuts.
अब ये मुझे जेल भेजने के लिए तैयारी कर रहे हैं, तो मैं जेल जाने के लिए भी तैयार हूं। मुझे डर नहीं है, बल्कि मुझे गर्व है इस बात पे कि देश के लिए कुछ कर दिखाने का मौका है।
D-Day in the Congress presidential poll saga as voting concludes to decide if Kharge on Tharoor will lead party. Sonia Gandhi casts vote in Delhi, tells India Today this is a historic moment for Congress.
Ma'am, are you happy?
I've been waiting for a long time for this case.
Ma'am, are you happy?
I've been waiting for a long time for this case.
Days after Saurav Ganguly was ousted as BCCI chief, Mamata Banerjee alleges bias towards Dada while also requesting Prime Minister Modi to send the former Indian captain to ICC as compensation. Prime Minister Modi inaugurates two-day event. Prime Minister Kisan Samman Sammelan 2022 releases 16,000 crores as 12th installments through direct benefit transfer under PM Kisan scheme. Ramdev launches alcohol and drug-free campaign, claims Bollywood is drowned in drugs. Says Shah Rukh Khan's son was jailed after
found with drugs, and Salman Khan also consumes drugs, is the allegation by Ramdev.
शाहरुख खान का बच्चा ड्रग भी ले रहा था, सलमान ड्रग लेता है, आमिर का पता नहीं, न जाने कितने बड़े बड़े जिनको फिल्म स्टार बोलते हैं, और एक्ट्रेस का तो भगवान ही मालिक है, चारों तरफ।
Ukraine claims kamikaze drones hit Kyiv today. It's the second attack on the capital city in a week. $7 billion. That is the amount of losses suffered by PSU oil companies due to price freeze in the past 10 months. Says global rating agency Moody's, it adds their earnings will remain weak. Seven hours of straight questioning of the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, by the CBI. Well, he was summoned today. The Aam Aadmi Party made a meal of it. This is all that went down.
Tika, Tilak, and a mega show of strength. Key liquor scam accused and Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia flexing muscle on his way to CBI headquarters for grilling in the scam case. Accompanied by a sea of supporters claiming vendetta politics by the BJP. Sisodia donned a tilak and sought blessings from his mother before leaving for CBI office after a huddle with AAP netas.
इन लोगों ने आज मुझे सीबीआई में बुलाया है। इनकी तैयारी अब मुझको गिरफ्तार करने की है। इन्होंने पहले सीबीआई रेड कराई मेरे इस घर में, इनको उसमें कुछ नहीं मिला, एक पैसे का कोई भ्रष्टाचार नहीं मिला इनको मेरे घर में। उसके बाद इन्होंने मेरे बैंक लॉकर की जांच कराई, बैंक लॉकर छाने सीबीआई ने, वहाँ पे इनको कुछ नहीं मिला। इनको लग रहा था वहाँ कोई प्रॉपर्टी के दस्तावेज मिलेंगे, कैश मिलेगा, गोल्ड मिलेगा, वहाँ कुछ नहीं मिला, मेरे बैंक लॉकर में कुछ नहीं मिला।
Sisodia, accompanied by AAP heavyweights, led a road show first to the party office, waving the tricolour and standing through the sunroof of his car.
मैं आज आपको ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि हम लोग भगत सिंह के लोग हैं, हम जेल जाने से नहीं डरते।
And addressing party workers.
गुजरात में भारतीय जनता पार्टी बुरी तरह से हार रही है और आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार बनने वाली है। इसीलिए बीजेपी घबरा गई है, इसीलिए बीजेपी डर गई है और इसीलिए झूठे केस मेरे ऊपर करवा के मुझको जेल में डालना चाहती है।
Sisodia then made a trip to Mahatma Gandhi's memorial at Rajghat, claimed that he is being hounded like the Mahatma.
जिस तरह से हमारे देश के शहीदों ने, हमारे देश को आज़ाद कराने वाले लोगों ने देश की जनता के लिए लड़ाई लड़ी और वो जेल में गए, जिस तरह से बापू को षड्यंत्र में फंसा के अंग्रेजों की सरकार ने झूठे मुकदमे कर करके जेल में भेजा, आज मेरे ऊपर भी एक फर्जी मुकदमा करके मुझे जेल भेजने की तैयारी की जा रही है।
As Sisodia finally entered the CBI office for grilling, Kejriwal backed him.
एक महीने तक ये मनीष सिसोदिया को गिरफ्तार करेंगे। जैसे ही 8 तारीख को नतीजे आएंगे, गुजरात में आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी, जेल के ताले टूटेंगे, मनीष सिसोदिया छूटेंगे।
The CBI is keen to know Sisodia's links with arrested aide of Kejriwal, Vijay Nair, a key liquor scam accused, arrested earlier. CBI also wants to know Sisodia's role in forming the controversial liquor policy and link of Telangana netas.
Almost 2 months after CBI registered an FIR in the Delhi excise policy scam and raided Manish Sisodia's house, the Delhi Deputy CM is right now being questioned inside the CBI headquarters. Sources have confirmed to us that today Manish Sisodia is being grilled over his alleged proximity with middlemen who lobbied for liquor baron and took kickbacks in return.
The BJP, however, mocked Sisodia's show of strength as Jashn-e-Bhrashtachar or celebration of corruption.
ये जो महिमा मंडन है भ्रष्टाचारी मनीष सिसोदिया का मुझे देखने को मिला, उनका भाषण चल रहा है, मनीष सिसोदिया जी राजघाट जा रहे हैं, माला पहन के ओपन गाड़ी में हाथ हिला हिला के जा रहे हैं। मैं तो देशवासियों से और आप सभी से एक अपील करूंगा, विनम्र अपील करूंगा, लेट्स नॉट ग्लोरीफाई करप्शन।
CBI sources told India Today that mounting proof and Sisodia's role in excise policy are grounds for the summon. Is Sisodia's arrest imminent? With Aishwarya Paliwal and Amit Bharadwaj, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, viewers, let's get you now both points of views. As I speak, the questioning by the CBI of the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi continues. At one end, like we pointed out and you saw in the story, the Aam Aadmi Party made a meal of it, went all out to leverage maximum political mileage. On the other hand, the CBI has called him for questioning. It's been over 7 hours and the questioning continues. Let's cut across to our ace CBI correspondent. Manish Pandey joins me live. Manish, what are you picking up? What is the line of questioning? It's 8 straight hours. Did he get a break for lunch? Because we didn't see him come out of the building.
Well, Preeti, since 11:30 this morning, Manish Sisodia, the Deputy Chief Minister, but accused number 1 in this Delhi excise policy case, is being questioned by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Around 2 o'clock, he was given 1 hour lunch break. He had his lunch, and since then, again, he is being questioned by the investigators, that is the Central Bureau of Investigation. Now, as far as CBI's questioning is concerned, what they are claiming is that Manish Sisodia was extensively questioned regarding his association with Vijay Nair. And why Vijay Nair is important? Now, CBI claims that Vijay Nair is a person who was not only communication in charge for the Aam Aadmi Party, but an alleged close associate of Manish Sisodia. Vijay Nair was a person who was lobbying for the liquor businessman. He was holding meetings in the hotel rooms in Mumbai, Delhi and Hyderabad, and he was also involved in the formulation of this entire excise policy. Apart from that, he was also involved in the quid pro quo, the profit which was being generated by these liquor businessmen. 6% of that profit was also going to certain politicians of Aam Aadmi Party. That is the allegation by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Apart from Aam Aadmi Party leaders, it was also going to government servants. Now, this is what the CBI is claiming. And Manish Sisodia was questioned regarding this extensively. Apart from that, he was also questioned that what was the need to bring a new excise policy. And in this new excise policy, the revenue which was being generated by the government, that was reduced so much, but the profit which was being generated in the earlier policy by the liquor vendor, that was, that was increased to almost 989%. So all these questions have been asked by the Central Bureau of Investigation to Manish Sisodia. We have been given to understand is that many questions are yet to be covered by the Central Bureau of Investigation, but in an hour or so, the CBI may conclude today's questioning and he may come out today after the questioning. Whether he will be arrested today or not, it is still not clear, but CBI sources are telling us that the questioning is yet to get over as far as this excise policy case is concerned.
All right, Manish, stay with me. So we're unclear whether he would be taken in, arrested today, but the questioning for the day would conclude in an hour's time. Will it continue? Will he be arrested? All those questions will be answered in the next hour from now. I want to bring in Amit Bharadwaj into this conversation as well. Amit, the Aam Aadmi Party made a political meal of Manish Sisodia being summoned and questioned by the CBI. A lot of the leaders have been detained right now. They were squatting outside the CBI headquarters. What are you picking up from the Aam Aadmi Party? What is their next strategy now?
Preeti, this entire excise policy case, how is that panning out as far as the public perception is concerned? That is the most important bit for Aam Aadmi Party. And as far as Aam Aadmi Party's strategy is concerned, just look at the visuals that came out today from the streets of the national capital. Manish Sisodia stepping out of his house, going to the national headquarters of Aam Aadmi Party. joined by hundreds and hundreds of AAP workers who had Tiranga and the yellow scarf on their, either on their head or on their shoulders, and from there to the Rajghat. We have been telling this since morning that these visuals might be unfolding in the national capital, but the impact of these visuals will be felt and heard in Gujarat. And that is exactly what happened, Preeti. You had Aam Aadmi Party convener and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal reminding the voters of Gujarat, in Mehsana, that look at Manish Sisodia, the Education Minister of Delhi. He is being hunted down by the BJP, and that is happening because BJP is afraid of losing in Gujarat. So as far as Aam Aadmi Party's strategy is concerned here, they are going to play on the front foot on when it comes to Manish Sisodia and excise policy. Right. They are going to keep on hitting the BJP, trying to score meal and sending across a message to the voters in Gujarat. Back to you, Preeti.
All right, Amit and Manish, gentlemen, thank you for joining us. You're going to be right back with the both of you in the next 1 hour. Viewers continue to get you the latest. For now, let's quickly shift focus to the other big political development that took place through the course of the day, and that was the voting for the Congress next president. The results would be out day after Wednesday, but the voting took place today. This is how the day panned out.
The die is cast. The Congress will get a non-Gandhi chief in 2 days from now.
Ma'am, are you happy?
I've been waiting for a long time for this case.
Elections were held on Monday after 24 years, with voting taking place at 36 polling stations and 67 booths set up across India. Over 9,000 Congress delegates have decided the fate of Mallikarjun Kharge and Shashi Tharoor, who have locked horns for the top job. While Mallikarjun Kharge cast his vote at the Congress office in Bengaluru, Tharoor cast his vote at the Congress office in Thiruvananthapuram in Kerala. Ahead of the voting, Tharoor visited a Ganpati temple and offered special prayers. The two candidates exuded confidence and wished each other luck, emphasizing that they remain friends regardless of the result.
Today I called Mr. Kharge and I wished him well, and I said that, whatever has happened, we remain colleagues and friends. He's a respected elder of mine, and I look forward to working with him after this is over. And he said the same to you, he said, and I'm very grateful.
We are not enemies, we are friends, and we are fighting in one house. This is a united house, and where we are fighting election as per our constitution.
Outgoing party chief Sonia Gandhi and daughter Priyanka Gandhi Vadra cast their votes in Delhi along with other senior party leaders. Rahul Gandhi, who is leading the Bharat Jodo Yatra, voted at a campsite in Karnataka's Bellary. The BJP has trashed the Congress presidential polls, calling it a sham.
Internal elections, internal democracy and Congress party are not compatible, and whatever is going on for the last few days is a fake, fixed match. Just like a WWF match is fixed, this is also a fixed match, and it was not a genuine election.
The ballots from across the country will reach Delhi on Tuesday, and the results will be declared on Wednesday.
24 long years later, Congress has finally decided to hold internal elections to democratically elect the new face, a non-Gandhi face, to lead the party. Shashi Tharoor versus Kharge, both senior leaders. Kharge, the more senior, legislative acumen, a Gandhi loyalist, gives him an edge over Shashi Tharoor, who calls himself as a leader of change. Whoever wins, the question here is, will this process of internal election finally bring in the real winds of change for the grand old party? With camera person Shivu, this is Nabila Jamal for India Today, Bengaluru.
Moving on, now the politics over Saurav Ganguly continues to fester, viewers. This time, the Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, has also jumped in. West Bengal CM has written to the Prime Minister demanding Dada be sent to ICC, the apex cricketing body. Suvendu Adhikari hit back at Mamata, asking her to first replace actor and KKR owner Shah Rukh Khan as Bengal's brand ambassador with Dada. In her letter to Prime Minister, Mamta took a jibe at the BJP, saying that while Amit Shah's son Jai Shah has been retained, Sourav Ganguly has been dropped. Raking the issue of Bengal pride, Mamta has said that the only way to right the wrong of the unceremonious removal of Ganguly is by allowing him to contest the ICC elections. Meanwhile, Congress has also jumped into the issue, claiming that Mamta is just appealing to the Prime Minister now, further claiming that the Bengal CM should start a campaign backing Ganguly.
My humble regards to the Prime Minister. Please take care that Sourav must be allowed to contest the ICC election. He's been deprived. Why he has been deprived? What is his fault? Everybody knows him, all the country, all the world. We are proud of him. Not only Bengal, he's a Bengali Dada, Bengali Bhai, brother, but he is a pride for the country and the world. Everybody knows him. So we will request the government, don't take it politically or vindictively. Take a decision. He is not a political party member. Take decision for the cricket, take decision for the sports.
ममता जी पहले शाहरुख खान को हटाइए। बंगाल का ब्रांड एम्बेसडर कौन है? शाहरुख खान क्यों रहेगी? वहाँ सौरभ गांगुली को होना चाहिए। पहले करने बोलिए, पॉलिटिक्स ज़्यादा मत करने बोलिए। ममता बनर्जी बंगाल का खेल को ख़त्म कर दिया। आपने घर का जितना भी दादा है, भाई है, सबको बैठा दिया टेनिस बोर्ड में, बंगाल ओलंपिक में। वो सपना बर्मन को क्यों हटाया? आज सपना बर्मन ने नेशनल मीट में, एथलेटिक्स में दोनों गोल्ड मध्य प्रदेश को लिए उन्होंने किया। क्यों बंगाल के लेकर नहीं उन्होंने किया? सपना क्यों बंगाल को छोड़ के वो आपका मध्य प्रदेश का साथ अपना एग्रीमेंट किया? ममता जी पहले सौरभ गांगुली को बंगाल का ब्रांड एम्बेसडर डिक्लेयर कीजिए, शाहरुख खान का हटाइए।
Let's move on now, viewers, to a story that has invoked massive outrage, and understandably so. He's a rapist and he is now once again out on parole, a 40-day parole. Massive outrage over the parole granted to convict Gurmeet Ram Rahim. The head of the Dera Sacha Sauda has been released for the third time in 2022. Not just that, the self-styled godman received a grand welcome from his supporters who were seen dancing on his release. Ram Rahim has been released ahead of the assembly by-elections in Punjab's Adhampur town scheduled for November 3rd. He had earlier been released from prison for a month in June, and that's for 3 weeks in February. In 2021, he had been released and paroled thrice. Ram Rahim is serving a 20-year-old jail term after he was convicted in 2017 for raping 2 disciples in his ashram in Sirsa. In 2019, he was convicted of the murder of a journalist. In 2002, in 2021, he was convicted in the murder of a manager of his dera.
मनमर्जी नहीं करनी, भगदड़ नहीं करनी। सो ये आप ज़रूर मानिएगा हमारी बात। हमेशा मानते हैं, हमें गर्व है आप लोगों पे, हमारे बच्चों पे बहुत गर्व है। सो परमपिता परमात्मा और बहुत ज़्यादा खुशियाँ दे आपको। सो आपके दर्शनों के लिए यहाँ पे आ गए हैं, तो दर्शन चलते रहेंगे, बातें होती रहेंगी, सारी बातें करेंगे आपसे, लेकिन आपने माननी है।
Once again, viewers, this is a man who's convicted of rape, convicted of murder, third time released just in the year 2022. Let me now quickly move on, shift focus on the other big development, international development, which has taken place. Russia turning the heat where Ukraine is concerned, intensifying its offensive. A week after launching the worst attack on the country, here are the top defining images. A wave of kamikaze drone attacks pummeled Kyiv early Monday, killing at least 3 people and setting off warning sirens across Kyiv. 2 or 3 blasts have been reported The other big image as Russia attacked Ukraine, video showed the drone swooping low across the skies of Ukraine's capital as residents tried to shoot down Iranian kamikaze drones. In the video, towards the end, one drone can be seen exploding, causing massive damage. From under the rubble of a residential building, where the explosion occurred in Kyiv, rescuers pulled out the body of a woman. Another person is under the rubble. 3 victims were hospitalized. In Mykolaiv, a drone targeted oil tanks through which 17% of the world's produce exports pass. The situation near the attacked oil tank is grave. Huge amounts of oil spilled onto the streets, causing tension amongst residents. Ukrainian firefighters, known for rescuing people from buildings hit by shelling in more than 6 months of war, helped a small survivor in midst of Russia's one of deadliest attacks. The kitten was rescued from the rubble of shattered buildings. With these images, viewers, stepping into a break, stay with me. On the other side, fact check.
Internet. For humans, life on Earth is unimaginable without it. We spend hours together on cell phones, but have you ever wondered how you catch this high-speed internet? So how does satellite internet work? Why is it useful and criticized? Very high-speed internet everywhere on Earth, including the out-of-coverage areas or blank zones, is the promise of satellite internet. 3 factors are necessary: a ground station connected to the global internet network, a geostationary satellite, and a dish installed at the subscribers pointing towards the satellite. With each search on the internet, the dish sends the requested data to the satellite, which in turn sends it back to a transmitting or receiving station itself connected to the internet. Once the information is obtained, the data will follow the reverse path. The pioneers of satellite internet operate using satellites in geostationary orbit at an altitude of more than 35,000 kilometers. The data travels a long distance, generating a latency time 3 to 5 times greater than that of asymmetric digital subscriber line or ADSL, an older popular form of broadband. The new operators, on the other hand, function in low orbit or LEO around 600 kilometers. The advantage here is to reduce the latency time, which makes it possible to multiply the services in transport, finance, defense, or even video games. It is now possible to have the internet when up in the sky or down at sea. On the other hand, this requires sending many machines in low orbit. Constellations of satellites are being deployed now above our heads by private operators. Starlink, a subsidiary of SpaceX, has already launched thousands of machines. The same for Amazon's Kuiper system. Countries such as China or Britain are developing their own network to preserve the sovereignty. These responses to an explosion of internet needs are attracting criticism. The satellites are more vulnerable than geostationary ones, while astronomers point to the visual pollution caused by the passage of satellites on their observations. NASA fears the proliferation of satellites will raise the risk of collision in space.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching a fact check segment where we bust certain claims masquerading to be facts on social media platforms and WhatsApp group. There's a claim floating about suggesting that huge crowds turned up for Rahul Gandhi at the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Incorrect, viewers. The fact check on that this particular image in question is a 12-year-old image from a rally in Nigeria, nothing to do with India. With that quick fact check, time for me to go into a break. Stay with me. On the other side is To The Point.
The FDCI Ex-Lakme Fashion Week opened in Mumbai with designer Anamika Khanna, who interestingly also closed the FDCI India Couture Week earlier this year. The collection featured cotton pants, prints and silk paired with casual denim. What stood out was the use of 3D floral shapes and forms and the fluidity in tailoring technique. The color palette was refreshing blend of yellows, reds, black, indigo and emerald. Innovative draping set the opening tone with Anamika Khanna's showcase. The next highlight was the INIFT launch pad where Gohar Khan turned showstopper.
I love working for students पहले से ही, but I must say ये students इनके सारे outfits जो थे वो student जैसे बिल्कुल भी नहीं थे. They were well finished, they were well structured, they were beautifully thought about because the concept was street style.
Mrunal Thakur walked the ramp in red for designer Mishru. Diana Penty walked for Pallavi Mohan. Designer Shahab Durazi returned to the runway after 12 whole years. His collection was a vast ensemble of silhouettes right from tailored separates, evening gowns, soft blouses, well-tailored jackets and pants. Shantanu and Nikhil had Kriti Sanan as their muse at their showcase.
Such a stunning collection, and the ramp, I think the ramp looked so mesmerizing, when I just, I remember when I just stepped in and I saw it for the first time, I was like, wow, this is you really feel that, regal, royal sort of a feeling and the era that they are trying to transport you into with their collection.
Shantanu and Nikhil showcased their collection titled Capella. They revisited the opulence of the Baroque era and the majestic chandelier which reflected in the overall set design too. The embroidery and craftsmanship spelled elegance, all inspired by Baroque motif leaves lace and architecture too. Just like the interiors of a Baroque palace, the color palette was off-white, mint gold and charcoal. The Capella collection was one for the history books as far as the designers are concerned. It took years for the designer duo to create this bridal haute couture collection. It was their originality and craftsmanship marrying the overall theme that created the Capella showcase. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
BJP pulls out of by-polls in Andheri East. Andheri East by-polls was to be trial by fire for the Uddhav Sena faction. After the death of Sena MLA Rakesh Latke, it was to be a contest between the BJP, the Eknath faction and the Uddhav Sena. The deceased MLA, Latke's widow, Rutuja Latke, was the Uddhav Sena candidate, while Murji Patel of the BJP and not the Eknath Shinde faction had filed nomination. The BJP now all set to withdraw nomination and Uddhav Sena to get a walkover. This after Sharad Pawar from the NCP and Raj Thackeray from the MNS sought unopposed election of Rutuja Latke from the seat to show reverence to her husband. The BJP says bowing out of respect to Latke's widow. Sena riding high on the sympathy factor, mocking the BJP for shying away from a contest, calling it Bhago Janta Se Party.
जब हमने फॉर्म भरा, ये महाराष्ट्र की आज तक के इतिहास में सभी पार्टी फॉर्म भरती है। हमारे खिलाफ जब हमारा उम्मीदवार था तो दूसरे पार्टी ने विड्रॉ किया, उन्होंने भी फॉर्म भरे। फॉर्म भरना ही पड़ता है, हमारी शक्ति वहाँ पे है, शक्ति है करके हमने फॉर्म भरा है। 51% की लड़ाई हम लड़ना चाहते हैं, वो फॉर्म भरा है। लेकिन जब ऐसा विषय आता है, सेंसिटिव विषय आता है, जब हृदय और मन ये लगता है कि नहीं करना चाहिए कोई चीज को, तो निश्चित रूप से ऐसे निर्णय होते हैं।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी का दबाव था कि ऋतुजा लटके किसी प्रकार से यह चुनाव न लड़े, क्योंकि वो एक मजबूत उम्मीदवार है। लेकिन जब उन्होंने देखा कि उनकी उम्मीदवारी अब फिक्स हो गई है, श्री उद्धव बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की पार्टी शिवसेना से वो लड़ रही हैं, तब उन्होंने देखा कि हमारे मुरजी पटेल भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जो उम्मीदवार हैं वो चुनाव शायद न जीत पाए, उनकी जो उम्मीदवारी है वो खतरे में लटक रही है। तो आनंद फानंद में उन्होंने फैसला लिया कि हमें इस चुनाव से बाहर भाग जाना चाहिए।
Poll surveys meanwhile had predicted an Uddhav Sena sweep in the Andheri by polls. Add to it the big blow for the BJP and the Shinde Sena faction as Congress swept the Panchayat Samiti polls in Nagpur. The Congress won 9 out of 13 posts of chairperson and 8 of 13 posts of deputy chairperson in the district. The NCP secured 3 posts of chairperson, while the Eknath Sena faction managed to win only 1 such post. The BJP could not win even a single post of chairperson and managed to secure only 3 seats of deputy chairperson in this election. When it comes to the bypolls of Andheri East, while the BJP is clear, the withdrawal from what was to be a grudge match between the Uddhav Sena and the BJP plus Shinde faction was due to sympathy for the late MLA's widow. The big question is, with the BMC face-off looming, was this a respectful walkover or strategic withdrawal before BMC polls? And that's the question that we are going to discuss this evening on To The Point. Joining me in a short while will be Shaina NC, spokesperson Bharatiya Janata Party, Charan Singh Sapra, spokesperson Congress, Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, joins us in the studio with a big namaskar, and Sahil Joshi, managing editor, Aaj Tak Mumbai Bureau and Mumbai Tak. Sahil, do you want to also begin with a namaskar, and would you also like to break it down for us before I go across to Rajdeep Sardesai and Charan Singh Sapra? What went down? Is it that the BJP got cold feet at the nth minute because this was supposed to be a grudge match of sorts before the BMC elections, a complete walkover to Uddhav Sena?
Well, I can be very sure about one thing, that this the BJP pulled out of this election not because they had some kind of a sympathy for Ramesh Latke, the late Ramesh Latke, who was a MLA from Andheri East, where the bypoll was happening, and his wife is now going to contest, because there have been 3 by-elections in Maharashtra in past 1 year, where the MLA have passed away, his relative was contesting, and still the BJP contested those elections. One of the elections they won also from Pandharpur. The latest election in Kolhapur, the widow of the Congress MLA was contesting, but again the BJP did not pull out of that contest as well. This election was happening, is going to happen, because it's not going to be uncontested. There are some more independent candidates, so election is definitely going to happen. But of course, ऋतुजा Latke, for her, it's now going to be a cakewalk, because there is no formidable candidate against her at this point of time. But more importantly, why BJP pulled out? What I can see is that this is strategic retreat, because they have understood that the sympathy, sympathy is going to be with ऋतुजा Latke, and specifically with, if ऋतुja Latke would have won the election, it would have been taken up by the Uddhav Thackeray camp as that how people have voted against what Eknath Shinde and his group did just 2 months back. Nearing BMC elections, most importantly, the Shinde group could not dent Uddhav Thackeray group in Mumbai much, because most of their MLAs have come from the areas from Marathwada or Konkan or northern Maharashtra. But in Mumbai, Uddhav Thackeray has managed to keep his flock together. So they could not manage to get that dent in Mumbai. This is the election Uddhav Thackeray would have used for his benefit, that how the sympathy is with him, the sympathy of the Shiv Sainiks, the sympathy of the cadre is with him. The BJP understood it, even though late, because, you know, if they had this in mind, they wouldn't have filed this nomination. And not only filed this nomination, they had a huge rally. Burji Patel, accompanied by the Mumbai BJP President Ashish Shelar and you know, the Education Minister of Maharashtra from Shinde camp, Deepak Kesarkar, accompanying him. Nitish Rane was there, and there was a huge rally in support of Burji Patel, and BJP claimed that they are going to win this election by 25,000 votes. So the reason which they are trying to put forward, that because it's a culture of Maharashtra that a widow of the former MLA is contesting election, and that's why they decided to pull out. I think Raj Thackeray gave them a way out, and they used it very quickly, and now they have pulled out of the election.
You know, Sahil, stay with me. You know, Rajdeep, what do you make of it? Cold feet at the last minute, seeing that possibly the sympathy lies with the Shiv Sena, or do you think, with what has been said, you know, very vocally, that this is in keeping with what has been the political tradition in Maharashtra, that if there is a sitting MLA who passes away, the seat should go to the family?
Look, let's be very clear. You can use whatever word you want. Cold feet, strategic retreat. The fact is, the BJP realized that they could not afford to lose Andheri East by a big margin heading into the BMC elections that are likely 2 or 3 months down the line, because the Uddhav Thackeray camp would then claim victory and try and take that momentum into the BMC elections, although those elections are still 3 months away. The question is, the BJP normally is a party that is very well coordinated, that plans these things very well. 2 days ago, as Sahil was pointing out, they held a rally as part of the nomination of Mr. Patel, where many senior BJP leaders, including the Mumbai BJP chief, were present. What changes in 48 hours? Are we saying that Raj Thakray's letter is enough for the BJP to change his mind, that Raj Thackeray is the new remote control of the BJP? Surely not. Are we saying Sharad Pawar, who interestingly also then writes to suggest that back off because Maharashtra has a tradition of not fighting against widows? Let's be clear, there have been elections in the past where political parties in Maharashtra have fought against those who have been widows, those who have lost out. So it's not as if this is some tradition. It was used to try and find an escape route, because I think the BJP realized that they were biting more than they can chew by taking on the Shiv Sena. Look at the interesting way. A week ago, the Shinde Sena used this bypoll to expedite the entire process of getting a new name and a symbol from the Election Commission. They decide not to fight. Then you've got the BJP backing off. Look, all of this also, remember, November 3rd would be the elections in Maharashtra. The results would have come out 3 days later, and Himachal goes to the polls on the 12th. The headlines on the 6th, at least in the Mumbai papers and in a few national papers, would have been BJP defeated by the Uddhav Sena. So Raj Thackeray, the moment Raj Thackeray put out the letter, everyone in Mumbai knew Raj Thackeray is batting today for the BJP. He gave the BJP an escape route by putting out this letter and harking back to tradition. Fact is, the BJP miscalculated on this one. In Andheri East, Mrs. Latke was bound to win because of the sympathy factor, not just for the Uddhav Sena, but more importantly for her husband, who is an influential leader in the area.
You know, I'd like to bring in China, NC and our Congress spokesperson, but Rajiv, I'll ask you one quick question again. Would you think Uddhav Thackeray would also rue the fact that the BJP has decided to back out? He needed this win.
Well, he can still claim victory. Obviously, it would have been he would have been better off if there was an election and he had won big in the election. And remember, 3 months later, the BMC elections will be in a completely different plane. There'll be a lot of resources. The issues may well be different. Public memory is short. 7 months will have elapsed since the fall of his government. Issues will be very different. But for now, I think Uddhav Thackeray, who has in a way taken a little bit of a hammering both in the court and the fact that he lost his government, on this occasion today can well claim the moral high ground, that he and his party have been saying for the last few days that we are going to win Andheri bypoll. Now they can claim that the BJP decided to back out to save themselves from any further embarrassment of losing this poll.
Shaina NC, 2 days ago, the likes of Mr. Rane, the likes of Mr. Ashish Shelar were all in attendance with this mega rally projecting your candidate for Andheri East. What changes in 2 days? Raj Thakray's letter giving you that escape route to bail out?
Well, you're entitled to your analysis, Preeti, but I just want to make the following points known.
Murji Patel is not some ordinary candidate. He had fought from the constituency as well, and his popularity is also known to one and all. Now, when it comes to an MLA unfortunately passing away and the widow of the MLA choosing to fight elections, I think we have to view this more sensitively and from the heart. Mrs. Ladke obviously has had her own share of grief. And this is not as if you are attributing this letter of Raj Thackeray as an exit route, because Mr. Sharad Pawar had also written the same. And when we saw the demise of, be it stalwarts like Gopinath Munde or even other leaders like Pandurang Phunkar, there has always been a precedent in Maharashtra where you have had a respectful kind of a strategic viewpoint.
Then pray, what changed, Ms. NC, from 2 days ago when there was a show of strength in support of your Andheri East candidate to now? You knew you knew it was Mrs. Latke who was contesting from the Uddhav Sena faction. You knew that 2 days ago, yet you chose to do a rally with a massive show of strength with your candidate.
Preeti, clearly there can be a change of heart. And when I say change of heart, ours is a very large party. So for a decision to be taken by the centre, it takes a certain sense of time. We have a parliamentary board, we have democratic processes, and there are lots of leaders to consult too. When the state government did communicate, I'm sure that the central leadership, thinking sensitively of the people, and especially for the widow and her family, have decided this. And we as a disciplined cadre can have a change of opinion when it comes to the kind of, cases of leaders losing life and the circumstances under which they've lost life. Please, if you believe this is some great victory for Uddhav Sena, I would suggest just wait and watch. The BMC elections round the corner will give a befitting answer to all those people who are trying to shut us up and believe.
Ms. NC, my colleague Sahil wants to come in, and also Charan Singh Chapra would say that opinion is changing on the ground based on what happened in Nagpur, where at least where panchayat elections are concerned, the Congress has swept it. But go ahead, Sahil, and I'll go across to Mr. Chapra. Sir, 2 minutes of patience. Sahil, you wanted to come in quickly.
No, I really want to understand from Shaina, because there have been 3 by-elections in Maharashtra in past 1 year. All the 3 elections happened because the sitting MLA passed away. There the election happened. The BJP contested all these 3 elections. One of the election BJP has won also by defeating son of the deceased MLA. The latest by-election in Kolhapur, where the similar situation like that of Andheri East, where the widow of the MLA was contesting election, but still the BJP chose to contest election there. What changed their heart in Andheri East? Because the political situation at that particular time was completely different. That time the MVA government was in place. Now that the BJP Shinde government is in place, they have to think about the sympathy, and that is one of the reasons why this particular thing has happened. Just understand the chronology. You know, that is one of the favorite word in the political circles in Maharashtra.
Sahil is saying chronology समझिए इधर, chronology समझिए, ये selective sympathy है, selective reverence है.
Preeti, please let's not forget that today we are in an alliance with the Shinde Sena, and obviously there are associations there too. We lead by example, by consensus, and in disciplinary way with what our central leadership as well as the state leadership think. If they have a rethink and they feel that this relationship was something that needs to be viewed more sympathetically, I don't think you can hold this against us in any which way. The answer for all these loudmouths who are suggesting, oh, victory and defeat will be determined after the BMC elections, and just wait and watch. And
but
then
Charan Singh Chapra, Ms. NC will say, you know, when it comes to polls, the Congress has given you a befitting reply with what has gone down in Nagpur. Charan Singh Chapra. Go ahead, sir. Sir, your audio is not clear. You're on mute, sir. You're on mute. Unmute yourself.
From the phone.
Go ahead, sir. We can hear you now. Go ahead.
I don't know. Yeah. I only wanted to ask the BJP spokesperson why the strategic withdrawal from the grudge match. This is the biggest question which she needs to answer. And if she's talking about the president and parliamentary board and all, then why this president and parliamentary board, why they did not take this president into consideration before filing the nomination? what was the parliamentary board or the senior leaders of BJP doing before? And they find a escape route through Raj Thackeray. Raj Thackeray, as everybody knows, that he's a cheerleader of BJP since last 1.5 years. Of course, this was an afterthought when they also realized that there is a tremendous undercurrent among the voters. There is a lot of sympathy with the Shiv Sena, the way Eknath Shinde has treated Uddhav Sena, the way the central government has tried to help Eknath Shinde and the ED government in Maharashtra, and also the way this candidate Rijukta Latke, she had to go to the High Court to take permission for her resignation acceptance. So these are the sympathetic factors, which has given tremendous sympathy among the masses in Mumbai and in that constituency especially. This BJP realized, or Raj Thackeray made them realize, that they are going to lose badly. This was a face saver. This was a face saver for the BJP, which they have taken a strategic withdrawal. BJP leaders are admitting this secretly कि हम तो हार जाते थे, हमने अपनी इज्जत बचा ली है. This is what the BJP leaders in Mumbai are talking today. So this is a strategic withdrawal and
strategic retreat. Rajdeep Sardesai, do you see some churning with the Nagpur results, with what is going down, or do you think?
Look, every election, Preeti, is different to the other. The BJP suffered a setback yesterday in Nagpur in those Panchayat Samiti elections. Remember, this is the guard of both Devendra Fadnavis and indeed Nitin Gadkari. So, similarly, in Mumbai, post those Dashera rallies, if you read all the commentary across the Marathi newspapers, the general belief was Uddhav Thackeray scored a point over the Eknath Shinde camp. Now you have this embarrassment which the Eknath Shinde camp and the BJP have suffered by withdrawing their candidate at the last moment. But none of this, I think, will matter eventually when those BMC elections come. As and when they come, and indeed across corporation elections, the fight will be bitter and to the end. So this is only, this is yes, a face saver, but also a strategic retreat in the belief that the BJP has to fight a big battle. But what the China NCs of the world have to answer, I have been looking, when is the last time that the BJP withdrew a candidate 48 hours after his nomination was filed in such a grand manner? To my mind, it shows the lack of coordination that still exists at the moment in this alliance. The Shinde Sena wanted to take on the Uddhav Sena for a while and then realized that they were not capable of doing so. So they passed on the buck to the BJP, which is much stronger in Andheri East. The BJP decided, yes, we have the resources, we'll fight an election like the BJP usually does. Then the BJP also realizes that maybe we are actually into a losing battle. So you see, this is the strange nature of what has happened in the last few months. Everything in Maharashtra is going on at the moment in the ad hoc manner for both sides. Very interesting, why is Sharad Pawar involved in this? Sharad Pawar asking the BJP to withdraw its candidate also yesterday. Now the buzz in Mumbai is this: Sharad Pawar and Ashish Shelar of the BJP have got together for the Mumbai Cricket Association elections in 3 days' time. Sharad Pawar met Ashish Shelar, and after that this letter comes out. So what game is Mr. Pawar playing? So it appears everyone in Maharashtra is playing all their own games. And therefore, at the moment, the state is going through an element of uncertainty, instability, which will not be sorted out till those municipal elections take place early next year.
China NC, quickly, go ahead, madam, and then I'm going to close the show.
I think any political party is entitled to a rethink when it comes to a sensitive issue, that too for a widow who has lost her husband. And I think this is above politics. Mr. Sharad Pawar writing his opinion or Raj Thackeray writing his opinion could also be an opinion of a huge segment in an alliance where you have the Shinde Sena with the BJP in the current scenario. We are not bothered about victory and defeat in sensitive issues, but we are bothered about it in the larger fight.
Ma'am, but I must ask you, you didn't know this, China NC, you didn't know this 2 days ago? 2 days ago, you didn't know the cultural traditions of Maharashtra, you didn't know the sensitivities. The sensitivities are only coming today.
Mr. Sardesai, since you call me the China NCs of the world, maybe there are many such people who had multiple opinions on a sensitive issue. And are they not entitled to decide as per a party in a disciplined manner? Or you want to call it just conceited one-upmanship?
Well, Ms. NC, no, I hope you haven't taken that personally. We apologize if you have. Sorry about that. But Charan Singh Sapra wants to come in. Mr. Sapra, quick point. The proof of the pudding would be in its eating, and that would be the BMC polls. Sir, unmute yourself. 10 seconds.
I'm just trying to say that why BJP needed a Sharad Pawar or a Raj Thackeray to remind them that this is a grave situation. There is a sympathy vote, and they will probably lose. Or the rich tradition of Maharashtra, should be kept alive.
Okay.
Why they needed a Sharad Pawar?
No, but what was Mr. Pawar doing, Mr. Sapra?
That's
Mr.
yours.
Sapra, why is Mr. Pawar giving an exit route to the BJP?
Yes, that is for Mr. Pawar to clarify.
Mr. Pawar to answer. Okay, on that note, I know, Sahil, you want to come in. I've run terribly out of time. I apologize, Sahil. I apologize. I've run terribly out of time. I need to close the show. Appreciate all four of you for joining us. That's it. Up next is Rahul Kamal. We're going to keep a keen eye on all developments on this story. Thank you for joining us.
Can you imagine your life without Swiggy, Dunzo, Zomato, Zepto? Well, let's just nod in agreement that life would not be the same without these apps. But can we look at them with a finer lens? After the pandemic, reliance on these apps increased, and so did the demand and supply for gig work across India, according to Taskmore Gig Index. Gig work consists of income-earning activities outside of traditional long-term employer-employee relationships. So essentially, these gig workers are those who are delivering the items you order through these apps. But there are problems this workforce is facing. Problems around social security rights and working rights. These problems are also the primary cause of distress among the emerging form of employees. So let's explain what a gig economy is. Gig economy is a free market where organizations like Ola, Uber, Zomato and Swiggy hire or contract workers for a short span of time. Basically, these are temporary positions to meet the company's immediate requirements. Gig workers are those who are part of this economy. They work independently on call or on a temporary basis. India is the 5th largest gig economy according to an India Staffing Federation report. In India, over 15 million workers are employed as gig workers across the industries. And digital platforms played an important role in helping job seekers find these gig work. Gig workers suffer from the lack of social security, sanitary working conditions, and working rights. So this sector is highly unregulated, which, like any unregulated sector, results in nominal benefits and reduced security. You can call this a shinier extension of India's unorganized labor economy. According to India's Code on Wages 2019, a universal minimum wage and floor wage should be provided to all organized and unorganized sectors. That includes gig workers. Likewise, the Code on Social Security 2020 recognizes gig workers as a new category. That also makes them eligible for benefits like maternity benefits, life and disability cover, old age protection, provident fund, and employment injury benefits. However, the eligibility does not guarantee that they will get these benefits.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Do the rising petrol prices and inflation scare you? How much do you earn in a month? Well, the World Inequality Report will knock your socks out. And why? Because it says India stands out as a poor and unequal country with an affluent elite population. 15% of Indians earn less than rupees 5,000 every month, while 22% of the national income goes to the 1% rich community. The report flags a drop in global income during 2020, with about half the dip in rich countries and half in low income and emerging countries. Are we living in the prime of inequality? In 2019 and 20, among different employment categories, the highest percentage was of self-employed workers, which was 45.78%, followed by regular salaried workers 33.5% and casual workers 20.71%. Self-employed workers also belong to the lowest income categories. The report pegged the country's unemployment rate at 4.8% for 2019 and 20, and the worker population ratio at 46.8%. Let's not forget that this was the same time when the pandemic had hit the world. Clearly, the daily wage earners had no source of income during the lockdown period. Now, to address the wealthy population. In India, the wealthiest households are in urban areas, with as much as 74% of the urban population in the two highest wealth quintiles, as opposed to more than half of the rural population, which is 54%, which falls in the two lowest wealth quintiles. Chandigarh has the largest population of wealthy people. 79% of the population in Chandigarh falls in the highest wealth quintiles, followed by Delhi 68% and then Punjab 61%.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply. Aag se bachaye. Co-presented by Macho Hint. Fashion bade aaram se.
Good evening and welcome. You're on board the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. Is the Aam Aadmi Party playing the victim card rather than responding to the CBI and ED probes, or is AAP getting under the skin of the BJP in Gujarat, and which is why investigative agencies are gunning for AAP leaders? That big political showdown is my top focus on the news track.
CBI grills Kejriwal's deputy. Excise scam heat on Sisodia.
Aam Aadmi Party has converted this crisis into opportunity.
AAP rallies behind Kattar Imandar.
आजादी की दूसरी लड़ाई है.
BJP taunts Jashn-e-Corruption.
Let's not glorify corruption.
Delhi Liquorgate Dangal.
The Delhi Liquorgate Dangal is getting bigger. Kejriwal's number 2 and the state's Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia has been grilled by the CBI for over 8 hours. Before heading to the CBI headquarters, Sisodia took out what AAP called a satyagrah. The Delhi Deputy CM compared himself to Bhagat Singh and Mahatma Gandhi. The BJP called this Jashn-e-Corruption.
Tika, Tilak and a mega show of strength. Key liquor scam accused and Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia flexing muscle on his way to CBI headquarters for grilling in the scam case. Accompanied by a sea of supporters claiming vendetta politics by the BJP. Sisodia donned a tilak and sought blessings from his mother before leaving for CBI office after a huddle with AAP netas.
इन लोगों ने आज मुझे सीबीआई में बुलाया है। इनकी तैयारी अब मुझको गिरफ्तार करने की है। इन्होंने पहले सीबीआई रेड कराई मेरे इस घर में, इनको उसमें कुछ नहीं मिला, एक पैसे का कोई भ्रष्टाचार नहीं मिला इनको मेरे घर में। उसके बाद इन्होंने मेरे बैंक लॉकर की जांच कराई, बैंक लॉकर छाने सीबीआई ने, वहाँ पे इनको कुछ नहीं मिला। इनको लग रहा था वहाँ कोई प्रॉपर्टी के दस्तावेज मिलेंगे, कैश मिलेगा, गोल्ड मिलेगा, वहाँ कुछ नहीं मिला, मेरे बैंक लॉकर में कुछ नहीं मिला।
Sisodia, accompanied by AAP heavyweights, led a road show first to the party office, waving the tricolour and standing through the sunroof of his car.
मैं आज आपको ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि हम लोग भगत सिंह के लोग हैं, हम जेल जाने से नहीं डरते।
And addressing party workers.
गुजरात में भारतीय जनता पार्टी बुरी तरह से हार रही है और आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार बनने वाली है। इसीलिए बीजेपी घबरा गई है, इसीलिए बीजेपी डर गई है और इसीलिए झूठे केस मेरे ऊपर करवा के मुझको जेल में डालना चाहती है।
Sisodia then made a trip to Mahatma Gandhi's memorial at Rajghat, claimed that he is being hounded like the Mahatma.
जिस तरह से हमारे देश के शहीदों ने, हमारे देश को आज़ाद कराने वाले लोगों ने देश की जनता के लिए लड़ाई लड़ी और वो जेल में गए, जिस तरह से बापू को षड्यंत्र में फंसा के अंग्रेजों की सरकार ने झूठे मुकदमे कर करके जेल में भेजा, आज मेरे ऊपर भी एक फर्जी मुकदमा करके मुझे जेल भेजने की तैयारी की जा रही है।
As Sisodia finally entered the CBI office for grilling, Kejriwal backed him.
एक महीने तक ये मनीष सिसोदिया को गिरफ्तार करेंगे। जैसे ही 8 तारीख को नतीजे आएंगे, गुजरात में आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी, जेल के ताले टूटेंगे, मनीष सिसोदिया छूटेंगे।
The CBI is keen to know Sisodia's links with arrested aide of Kejriwal, Vijay Nair, a key liquor scam accused, arrested earlier. CBI also wants to know Sisodia's role in forming the controversial liquor policy and link of Telangana netas.
Almost 2 months after CBI registered an FIR in the Delhi excise policy scam and raided Manish Sisodia's house, the Delhi Deputy CM is right now being questioned inside the CBI headquarters. Sources have confirmed to us that today Manish Sisodia is being grilled over his alleged proximity with middlemen who lobbied for liquor baron and took kickbacks in return.
The BJP, however, mocked Sisodia's show of strength as Jashn-e-Bhrashtachar or celebration of corruption.
ये जो महिमा मंडन है भ्रष्टाचारी मनीष सिसोदिया का मुझे देखने को मिला, उनका भाषण चल रहा है, मनीष सिसोदिया जी राजघाट जा रहे हैं, माला पहन के ओपन गाड़ी में हाथ हिला हिला के जा रहे हैं। मैं तो देशवासियों से और आप सभी से एक अपील करूंगा, विनम्र अपील करूंगा, लेट्स नॉट ग्लोरीफाई करप्शन।
CBI sources told India Today that mounting proof and Sisodia's role in excise policy are grounds for the summon. Is Sisodia's arrest imminent? With Aishwarya Paliwal, Amit Bharadwaj and Shreya Chatterjee, Bureau Report, India Today.
Is the Aam Aadmi Party merely trying to play the victim card by comparing themselves with Bhagat Singh? Or is the BJP genuinely rattled by the ingress the AAP has been able to make in Gujarat? Joining me on the big political showdown, representing the ruling Bharatiya Janata Party, its spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla. Squaring off against Shehzad on the show this evening, we've got Atishi from the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, I crunch election data as one of my key pursuits, and I can guarantee to you that at this point in time, the Aam Aadmi Party, from all the polling data that we're looking at, our own stringer analysis, is not in prime position to form the government in Gujarat. However, that's what you are claiming, that BJP dar gayi hai ji. Is this really smart political positioning, Atishi? Because you want to make it seem as if it's a fight between AAP and the BJP, which helps you with an eye on the next elections. Or is the BJP really rattled in your view? Are you picking up something which nobody else knows about what's going on in Gujarat? Atishi, let's start from there.
See, Rahul, it is very clear as the election has picked up in Gujarat, as Aam Aadmi Party's and Arvind Kejriwal's popularity has picked up in Gujarat, the attack on Aam Aadmi Party and its leaders by multiple agencies of the central government has increased. And it is very clear that for the first time in many, many years, BJP is facing a direct challenger in Gujarat. They are used to Congress giving them a walkover.
No, last time the Congress fought quite hard. The Congress gave them a tough fight last time. Atishi, it's not as if the Congress gave them a walkover last time. The Congress last time, not this time, but last time did fight hard.
But if you were to see, Rahul, where is the Congress now?
Sure.
Congress is nowhere on the ground in Gujarat, and today it is the Aam Aadmi Party that is directly challenging the BJP. Aam Aadmi Party, which is exposing the 27 years of misgovernance, and Bharatiya Janata Party does not want that the Delhi education model, that the Delhi health model should actually reach Gujarat. And that is the reason why that there has been a concerted attempt at stalling Aam Aadmi Party, at attacking its leaders, at filing false cases. And you can see the graph over the last few months of what is happening and the kind of cases that are being filed. Because the thing is that if you were to actually, you do a lot of work on data. Maybe you should do a data analysis of all the cases filed against Aam Aadmi Party in the last 7 years. 180 plus cases.
Okay.
Not evidence of 1 rupee of corruption in any of the cases that have been filed.
Okay, so you've laid the ground for this debate. Let me get a quick reaction from Shahzad Poonawala. She says the number of AAP leaders being investigated has certainly gone up. The charges against them are yet to be proven in a court of law. The BJP, for some reason, even in the press conferences that they're doing, are training their guns on the AAP. The AAP says this is because BJP dar gayi hai ji.
You see, taking from, because you left in Hindi, भ्रष्टाचार के ठेकेदार करे लूट अपरंपार, कोई पकड़े हुए इंक्वायरी तो बोले अत्याचार अत्याचार, and they resort to दुराचार. Now let me ask them one question. If there is no evidence against them, as they say in all of these cases, then Manish Sisodia could have gone and got the FIR quashed. The CBI filed this FIR on 17th August. They have some supremely talented lawyers in their party. Secondly, let's forget the 180 cases. Let's take the 3 cases in contention where Mr. Arvind Kejriwal has declared them as Kanha or has declared them as Kattar Imandar. Satyendra Jain, despite all their propaganda and narrative and half-truths, is still in jail, 4 months past. And in fact, there are 3 court orders against him. 1 court order saying that he is an Apradhik Prashtbhumi wala Vyakti. Secondly, that he's done Awalabazi in 2019 August High Court order, and then 2022 order of the lower court that the ED charge sheet should be taken cognizance of. So why hasn't he gotten any relief? If he indeed is such a Kattar Imandar as per Mr. Kejriwal, why hasn't Vijay Nair got any relief from the courts? He's still in jail. Why hasn't Tahir Hussain got any relief from courts? They used to say Tahir Hussain also a bichara Musalman who's being persecuted by the law enforcement agencies. The point is only this, Rahul, that there are certain specific questions on the Sharab Ghotala which they just don't answer. The question is that how is the commission increased from 2.5% to 12%? The 6% kickback came back to the Aam Aadmi Party leaders. There were people like Mr. Vijay Nair, like Mr. Arjun Pandey, who works in a channel and dare I say that it's a channel that is related in some way to Atishi Marlena because her relative works in that channel. He is also part of this scam. What is the relationship there? Will they explain the relationship between Mr. Dinesh Arora and Mr. Manish Sisodia? Why was he patronizing his nightclub? But apart from that, the bigger questions that need to be answered, here's a show cause notice to a manufacturing company that was not allowed to come into this policy, Indo Spirits. Indo Spirits, Mahindra has also been arrested. What action was taken on this particular show cause notice of 2021? And I'm asking specific questions. Why was the operational period of the licenses increased? Why was the 30 crore EMD allowed to be refunded? These are questions we don't find any answers to. Okay. The revenue of the government fell by 4,000% and the revenue of the retailer, the Thekedar, went up by 1,000%. That was a windfall gain they gave. Instead of answering these questions, they go on to Gujarat, New York Times, 2024. By the way, on Gujarat, all surveys are showing them 0, including your friend Yashwant Deshmukh's survey showed them 1-2 seats or 0-1 seats.
Atishi Marlena, instead of responding to the specific charges on the excise policy, which the BJP calls a scam. The charge against the AAP is you're playing to the gallery, trying to milk the CBI ED cases to try and generate sympathy. This whole idea of doing this ritual before the questioning, it was with an eye on the cameras because you are trying to use this to your political benefit instead of dealing with it as an investigation.
My simple question is this, Rahul. CBI has been investigating this case for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months now. I want to know, it's been over 1 month since Manish Sisodia's residence was raided, Manish Sisodia's office was raided, Manish Sisodia's locker was raided, and Manish Sisodia's ancestral village was also raided. What has the CBI found within 1 month? They have not made a single utterance about what they found in any of these raids. Did they find any cash? Did they find any gold?
No, but they don't need to explain that to you.
Did they find any?
They are allowed to carry out the investigation. They don't have to give ball by ball commentary to AAP.
The reason, Rahul, do you think that if they had found proof of even 100 rupees of corruption, my friend Shehzad Poonawala and the other BJP spokesperson would have been doing 20 press conferences a day कि आम आदमी पार्टी वाले 100 रुपए खा गए, ये रहा उसका सबूत. So it is very clear that CBI has not found evidence of even 1 rupee of corruption. Neither will they find any evidence, because Aam Aadmi Party has undergone investigation by all their agencies for the past 7 years, and in all these 7 years they have not been able to find any proof of corruption because we are an honest party, and therefore it is very clear that BJP is threatened by Aam Aadmi Party. Otherwise, case after case, sometimes CBI, sometimes ED, Delhi Police, Income Tax Department, Anti-Corruption Bureau. I have a question. If it is corruption that the BJP, the CBI is clamping down upon, why has there been no CBI case registered after the Hooch tragedy in Gujarat? Obviously, there is an illegal liquor business going on there. Why is there not a CBI case after 21,000 crore rupee worth of drugs were found in Gujarat? No CBI case. So it is very clear that these agencies are only being used against Aam Aadmi Party, and
okay,
only
hold that thought.
Because
when
of the rising
the ED was probing Satinder Jain and all the Hawala companies that were being found, the BJP was doing press conference after press conference claiming that there was a financial link. They seemed to have information about the investigation. Atishi says if you'd found something against Manish Sisodia, by now Shehzad Poonawala, Gaurav Bhatia, Sambit Patra would have been on TV saying, here is the evidence, we found the evidence. Kahan hai sabut? Batao Shehzad.
Because Rahul, we are a party that believes in allowing the agencies to do their function as per rule of law, and we don't go and start commentating on what should be done by the agencies. And therefore, let me tell you, Satyendra Jain, the same argument they used to make. They used to say, ek rupya nahi mila. No, Atishi, I think you should not forget this is Rahul Kanwal's show. It's not an advertising slot. It's not an advertising slot, nor is it a free YouTube slot. So let me come into the debate, and maybe Rahul will get you in when he feels
Atishi, let Shehzad speak. He was listening to you patiently. You must extend the same courtesy to him.
When you said that,
this is not the way to. This is not the way. This is
that sounds like an evil Ram Leela kind of laughter. That's not nice, Atishi. Let's keep it classy.
That is going.
She's just wasting my time. She's just wasting.
Okay, Atishi, he heard you with patience. Allow him the same courtesy. I'll come back to you for a retort. Go on.
Rahul, they said the same things for Satyendra Jain. Today, Satyendra Jain is in jail for 4 months, and I have shown you the 4 court orders where he's been told to have a premise.
Stuff against Sisodia? That's what
she's I'm coming to that also. Firstly, this was said about Satyendra Jain. They were now today Satyendra Jain.
The evidence against
Sisodia. I'm coming on that also. But let me make my case one by one. When they said it about Satyendra Jain, we said let the agencies do their job. The agencies did their job, and today he's in jail and has not got relief despite all their half-truths and their propaganda. Point number 1. Point number 2, if they see that, look, not even 1 rupee has been found, Sambit Patra and Shehzad Poonawala not doing press conferences, then Rahul, if not even 1 rupee was found and there was a false FIR against you, what would you do? You would go to the court and get the FIR quashed. It's been 1 month, right? 17th August, actually it's 2 months. It's 17th October. Why didn't they go and get the FIR quashed that, listen, the CBI has so-called given us a clean sheet, nothing is being found. The FIR is the starting point of the investigation. Rahul, Rahul, you know that this investigation, even if it's a small pocket mar or a black ticket wala, he will not keep the proceeds of the crime in his house. But there will be other incriminating evidence, including digital evidence and other transactions, which they will piece together, and when they feel it is appropriate after taking the action, maybe arrest, maybe questioning, they will come out with it. But that doesn't mean that you start saying that because the CBI has not put out anything in the public domain in an ongoing investigation, it's a clean sheet. And if it is a clean sheet, go to a court of law and prove it. But third point, let me come to the larger point that they are saying. See, she went on to Gujarat. 21,000 crore drug haul, whatever you're talking about, NCB is inquiring and investigating into it, and it was not the Aam Aadmi Party who went and caught it.
She's asking about the huge tragedy and why there's no CBI inquiry in the huge tragedy.
Very good question. Now, every tragedy that she feels that requires a CBI inquiry, if she feels that there is evidence that there are Gujarat BJP leaders involved and the agency is not doing their job, they are free to go and file a criminal complaint in a court of law. They at least have faith in a court of law, right? But 8 years after the entire narrative is being built, that is vindictive politics, not one case, they can go and prove it. And let me tell you, Rahul, what did they say? Please, Rahul, I think one at a time would be more decent way to debate. No, let me just come in. It's a very important fundamental point. Rahul, it's a fundamental
Just one second. Shazad, you've spoken. Let's listen to it.
It's a fundamental point. She's cutting me off or a fundamental stage. Just 10 seconds.
Okay, one second. I can't have both guests speaking at the same time.
It's a fundamental point.
Let's
Rahul,
let's give him 10 seconds.
Will get investigated.
Rahul, that's not the way.
Let's give him 10 seconds. I'm coming back to you.
Breaking the flow.
Rahul.
Yeah, so I'll just complete my point, Rahul. She has to pipe down. This is not the way to debate.
Will only be investigated when someone goes to court.
He didn't really say that. He didn't really say that. But okay, give him 10 seconds. I'm coming back to you, Atishi. Go ahead.
Rahul, forget everything else. Rahul, forget everything else. She said, you remember the press conferences Atishi did, and they said that they have proof, audio proof about us involved in an 800 crore rupee scam where we are trying to buy their MLAs. It's a criminal offense to attempt to do that. Today is the best opportunity. Rahul, your show is much watched at 8 p.m. Why doesn't she present that audio tape? She made these allegations about Arun Jaitley. They had to go and apologize. They made it about Gadkari ji. They had to go and apologize. These people are serial liars.
Okay. The question. Rahul, please ask him.
Now go on.
Rahul,
your fader was down for a while. Go on now.
Shehzad has just said. Rahul, on your show, Shehzad Poonawalla has just said that BJP leaders will only be investigated if we were to go to court and get an order against them. This clearly means that Bharatiya Janata Party has given an order to CBI, do not investigate BJP leaders. Let hundreds of people die with the illegal liquor trade in Gujarat, but no one is going to investigate it. Let Hemant Biswa Sarma be involved in scams. Let Suvendu Adhikari do all kind of corruption which the Bharatiya Janata Party used to talk about. But once he is in the Bharatiya Janata Party, do not investigate him till some party goes to court and gets an order against him. Shehzad Poonawalla, the whole country is watching what the Bharatiya Janata Party is doing. They are watching the fact that employment is at a peak.
Rahul, did you notice one thing, Rahul? Can I come in for 10 seconds now that it's an opportunity for me to speak?
Your finance minister says that rupee is not sliding.
Now where are we going with this debate?
Okay, now we're getting derailed. We're going off on a tangent.
This is the problem.
But tell me one thing, Shehzad. In Gujarat, does it not politically help the Aam Aadmi Party when Gopal Italia is attacked, when Sisodia is attacked? You're giving them greater amplification and space of mind, which if they weren't being attacked in this fashion, the AAP wouldn't be as much a part of the conversation in Gujarat as they are. You are willy-nilly helping them become the prime opposition to the BJP in Gujarat.
Rahul, for all your insights into politics, you have missed a very important trend which has happened in Delhi and Punjab. Notice one thing, that the Congress party and the Aam Aadmi Party both are like twin sisters of corruption and Tushtikaran. And therefore, when the Congress feels they can't take on us directly, they send the Aam Aadmi Party to start taking on us, and they become zero in that state. And I think somewhere this procedure is going on in Gujarat also. Look, in Delhi, they couldn't fight us, so the Congress party became zero and the Aam Aadmi Party rose. In Punjab, the Congress party became almost zero and the Aam Aadmi Party rose. Now in Gujarat, where is the Congress party? It's in Kerala doing Bharat Jodo, and it has no interest to come in Gujarat. So I feel that they have done a tie-up with Aam Aadmi Party. And look, they sound so similar. Whether it's saving corruption, whether it's their politics of abusing the Prime Minister, the Prime Minister's family, abusing Hindus, Qatar,
Is there, Atishi, some merit to this charge? Because a lot of the AAP campaign now seems to be happening in urban pockets. The Congress campaign is happening in rural pockets in Saurashtra, in Kutch, which might seem to suggest for someone watching on the outside कि क्या दाल में कुछ काला है, क्या सब मिले हुए हैं जी between AAP and the Congress?
Well, clearly This is a very interesting kind of alliance where this party, Congress party, gets wiped out in every state we go to. And it clearly seems by that logic, by Shehzad's logic, clearly Aam Aadmi Party had an alliance with BJP also in Delhi, because BJP also decided that they are going to stay in single digits in the Delhi assembly so that Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal can come to power. Shehzad, the whole country is watching. They are seeing what bizarre
our
things
vote share in Delhi increased actually.
Atishi,
I don't think you realize
that you have no answers to the questions. There is no answers to the question of unemployment, inflation, and that
let
is
me
the
get
reason
into
you are
this,
trying
Rahul.
to
Just give me 10
divert
seconds
everyone's
now.
attention by false cases against Aam Aadmi Party leaders, against Satyendra Jain. You mentioned Satyendra Jain, and I have to tell you the audacity of the Bharatiya Janata Party that on the day the order was to be given in Satyendra Jain's case, your lawyer of the central government stands and says, "Ji, judge badal do. This judge seems too fair, therefore judge badal do." After the judge repeatedly kept on asking you, where's the evidence, where's the evidence, there's no evidence against Satyendra Jain. So therefore Bharatiya Janata Party's enforcement directorate says, oh, please change the judge in this case, because it is clear that
here's also the fact that so many Congress MLAs walked over and joined the BJP after 2017. The BJP in Gujarat in particular has found it easier to deal with the Congress in comparison to the Aam Aadmi Party. The Aam Aadmi Party went and made the Hooch tragedy a big deal. The constable recruitment issue they made into a big deal. So they seem to be fighting and pushing back more than the Congress on the ground did in Gujarat.
But Rahul, I'll answer this question, but give me time for the other answers also. In Uttar Pradesh, they posited themselves as the persons who are going to form the next government. You remember Manish Sisodia and Sanjay Singh said that?
Modi?
Exactly, in Uttar Pradesh. Jamanat Japt. Uttarakhand, they had a chief ministerial face, Jamanat Japt on all seats. Goa, except for 3 seats, Jamanat Japt on all seats. We are saying, please come to Gujarat. Last time they contested, they got less than nota, and we have all seen their performance, but they are free to come and replace the Congress, be part with the Congress, tag team with the Congress. That's their business. Having said that, for us, Congress and Aam Aadmi Party are the two sides of the same coin. They represent the same ethos, the same value systems when it comes to corruption and on pro-Pakistan parasti, whether it's coming to surgical strike, asking proof of Balakot airstrike, doubting Pulwama, or making friendship with Pakistan. They're all on the same line. But having said that, let me come on some important points. And I hope Atishi, because she's an elected representative, will answer this specifically. Rahul, first of all, as per the CMI data for the month of October. Now, Rahul, please, Rahul, it's my side. It's my time. Please don't.
But we're not debating inflation. No, we're not debating unemployment and inflation. I'm happy to do a separate debate. I'm also running out of time. I have a very special guest waiting on the other side. So I have only a few seconds.
But Rahul, you made me answer your question.
Very quick final words.
Rahul, first of all, the unemployment rate in Gujarat is 1.5% as per the CMI data. It is 9% in Delhi. She can go and check it, and it is more than the national average in Delhi, which it is in Delhi. So she should tell us what is the unemployment rate. Secondly, on Satyendra Jain case, she has lied. The High Court rejected Satyendra Jain's contention, and therefore he still continues to be in jail about the judge transfer being done forcibly. Then thirdly, she says that all these cases are false cases. If it is false case, why didn't she get a relief from a court of law in any of these? And finally, can she just answer in one line, is the case on Sonia Gandhi on National Health, the ED investigation, does she support it, or she thinks that it's a vendetta politics?
Atishi, 20 seconds, you want to respond to the last fireballs Shehzad threw your way?
It is very clear that Bharatiya Janata Party is worried. Bharatiya Janata Party is scared by the rising popularity of Arvind Kejriwal, and the entire episode of CBI wanting to arrest Manish Sisodia is just because they want to prevent him from campaigning in Gujarat.
If your Sharab policy is so good, would you implement it in Gujarat?
27 years of misrule.
If your liquor policy is so good, would you implement it in Gujarat?
It is very clear that
Atishi, I'm asking a question. You've not answered a single specific question on the liquor policy. If your liquor policy is so good, will you implement it in Gujarat?
Your so-called Sharab Bandi, hazaron crore.
There you go. They are saying they'll implement it in Gujarat.
The excise policy in Gujarat.
They are saying they'll implement it in Gujarat.
We've had a pugnacious face-off between Shehzad Poonawalla and Atishi. You've heard both sides. I don't wish to lean in one way or the other. You, our viewer, decide who you thought carried this debate. When I come back, I'll be talking to one of the world's top experts on Xi Jinping, a man who's written more than 20 books on China, 3 definitive books on Xi Jinping, who's now being appointed president for the next 5 years. What could the next 5 years look like? Professor Kerry Brown joins me on the other side of a very quick break. Stay with us. We're back in a moment.
public health, all political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political black.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. Amidst concerns over the falling rupee and inflation, the IMF says India is a bright spot on a dark global horizon. What explains the fund's assessment of the Indian economy? Top IMF experts will be joining me on the show tonight. Also, all the big political stories. The Congress presidential elections are being held after 2 decades. AAP is on the warpath over the Delhi liquor scam. And in Mumbai, the BJP has withdrawn its candidate from a crucial by-poll. Plus, we'll ask, why is it that Hindi books for MBBS have divided the medical fraternity? All that and much more on the news today.
Hello and welcome. What are the next 5 years of Xi Jinping's presidency going to be like? Will China attack Taiwan? Will the PLA continue its aggressive military posture against India? How will the relations between China and the United States evolve? These are the big questions, the answers to which will determine not just the future of the Middle Kingdom, but also, in many ways, the future of the world. Joining me on this special broadcast to talk about the world's most powerful man is one of the world's top experts on Xi Jinping. Professor Kerry Brown has written more than 20 books on China, including 3 studying the mind and the moves of President Xi. Kerry Brown is the author of Xi, A Study in Power, The World According to Xi, Everything You Need to Know About the New China, and CEO China, The Rise of Xi Jinping. Professor Brown, at a time when the world's attention is riveted on Beijing, it's a pleasure that you could take out time to speak to us on India Today. Welcome.
Thank you very much. It's good to be here.
Since you study the mind and the moves of President Xi Jinping as closely as you do, Could you, at the outset, lay out your vision of what you think President Xi is likely to be like over the next 5 years? What should the world expect from the world's most powerful man?
Well, I think we'll get more of what we've already got. I mean, there's quite a lot of predictability now. The speech that Xi Jinping made at the beginning of the 20th Congress on the 16th of October was a reaffirmation. There was no introduction of anything particularly new or surprising. His core vision has remained, I think, very stable, and that is, first of all, an absolute conviction in the importance, authority and power of the Communist Party of China, which he represents. And secondly, a strong nationalism, a desire for China to be a strong, rich country, dominant in its region, and able to have its own specific kind of role in the world. I think these are the things that we'll see in the next 5 years, because these are the things we've already seen in the last 10 in which he's been in power.
Deng Xiaoping introduced the idea that you could be in charge only for 2 terms. Xi Jinping now overturning that. Is there any way of knowing at all how long Xi Jinping would like to stay on in power? How long could he stay on in power?
It's very hard to say. If there are viable successors who appear at this Congress, the 5-yearly meeting of the Communist Party where leadership changes happen, then we will kind of know that if there's a succession plan. I don't think that there will this time. It's hard to say whether in the next 5 years someone will suddenly emerge as more important. I think, there's a sort of conviction that stability is necessary and that this leadership should continue as it is until at least the next Congress. Of course, there's lots of questions there. Is he able to do this in terms of his health? Will he actually not become a bit like Putin, more and more autocratic, more and more kind of unreliable in his judgments? These are big, big things. But at the moment, I think the commitment is to keep him there, for him to stay there for the foreseeable future.
How has he changed between the time he took charge as the leader of the Communist Party to the time when he's stamping his control over the world's most powerful party at a time when China is very different from the way it was under Mao or Deng Xiaoping? How has the leadership style of Xi Jinping evolved in your view?
Well, I think he was pretty confident from the first day. In November 2012, November the 15th, he emerged that day at the 18th Party Congress then as the key leader. And he spoke for a few minutes and had a very clear idea of what he was going to do in his leadership. And that's never really stopped. His confidence has been quite striking. It's also been unsettling, of course. People find this, kind of autocratic kind of personality that he seems to have, really kind of problematic. I think the things that's changed probably is the world around him has changed. America has become more divided. Europe has become or continued to be quite divided. We now have, of course, the impact of the pandemic, the very serious war that Russia is waging on Ukraine. I mean, these have made a much more uncertain environment and an awareness of issues like climate change and their urgency. And I think that's made his authority, in Chinese eyes at least, or the Communist Party's eyes, even more authority. These are problems that have, in a sense, meant that he has become even stronger because they have meant a strong response.
The Chinese economy has suffered hard because of Xi Jinping's zero COVID policy. There's a lot of global commentary around how this was being done and not changed with an eye on that Communist Party Congress. Do you think now the Chinese economy will start opening up more and a lot of these restrictions, there's no way of knowing for sure, but a lot of these restrictions which were set to be kept in place so that there's no disturbance ahead of his re-election, do you think those will likely ease now?
Well, he said in his speech that zero COVID will not stop. I don't think there'll be a dramatic change, at least in the first few weeks and months. Possibly next year there will be some kinds of relaxations, that they'll be presented probably as innovations and, responses to a changing situation. But the political commitment to having zero COVID is very, very strong. The economic situation in China is extremely difficult at the moment. He committed to a 5.5% GDP increase in the next few years, and that's ambitious. But I think that the Chinese economy will decide a lot of the political decisions, because while Xi Jinping is not necessarily solely interested in the economy as a political tool is very important to him and the party, and it needs to be in a good state, which clearly it isn't at the moment.
Now, how do you assess Xi's ability to deal with the challenges the Chinese economy faces? It's difficult from the outside to read what's happening, because there are so many wheels within wheels, so much black hole from where light doesn't emerge fully, given the fact that we know of the real estate bubble, the debt crisis, slowing growth. How do you see Xi trying to deal with some of those challenges?
Well, I mean, a centralized system such as his does have many policy tools it can use. I mean, I think obviously the big problem is slowing growth. And there's many contributions to that, one of which is the, kind of state of the outside world. And that's had an impact on China, the disappearance of, yet more of China's export markets. All these things don't help. He, in his speech, made clear that China is going to put a lot of effort into technological innovation, into education, into upgrading its economic system. So, it's not just about manufacturing. It's going to be more and more about service provision, more and more about creating new innovations technologically in China, and having a better kind of pool of technology. This is a long-term plan, but I think it's going to accelerate. So we can expect to see significant government investment in, education, particularly in STEM subjects, so that there is less reliance on the world outside for this technology, and more autonomy for China. I think that's an absolutely key thing that this administration is now working on, because it's no longer trusting of America or Europe or others as technological partners. It just regards this as politicized, and it's going to try and go it alone more and more. Of course, it won't be easy, but that's what it's going to try and do.
To your mind, how does she see the relationship with India? When Prime Minister Modi got elected to power, the sense that was sought to be conveyed was that President Xi has a favorable disposition towards India. We've seen post-2020, the People's Liberation Army amassed along the line of actual control, continuing its aggressive military postures even today. From the way that you see it, how are China-India relations likely to evolve over the next 5 years?
Well, obviously, India and China are, kind of big potential competitors, but they have no choice because of their huge shared border, but to collaborate, to try and cooperate with each other. And I think Modi, Prime Minister Modi and President Xi Jinping, have put effort into building a personal relationship, which seems to be relatively positive. The complexity of the relationships, however, is going to really be from the fact that obviously India is becoming a stronger economic player, much more prominent than it used to be. It's likely that quite soon India's population will exceed China's, so that's sort of quite a symbolic moment. And it's also true that this relationship is not one where there's a great deal, certainly on China's side, of understanding. I think that China's not invested much in trying to understand India. Its Belt and Road Initiative has obviously not been something that India has particularly embraced. China's tried to balance its relations with Pakistan, India, and of course other powers in the region. I mean, these are complex things that are kind of ones it's not particularly, focused and prioritized before. But I think generally, with all of the issues that China has with America, with particularly kind of America and the European alliance system, very difficult relations with Russia at the moment. I think it would want a reasonably predictable relationship with India, something that is reasonably free of problems. I think it would be in the business, therefore, creating quite a strong collaboration with India if it could.
What you're saying is logical, except that facts on the ground seem to dispute that theory, because you've got the PLA amassed even now aggressively, both in front of the Ladakh border and in Arunachal Pradesh. Those fortifications continuing, China investing very significantly in building border infrastructure and new military garrisons, leading many in India to wonder, where is she going with this military buildup?
Yeah, I mean, Xi's politics is very nationalistic. I mean, look, if I was an advisor to Xi Jinping, I would say that this should be ratcheted down. I mean, maybe after the Congress it will be. I mean, in the broad picture, China's issues with India are not as problematic as they are at all with America, for instance. But I mean, it's not an easy relationship, and the unresolved border dispute doesn't look like it's going to be resolved anytime soon. That will always be a cause of tension. So I think there will be problems. The issue is, are they big problems or manageable problems?
Okay, what do you think is likely to happen next on Taiwan? Everybody dissected Xi's speech very carefully, looking for clues on what could happen with Taiwan next. He's not broken any new ground. Is it because he intends to act and not speak, or do you think the fact that he hasn't made any more provocative statements suggests, at least for the next 5 years, he doesn't intend to move militarily against Taipei?
I think that all depends on what America in particular and Taiwan do. They both have elections in 2024, and that's going to be a difficult moment, because if you have an American president potentially who is going to be much more assertive on Taiwan and recognition of Taiwan, and you have a Taiwanese president who may also be assertive, then there's going to clearly be an enormous problem. I think China's aware that this is an issue where at the moment there is no easy resolution. A military solution would be a catastrophe for everyone. Russia, Ukraine has proved that war is a hugely risky adventure, and indeed an amphibious landing is far more difficult. So I don't see this leadership wanting to accelerate any action at the moment unless provoked. But of course, their nationalistic, kind of philosophy means that this issue will not go away. I think they're just going to continue to try and apply pressure diplomatically on Taiwan and try and make sure that their interests are asserted with an idea of an outcome, but not a deadline for that outcome.
How do you see Beijing and Washington DC's relationship evolve over the next 5 years? That is the central relationship which defines in many ways the new emerging global order. We've seen Biden and Xi try to at least be in touch with each other, so it doesn't seem as if there's a complete communication breakdown, but there still is a lot of testiness and edginess in that relationship.
I don't think it's going to be an easy relationship in the next 5 years. The only question is, will it get worse? I mean, it's pretty bad at the moment. And so, this is not a very ambitious target. The main thing is to make sure it doesn't get worse. As I said, the big event will be the election in 2024, the end of 2024. And what happens as a result of that? I mean, that could be a new candidate who could even be more assertive on China, and things will just kind of deteriorate. The issue really is that America is obviously anxious and at some points almost panicking about China, which is too strong now to just manage. And it's not quite worked out a way of, kind of allowing China space in some areas, but, really kind of making sure that it asserts its interests in others. This is not going to be something that can be resolved. This is the new geopolitics. We have to be realistic about this and manage this. We can't resolve it. We just have to manage it. And the question is America and China, able to do that, or will they be overwhelmed by their incompatibility sometimes?
According to you, when you research the initial days of Xi Jinping, his rise in the party, what makes him different from all the communist leaders before him. Not since Mao Zedong has any one Chinese leader concentrated so much power in his hands. Not in the world is anyone else with this kind of power, with the absence of the kind of checks that would be there on a leader in a country like the United States or even in India. What makes Xi tick? What makes him different? What makes him special?
Well, there's a very, in my mind, simple answer to that. What makes him different is because China is different now. I mean, Mao Zedong was the ruler of China when it was a relatively small, undeveloped and marginalized economy. And Xi Jinping is the ruler of China when it's, in pole position to be the world's largest economy. Xi Jinping is the ruler of China when it's the biggest trading partner for 120 plus countries, when it's the world's second biggest military. There's so many things where China today is not like it was even, 20 years ago or 25 years ago. In 1989, the Chinese economy was 3% the size of the Chinese economy today. So this is a different place. It's like a driver who has gone from driving, a small kind of power car to getting into, a high horsepower car with lots more kind of capacity. The driver might be the same, but the thing they're driving is totally different. Xi Jinping is, I think, a confident and assertive leader, that's for sure. And the basis of that is that he has a country which is so much more, powerful economically, geopolitically, and military than ever before.
One of the stories that made international headlines in the build-up to the Chinese Communist Party Congress was the banner which was displayed on a bridge in Beijing, protesting against Xi, protesting against zero COVID. What's your broad sense of how Chinese society and citizens think of Xi Jinping? How much support, in your view, does he have amongst the common people of China, and how many would like to push back against some of his policies if they had the opportunity?
Yeah, I mean, the protest in Beijing at Sitong Bridge was, by a very brave individual, and maybe, kind of sort of extraordinary they did what they did. But I mean, we know what one person feels in China, but what the other 1.399 billion people think, not easy to say. I mean, I suspect, like anywhere, there's a spectrum of opinion. There are those who may be enthusiastic about him and his nationalism, and that might be a minority. There are those who are accepting because their lives are, broadly okay. And there are those who complain, but, there's a sense of inertia. Those who are absolutely opposed to him, again, are going to be a minority. This seems to me a normal spectrum in any society. Are the ones opposed to him going to ever get critical mass? It's very difficult. It would be a huge challenge. A lot will depend on the economy, because I think the more middle groups, which are the vast majority, may become more negative about the government as the economy goes through problems. But the Communist Party has one card it can always play, which is nationalism. It can always blame others for the position it's in. It can say that Chinese need to always sort of stand together. It's almost like a kind of quasi-war, situation. So I don't think that he is remotely under any threat at the moment. If the one person opposing him was sitting next to him on the Politburo, we have a different problem. But what's remarkable is there's no real evidence that that is the case. And the elite, at least, seem relatively unified around his leadership for whatever reason.
Okay, so let's build on that. Is there anyone you see at the Congress who you think could be the successor to Xi Jinping? Is that at all, given all, anybody else would say there's no way I know, but given your wealth of experience, would you like to hazard a guess, or one candidate or maybe a clutch of candidates who you think could be amongst those who are likely to replace Xi?
Very difficult. To be honest, the only person who has anything like his stature is his premier at the moment, Li Keqiang. Of course, he's likely either to retire or stay on in a new, different sort of position. Younger leaders, people like Hu Chunhua or Wang Yang, slightly younger in Wang Yang's case, they have the experience, but I don't think anyone would look upon them as being groomed as a successor. lower down. I mean, look, Xi Jinping was not really thought about before, almost like months before he really kind of, got the top slot in 2007. So maybe there are figures that, suddenly will emerge and everyone will say, yeah, these are really important figures. At the moment, though, I don't think Xi Jinping has any interest in giving any kind of, light to a successor because it takes power from him. And he's not in that game at the moment.
Well, he is playing a game which he thinks is best for China, most certainly dangerous for the rest of the world and definitely for India. We'll track all of Xi Jinping's moves. Professor Kerry Brown, it's been a pleasure talking to you and benefiting from your insights on the world's most powerful and also the world's most dangerous man. Thank you very much for joining us on the News Track, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
In Tuvalu, we are living the realities of climate change, sea level rise, as you stand watching me today at COP26. We cannot wait for speeches when the sea is rising around us all the time. Climate mobility must come to the forefront. We must take bold, alternative action today to secure tomorrow.
At an average land elevation of no more than 2 meters above sea level, my country will succumb to sea level rise. Mr. President, let me now speak of an issue that is of the greatest concern to my country: climate change and its consequential sea level rise remain the single greatest existential threat my country faces.
Ever wondered how much startup engineers earn annually? Well, they do earn a lot, but not all of their packages make it to the headlines. Software engineers with jobs at Wipro, TCS of the world get paid anything between 4 to 5 lakhs per annum as their starting salary. That looks like mere change when you really look at what startups are throwing at fresh software engineers as of today. Data from 50,000 engineers' salaries suggests that startup companies like Meesho, Cred, Swiggy and others pay a lot more LPA as compared to traditional IT companies. The data was shared by Amit Singh, co-founder of IT hiring startup Weekday. The survey reveals that social media startup ShareChat pays the highest to its mid-level software engineers. The social media platform pays around 47 lakh rupees annually for software engineers who have around 4 years of experience. Cred and Meesho come next in line, with Cred paying 40 lakhs per annum and Meesho paying 39 lakhs per annum to their software engineers with similar experience, while traditional IT companies like TCS, Wipro and Infosys pay just around 10 lakhs per annum to software engineers with 4 years of experience. The starting salary offered by these big IT companies is around 7 lakhs on an annual basis, which too is significantly less than what now startups can offer today. Among the top unicorns of the country, companies like Byju's, Freshworks, Quicker and ShopClose offer the least salary to their software engineers. Data analysis has found that ShopClose pays around 12 lakhs annual salary to engineers with 4 years of experience, while companies like Zomato, Paytm, Flipkart pay around 32 lakhs, 22 lakhs and 36 lakhs respectively to people with same level of experience. In IT firms, there's a common switching culture. While these unicorns pay a lot more salary than established IT firms, most engineers stay at these startups for just about 1.5 to 2 years on an average. As compared to engineers working at companies like Infosys, they stay around 2.5 years there on an average. As per study here, engineers working for Byju's stay at the company for around 1.5 years on an average, while engineers at Cred stay for around 1 year, 8 months on an average. The data has also revealed that one reason why software engineers tend to switch jobs is because staying at one place means an average 10% job hike every year. Basically, salary hike is minimal. In comparison, those who switch jobs often get a 50 to 70% salary hike with each job change. In other words, the current job market for software engineers in India gives incentive for engineers who frequently switch jobs.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. Amidst concerns over the falling rupee and inflation, the IMF says India is a bright spot on a dark global horizon. What explains the fund's assessment of the Indian economy? Top IMF experts will be joining me on the show tonight. Also, all the big political stories. The Congress presidential elections are being held after 2 decades. AAP is on the warpath over the Delhi liquor scam. And in Mumbai, the BJP has withdrawn its candidate from a crucial by-poll. Plus, we'll ask, why is it that Hindi books for MBBS have divided the medical fraternity? All that and much more on the news today.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series. Stay wild at heart.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today. This is your primetime destination. Lots of news breaking today. We'll also have a big talking point. The International Monetary Fund's praise for India An IMF Deputy Director is among my exclusive guests tonight, coming from Washington. But also our big other talking point, MBBS courses in Hindi. Why are doctors divided on it? But first, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines at 9 tonight. More than 9,500 Congress delegates vote for a new party president, the first election the party's had in more than 20 years. Mallikarjun Kharge remains odds-on favourite against Shashi Tharoor. Result out on Wednesday to decide a non-Gandhi as Congress president. Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia is grilled by the CBI over liquor gate for nearly 9 hours. AAP stages a massive dharna in the city, claiming that this is vindictive action. Justice D.Y. Chandrachud appointed the 50th Chief Justice of India from Aadhar to Ayodhya. The judge has delivered key landmark judgments for India. He will be in the chair for 2 years. The BJP withdraws from the Andheri bypoll a day after Raj Thackeray and Sharad Pawar say the party should not fight against a widow. A virtual walkover is given to the Uddhav Sena. Massive outrage over a 40-day parole to rape convict Gurmeet Ram Rahim. Dera Sacha Sauda has been released for the third time in 2022. Baba Ramdev stirs a controversy. The yoga guru launches alcohol and drug-free campaign, claims Bollywood is drowned in drugs, accuses top stars of consumption. A new Omicron subvariant on the prowl in the US, BA 2.75.2. The virus largely evades neutralizing antibodies and therapy, early studies show. UK Prime Minister Liz Truss may be ousted as early as 24th of October, barely a month after taking over. Lawmakers consider replacements after U-turn from a central bank of tax cuts. And Ukraine claims kamikaze drones hit Kiev today, the second attack on the capital city in a week. Lots of breaking news coming in late this evening. The first big story that's coming in: Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister, Aam Aadmi Party leader Manish Sisodia has been grilled for more than 9 hours by the CBI in the Delhi excise liquor scam. The CBI examined Manish Sisodia on what they claim were several aspects of the case, where they accuse Sisodia and the Aam Aadmi Party of taking a cut and taking commissions on liquor vends that were granted. Sources telling India Today that CBI sources claiming that Manish Sisodia's answers are no new summons will be issued, but he could be called back again. Several questions still to be asked according to the CBI, but important aspects of that case were covered today. Now joining me now is Munish Pandey to understand what exactly was the CBI's line of questioning. Munish, what is the supposed role of Manish Sisodia in this case? Give our viewers a sense of what is the CBI looking for, because the Aam Aadmi Party says this is a wild goose chase by the CBI.
Well, Rajdeep, today Manish Sisodia, the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, he was questioned by the Central Bureau of Investigation for almost 9 hours. And what CBI sources are telling us that during those 9 hours of questioning, he was questioned regarding his association with Vijay Nair and the formulation of policy. Now, why Vijay Nair is important? What CBI is claiming that Vijay Nair is a person who was not only in touch with the liquor businessman, but also he was a key player in formulation of the policy. And what CBI is claiming that the policy, the new excise policy, was designed in a way that huge profit can be generated by the liquor businessman, and the cut of that profit was going to several government servants, including some of the politicians of Aam Aadmi Party, and Manish Sisodia. So
what you're claiming,
so he was asked about his association.
What you're saying, Munish, is that for our viewers, Vijay Nair is someone who was handling the media campaign for Arvind Kejriwal and AAP in Punjab and Goa. The claim that the CBI is making that Vijay Nair, who's already been arrested, was in a way involved, we are told, in connecting a few Andhra, Telangana liquor barons with the Delhi government, and that is the line which presumably the CBI is trying to explore. Am I correct? Connecting Andhra and Telangana liquor barons with the Delhi government and how those liquor contracts were given?
Absolutely, Rajdeep. And as far as Vijay Nair is concerned, how the chain is being connected. Now, what CBI has alleged that Vijay Nair is a person who is a close associate of Manish Sisodia. Now, who was Vijay Nair in connection with? They have arrested another accused, Abhishek Boinpalli. Abhishek Boinpalli is a person who is related to one of the top politician from Telangana. Abhishek Boinpalli was arrested. So the chain is connected from Manish Sisodia to Vijay Nair to Abhishek Boinpalli to another accused in the case, Arun Ramchandran Pillai, a liquor baron from Telangana, who was also questioned today when Manish Sisodia was being questioned in another room. So that's how the CBI is connecting the dots. Now, why Vijay Nair is important for CBI? What CBI is claiming, Vijay Nair was collecting commissions from the liquor businessman on behalf of Manish Sisodia. That is what they have mentioned in the FIR. Apart from that, Vijay Nair was holding meetings with the liquor businessman in Hyderabad, Mumbai and Delhi. Apart from that, the 12% of the commission which was being generated by the liquor businessman after this new excise policy was brought in by the Aam Aadmi Party, 6% of that commission was going through hawala to certain politicians of Aam Aadmi Party. And this is what the Central Bureau of Investigation is alleging at this point of time. And regarding this, Manish Sisodia was questioned today. Now,
we'll wait and see.
That they will analyze.
We'll wait and see how this goes. What you're saying is that Manish Sisodia was questioned along this chain which starts from Andhra and Telangana and leads to Delhi. Of course, the AAP is claiming that all of this is part of the CBI being used by the centre ahead of the Gujarat elections to target the party. Now, talking of Gujarat, that's where my other breaking news is coming. Because the Gujarat government this evening has filed an affidavit in the contentious Bilkis Bano gang rape and murder case. The Gujarat government now has told the Supreme Court that the Ministry of Home Affairs at the centre cleared the release of Bilkis's convicts. The Gujarat government in its affidavit before the Supreme Court says that it does not believe that these PILs which have been filed should be entertained because they are by third parties who have nothing to do with the case. Joining me now is our legal head, Nalini Sharma, joins me. Nalini, you want to tell me exactly what the Gujarat government has claimed? Because until now it was unclear how were these convicts released. Obviously, the Gujarat government is saying they got the centres and the MHs go ahead.
Well, Rajdeep, what we need to remember is that because this was a case that was investigated by the CBI, a decision on the release or the remission granted to the 11 convicts could not have been taken by the Gujarat government without having taken approval from the centre first. That is what the 1992 policy also states. But during this entire time, the Gujarat government has not made it clear as to whether or not centre had a role to play in this decision. But through this affidavit, two things have become very clear. One, the Gujarat government has clearly stated that the final approval and the concurrence decision was given by the Ministry of Home Affairs through a letter that was written on 11th of July and that was sent to the Gujarat government. Second thing,
I have to stop you because I'm going to more breaking news coming in. Manish Sisodia, who's come out of that 9 hours of grilling of the Supreme Court, is speaking now. Listen.
CBI में 9 घंटे की पूछताछ के दौरान 9 घंटे जो मैं रहा वहाँ भी मैं समझ गया कि किस तरह से सारा केस फर्जी है और किस तरह से इन्होंने पूरी साजिश की गई है। आज मुझे समझ में आया कि इन्होंने सीबीआई में केस किसी घोटाले की जांच के लिए नहीं करा रखा। इन्होंने सीबीआई में जो मेरे खिलाफ केस करा रखा है वो दिल्ली में एक्चुअली ऑपरेशन लोटस को कामयाब करने के लिए करा रखा है। ये बात पहले भी मुझे बाहर से समझ में आ रही थी, लेकिन आज अंदर जाके सीबीआई के हेडक्वार्टर में 9 घंटे तक मेरे को और समझ में आई कि किस तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी सीबीआई जैसी एजेंसीज को अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल तरीके से, असंवैधानिक तरीके से, गलत तरीके से दबाव बनाने के लिए यूज कर रही है। एक्साइज पे बात हुई, लेकिन मुझे आश्चर्य हुआ कि वहां भी साइड में मुझ पे दबाव बनाया गया कि आप छोड़ दो, आप में क्यों हो। मैंने कहा क्यों? बोले ये केस आपके ऊपर ऐसे चलते रहेंगे, नहीं तो। मैंने कहा इस केस में तो है नहीं, ये तो खत्म हो जाएंगे। तो मुझे कहा गया कि साइड में कि सत्येंद्र जैन के पास कौन से केस हैं, सत्येंद्र जैन के ऊपर कौन से सच्चे केस हैं। वो भी चल रहे हैं, 6 महीने वो जेल रह सकते हैं तो 6 महीने आप भी रह सकते हो। तो मैंने कहा बीजेपी तो बहुत गंदी पार्टी है, मैं उसके लिए आप थोड़ी छोड़ सकता हूँ। तो मुझे कहा गया कि नहीं देखो ये केस तो ऐसे चलते रहेंगे, दूसरा फायदा आपको वो लोग मुख्यमंत्री भी बनाएंगे फिर। तो मैंने कहा ये मुख्यमंत्री बनने के लिए थोड़ी आया हूँ, मैं तो शिक्षा के लिए आया हूँ यहाँ। राजनीति में हम आना नहीं चाह रहे थे, हम तो शिक्षा के लिए आए हैं, ईमानदारी से काम करने के लिए आए हैं। फिर मैंने साफ साफ बोल दिया कि भैया मुझको तो खुशी मिलती है जब दिल्ली के रिक्शे वाले का बच्चा इंजीनियर बनता है, तो उसमें जो खुशी मिलती है मुझे सीएम बन के खुशी नहीं मिलती, सीएम बनने के बारे में सोच के खुशी नहीं मिलती। एक दिल्ली की मेड की बच्ची जब डॉक्टर बनती है तो मुझे खुशी मिलती है। मेरा जीवन शिक्षा को समर्पित है। मैं इस तरह के ऑपरेशन लोटस के किसी दबाव में नहीं आने वाला। इनको जो करना है करें, पूरा केस फर्जी है, कहीं दूर से दूर तक कोई सच्चाई नहीं है उसमें, कोई 1 करोड़ का 1 रुपए का कहीं कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ। ये बीजेपी वाले कहते रहे और दबाव बनाते रहे 10,000 करोड़ का घोटाला हुआ है, कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ। आज मुझे वहां से भी समझ में आ गया है।
Is Manish Sisodia claiming that he's been made a victim of the so-called Operation Lotus, he claims, of the BJP, and the CBI was saying that if he switched and joined the BJP, the cases against him would be dropped. Manish Sisodia claiming fake case and that he's being pressured to join the BJP as part of an Operation Lotus. So we heard both sides. Our CBI correspondent Munish Pandey saying that the CBI claims there are links between the Andhra liquor lobby and the Delhi government. Manish Sisodia claiming it's a fake case against him. Let's move on, because that's not the only big political story today. The other big story is coming from the Congress party, because the Congress party today appears to have finally got its election on track. It held elections to get what will be the first non-Gandhi president after a gap of 24 years. Both the contenders, Mallikarjun Kharge and Shashi Tharoor, exuding confidence. But all eyes will be on Mr. Kharge, who seems to be the unofficial official candidate of the Congress leadership. The results of the elections will be announced on Wednesday. Take a look at what happened.
The die is cast. The Congress will get a non-Gandhi chief in 2 days from now.
Ma'am, are you happy?
Waiting for a long time for this case.
Elections were held on Monday after 24 years, with voting taking place at 36 polling stations and 67 booths set up across India. Over 9,000 Congress delegates have decided the fate of Mallikarjun Kharge and Shashi Tharoor, who have locked horns for the top job. While Mallikarjun Kharge cast his vote at the Congress office in Bengaluru, Tharoor cast his vote at the Congress office in Thiruvananthapuram in Kerala. Ahead of the voting, Tharoor visited a Ganpati temple and offered special prayers. The two candidates exuded confidence and wished each other luck, emphasizing that they remain friends regardless of the result.
Today I called Mr. Kharge and I wished him well, and I said that, whatever has happened, we remain colleagues and friends. He's a respected elder of mine, and I look forward to working with him after this is over. And he said the same to you, he said, and I'm very grateful.
We are not enemies, we are friends, and we are fighting in one house. This is a united house, and where we are fighting election as per our constitution.
Outgoing party chiefs Sonia Gandhi and daughter Priyanka Gandhi Vadra cast their votes in Delhi along with other senior party leaders. Rahul Gandhi, who is leading the Bharat Jodo Yatra, voted at a campsite in Karnataka's Bellary. The BJP has trashed the Congress presidential polls, calling it a sham.
Internal elections, internal democracy and Congress party are not compatible, and whatever is going on for the last few days is a fake fixed match. Just like a WWF match is fixed, this is also a fixed match, and it was not a genuine election.
The ballots from across the country will reach Delhi on Tuesday, and the results will be declared on Wednesday.
24 long years later, Congress has finally decided to hold internal elections to democratically elect the new face, a non-Gandhi face, to lead the party. Shashi Tharoor versus Kharge, both senior leaders. Kharge, the more senior, legislative acumen, a Gandhi loyalist, gives him an edge over Shashi Tharoor, who calls himself as a leader of change. Whoever wins, the question here is, will this process of internal election finally bring in the real winds of change for the grand old party? With camera person Shivu, this is Nabila Jamal for India Today, Bengaluru.
And the Congress party is fighting its elections. The country is fighting an economic slowdown, because amidst the talks of slowdown and a global recession, the International Monetary Fund, remember last week, praised India for its economic growth and structural reforms. In fact, the IMF praise comes at a time when growth forecasts are being cut. The rupee has weakened against the dollar. The question is the Indian economy now slowing down, or is the Indian economy actually far better off in comparison to other emerging markets? What really is the situation? That's what we're going to ask special guests in a moment. But take a look at just why this story is so important.
India, a fast-growing economy. India, a bright spot. India will leave a mark on the world.
The Middle East.
This is how the International Monetary Fund heaped praise on India, even as the world stares at the threat of recession.
In many countries, India deserves to be called a bright spot on this otherwise darker horizon, because it has been a fast-growing economy even during these difficult times. But most importantly, this growth is underpinned by structural reforms.
Hailing India's digital economy, IMF's managing director gave huge credit of country's success to digitization. This is not the first time the IMF has lauded India's initiatives. On October 13, IMF commended India's direct cash transfer scheme and described it as a logistical marvel, considering the sheer size of the country. IMF's praise comes at a time when the rupee is hitting new lows against the dollar almost every single day. Rupee, which had recovered historic lows hit a week ago, depreciated by 11 paise to close at 82.30 against the US dollar on Monday. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman says the rupee is faring better against other currencies and there is nothing to worry.
If I look at the case of India, it is actually quite impressive. In fact, just because of the sheer size of the country, it's a logistical marvel how these programs that seek to help people who are at low income levels, there's a lot of technological innovation. In the case of India, one thing that is striking is the use of the unique identification system, the Aadhaar.
While IMF has hailed India's economic achievements, it had sharply cut growth forecast for 2022 to 2023 to 6.8% as compared to 7.4% estimated earlier in July. Bureau Report, India Today.
So why is the IMF praising India at the moment? Joining me now is Anne-Marie Guide-Wold. She is the Deputy Director of Asia and Pacific Department at IMF. Ma'am, when the IMF Director General suggested last week India the bright light in a dark horizon as the world heads towards a possible recession, why do you believe, why is the IMF saying, what about India stands out for you? Because there is a slowdown that's taking place in the Indian economy as well.
Thank you for this question. India is indeed growing still very fast. We forecast 6.8% growth this year and 6.1% of growth next year. So it is growing much faster than other emerging market and developing countries. This said, India's growth has been downgraded from what we had in April of this year, when we still forecast 7.4% of growth. So this So we see India still as one of the growth drivers of the region, but India is also subject to headwinds like other countries in the region, maybe not quite as much so, given India's very big domestic market, and given that India has already taken some very important policy steps with fiscal budget that is appropriately focused on capital expenditures and some monetary tightening. So let me summarize that India is doing relatively better than other emerging markets and developing countries, and that's why we see it as a bright spot at the horizon right now.
So India doing much better than other emerging market economies, as you're saying, but the fact is, ma'am, that you have already trimmed India's growth by about 60 basis points from your July projections, from 7.4% now to 6.8%, the steepest cut for any major economy barring the US. Are you saying that therefore it's only the relative aspect of the Indian economy that gives you hope that India at the moment shines out compared to others, because you are cutting India's growth rate as well?
That is one way of putting it. So India we indeed have downgraded it by about 60 basis points, as you said, and this is mainly as a result of the external headwinds that India is facing, with the rapid financial tightening in global markets and the increase in commodity prices as a result of the Ukraine war. But domestic policies have reacted in India, and as I mentioned, compared to other emerging markets, India is doing relatively better, and there is some catch-up growth from the time of COVID. So yes, it is. It's a relative assessment, but at the absolute level, it's also still a significant growth rate.
One final question, ma'am. The two concerns here in India at the moment, that we have a rupee that's falling as compared to the dollar. I know the finance minister says the rupee, it's the dollar that's strengthening, but the rupee is falling. And inflation also proving to be a little bit more resilient than we might have imagined. Should we be worried looking ahead? Do you believe that there are certain headwinds that India could face, like the rest of the world, particularly given what's been happening in Ukraine?
Well, I mean, the headwinds that India is facing are faced by emerging markets and even advanced countries globally. We have actually reduced the inflation forecast slightly for India from what we had in our April forecasts, and that reflects that India has already gone through several rounds of appropriate monetary tightening. We see that there is a need for further monetary policy action. It's important that this monetary policy action be appropriately calibrated and adequately communicated. So should we be worried? I think the authorities have understood.
Right, my guest there joining me from Washington. I appreciate you, Deputy Director at the International Monetary Fund, setting up our talking point. Are we meant to say that the Indian economy is on the right track, that the opposition is wrong in criticizing the government? Is the government living in denial on the other hand? Should India be worried about potential slowdowns? Are the opposition's fears unwarranted? Those are some of the questions we want to raise. Is the government rightly optimistic or living in denial? Should we be worried about this slowdown? And the opposition fears, are they unwarranted or warranted? Let's get a quick face-off. Joining me now, Syed Zafar Islam is the BJP's economic mind and spokesperson. Supriya Shrineth is the Congress's economic mind and spokesperson. Supriya Shrineth, you might have just heard the IMF Deputy Director emphasizing what the Director General said last week, that India is a bright spot on the horizon. And yet the opposition is continuously claiming that the Indian economy is in serious trouble. Make sense of that for us.
So thank you very much for having me on the show. A good evening to the fellow panelists and of course to all your viewers. I think the IMF Deputy Director was being polite with you, like they usually are. Because the proof of the pudding is in eating. And the proof of the pudding is that IMF has cut India's GDP growth forecast by not 1 or 2, but 60 basis points, 0.6%. And not once, but twice over. IMF is not the only one. World Bank has done it 4 times, the RBI has done it 3 times, Moody's, Fitch, UNCTAD, one after the other, ADB, every brokerage, every agency has reduced India's growth estimates. And to me, that is a huge cause of concern. This is not a matter of politicking. It's a huge cause of concern because low growth means lesser jobs, fewer jobs, less income and more poverty. And given the income accentuation in this country, which the IMF has talked about, while reducing India's growth estimate, we have serious reasons to worry. The rupee, and because you alluded to a question that you put forward to the IMF Deputy Director, and I will take just 10 seconds to talk about this. The rupee which Mr. Modi inherited at 58 to a dollar is today staring at 83, and many believe it could go down to 90 by the end of this year and maybe 100 if adequate policy measures are not taken. The finance minister says it's the rupee that is not weakening, but the dollar that is strengthening. I don't know what logic that is. She is best placed to address and explain that. But I will only ask one question. You have put $100 billion worth of our forex reserves in the last 10 months to strengthen the rupee. Why do you think you have failed to do that? Because people have no faith in your policy. And until you do policy correction, nothing is going to improve.
But
you are happy and sanguine to say that we are improving against other currencies.
Exactly. Two clarifications. No, ma'am, just a minute. From what the Deputy Director said, she was saying, when they said bright spot, it's relative to other emerging markets that are also suffering from inflation, from a slowdown. And even in the context of the falling rupee, I think what the finance minister was suggesting is, please look at it as a dollar index, compare the Indian rupee to other currencies, not just to the dollar.
I am so glad you have raised that point because people need to know the truth behind those statements. Let me correct you there. Who are we going to compare ourselves to? As an economy, am I going to compare myself to a US, China, UK? Or am I going to compare myself to Bangladesh and Sri Lanka and be happy with it? That's the first clarification that's important, because if we are going to compare ourselves to China and US, it is important to point out the truth. We are a $3 trillion economy. We are expected to grow at 6.8%, and I can bet my bottom dollar on it, that will also be revised lower. A $3 trillion economy growing at 6.8%. China is an $18 trillion economy expected to grow at 4.4%, and US a $21 trillion GDP expected to grow at over 1%. So what are we talking about, and exactly what are we comparing? We can't compare apples to oranges. To the one important point that you made, our ascent as far as other currency baskets is concerned. Extremely fallacious, extremely foolhardy, and I will tell you why. 86% of India's global trade is dollar denominated. So until you do not strengthen against the dollar, everything else is a flawed argument made to mask your policy failures.
Zafar Islam, now respond. You've heard what Supriya Srinath has said, that while we take satisfaction in the IMF saying that, we are a bright spot amidst the dark horizon, there are concerns, there are global headwinds out there. The finance minister goes to Washington and says, don't worry about, it's not about the falling rupee, it's about the strengthening dollar. Tell that to those who are importing money. Tell that to those who are trying to send their children abroad. Tell that to those who are worried that this will eventually slow down India's growth rate going ahead. Should there not be a little bit more concern over what's happening rather than this, don't worry, be happy, we are better off than the rest of the world?
No, Rajdeep, let me respond to that. First of all, let us understand how the world perceives our economy and how the responsible opposition perceives about Indian economy. They have given thumbs up for all the structural reforms being undertaken by the Honorable Prime Minister, all the policy reforms being initiated by the Honorable Prime Minister. They have given thumbs up. They have also acknowledged that all the initiatives taken during COVID, the most difficult time, have been very good for the Indian economy because everything has worked for India. Because there are certain inherent strength which is being exploited by the Honorable Prime Minister, which The opposition bench does not even want to acknowledge that. Let me tell you a few things. When people are talking about revising the GDP number, of course, India is exporting. Don't we know that how we have achieved the target of 419 billion last year? And there is a global headwind. Obviously, that partly export whatever projection we had, which will suffer, and that will eventually, because part of the GDP is based on the export we do, export numbers. So obviously, it will impact the GDP number, and it will be revised. But it has to be seen not in isolation, but it is an integrated economy. The global economy also has to be seen that whether other emerging economies are impacted because of this slowdown, global slowdown, because of the Ukraine war, whether there is another economy which has also been slowing down or not.
Should there be less complacency? I think the point that many are making, objective observers, forget political parties, even objective economists are now saying, we need to be a little bit more concerned, a little bit more belt tightening, instead of constantly saying, we are doing much better than the rest of the world at the moment, and therefore we will be insulated. That seems to be a line that could get us down the line into a bit of trouble. We need to get our act together.
Actually, Radeep, you should do a back testing. From 2020 till now, how the other countries have taken decision, how Indian government has taken decision to counter the Ukraine crisis as well as Corona. We have initiated Atmanirbhar packages, non-Atmanirbhar packages. We would never unnecessarily supplied money and given money to everyone, because it would have created inflation. Today, we are in a much better spot than any other country. See how the Western world is struggling, how US is struggling, how the UK is struggling, but India, everybody is talking nice thing about India because the policy decision taken by the Honorable Prime Minister. Second thing, which is very important, we are not, if you say that we are not concerned, that government is concerned, because as I said, it's an integrated economy. And we are not thinking in isolation. When the world is suffering, India will also be impacted. But you have to counter with the policy measure which is being done by the Honorable Prime Minister.
Okay, I take your point. I take your point.
Last second.
Yes.
Last second. When you're talking about rupee depreciating against dollar only. See, 5 years ago, again I'm requesting you to do a back testing. Euro dollar today is 0.98. What it was, it used to be 1.4. Today, all the other currencies, you see the dollar versus GBP. Again, it is dollar which has strengthened. If India has strengthened against all the other currencies, including euro, including GBP, including major other currencies, except US currencies, because dollar is appreciating against all the other countries,
you made that point, Mr. Zafar Islam, you made that point earlier as well, but Supriya Srinath respond therefore. There is the fact that there is an element of macroeconomic stability at the moment in the country. The big numbers are better off, whether it's on inflation, particularly on inflation, growth rates compared to other countries that were similar position post-COVID, post-Ukraine. Are we going to give credit to the government for that at all? Or are we simply going to say we're going to oppose everything this government does?
Rajdeep, you know better than that, and you can do better than that. Give me one macroeconomic parameter where the fundamentals are strong. Our growth is faltering. We are going to end this year yet again at under 6%. Our inflation is high, and please do not be misled by what the BJP tells you. The Indian Parliament has mandated inflation between 2 to 6%. We are successively, quarter after quarter, month after month, breaching it beyond 7%. What is the real rate of growth? That is what growth minus inflation is. You see the figures, it will tell you a story, which is why inflation is hurting the common man a lot more. Which other figure is good? Please tell me. CAD, we are staring at levels of 3.4%. Do they even realize what that means? I'm not even touching fiscal deficit right now. I'm not even touching the currency. And so much for currency, we would have benefited had our exports been strong. July, August, September, our exports have actually shrunk, and our imports have gone up so much that our trade deficit in the last few months has doubled over the same period on a year-on-year basis.
Okay,
I also want to point out one very important thing here.
Yes.
One very important last thing, Rajdeep. You know, when you are in government, you don't put up your hands and say external factors, what do we do? झुंझुना बजाने के लिए तो आप नहीं आए ना सरकार में. 2013 when the taper tantrum happened, rupee fell from 58 to 69 to $1. Within 4 months, we brought it back to 58 and we gave them the currency at 58.40. Within 4 months, $12 billion worth of foreign investor money had fled the country. We got $35 billion back. Within 1 year, from 5% growth rate, we took it to over 7%. Can they claim to do any of this?
Okay,
and please remember, this economy was on ice
I have some more news to give our viewers.
Before the Russia-UK war.
I must give Zafar a final word. Zafar, a final word, please.
Rajdeep, I think Congress spokesperson should revisit 2008.
Without saying 4 times honorable, don't waste everybody's time. 4 times honorable.
Please shut up. Interrupt you, ma'am.
I didn't interrupt you. So she should revisit 2008.
You better mind your tongue, Zafar, because I'm not going to let you speak. Don't you dare say shut up to me.
No, ma'am, that's unfair. Ma'am, you're being unfair. I have to. He did not intervene with you. Ma'am, please keep Sophia's mic down. Go ahead, Zafar Islam.
He has the.
Go ahead, Zafar Islam. Please go ahead.
You should also learn some decency.
Keep your arrogance.
Not interrupt. I'm not interrupting you, so you should not interrupt.
Zafar, this is not fair. Supriya Shinath, this is not fair at all. Supriya Shinath, I will have to drown your mic because it's not fair to the viewer. Let Zafar Islam complete.
Rajiv, the differentiating factor in the past, when we had FPI money, and that's why CAD was always under threat. Today we have more FDI. We have a $550 billion of FDI in last 8 years compared to what FPI of $50 billion. So that is that time $50 billion against $65 billion of FDI. So that is the debt.
Money?
Please keep your mouth shut. I didn't interrupt you.
No. Don't need to say keep your mouth shut and all, sir. That's also not true. Let's leave that. I'm giving you 30 seconds uninterrupted time. Please go ahead.
So that is the differentiating factor. Secondly, that she was talking about mandate by the parliament for maintaining inflation between 2 to 6%. She should also revisit what happened after 2008 economic crisis. Inflation is double digit, weighted average, the 8.6% for the tenor of UPA. Today you can
out poverty by the UPA.
Today you can see that weighted average is only less than 5%. That only suggests that all the policy decision which has been taken is actually paying off. And all the high frequency data, you have to see the high frequency.
I am afraid we are reaching the stage where our viewers are not getting the benefit of two very fine spokespersons not allowing the other to speak. And when that happens, the viewer loses out. I think you've made both your central points. We can go back to some of them and we will continue to focus on them because we believe in the next 18 months, the economy is the biggest challenge. For all the noise taking place around us, that's where the real debate must take place in this country. I appreciate my two guests joining us and I apologize to our viewers that at the end it got so fractious. Let's turn very quickly to something else I want to touch on. Very quick update. Union Home Minister Amit Shah, remember, over the weekend launched Hindi books for medical students in Madhya Pradesh. Few other states now are also planning to follow the Madhya Pradesh pattern, leading to a fierce debate. Hindi MBBS books, will they lead to greater inclusion when it comes particularly to the highly competitive NEET exam? Is a question that is being asked. Will it raise the standards of medical education? Is MBBS in Hindi the right prescription or is it a misplaced idea at the moment? I'm joined by two guests at the moment. Dr. Rohan Krishnan is president of the Pharma Doctors Association that has publicly come out against this, and Dr. Pankaj Agarwal is founder Medical Concepts in Hindi. Appreciate both of you joining us. Dr. Rohan Krishnan, why are you opposing this? If China can have books in Chinese for medicine, Japanese students can have it, German students can have it, why shouldn't Indian students who want to choose be allowed to have books in Hindi? Make them more accessible.
See, your question is actually answering the answer itself, because if China can have it, if Ukraine can have it, if Russia can have it, so are we going to take our country into a mode where the Indian MBBS doctors be equivalent to those doctors who are pursuing MBBS from China, Ukraine?
No, I want to understand what is your principal objection, Rohan. What is your principal objection? Please unmute yourself. Unmute yourself, please. What is your principal objection? No, I can't hear you. Your audio, we can't hear you. Let me go to the other guest in the meantime. Dr. Agarwal, you want to tell us why you believe MBBS books in Hindi is a good idea?
Are you asking me?
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Agarwal.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for inviting me. See, I am working on this line for last 5 years, and what I am doing is I have designed a mobile application through which we are teaching our medical graduates and postgraduates for medical sciences. We are conducting online classes for King George's Medical University, Lucknow, for PG residents, and we are doing online sessions, and we have conducted more than 500 hours of education so far and touched around 50,000 delegates. We have conducted certificate courses with all prestigious bodies of India, our medical fraternity, Indian College of Obs and Gynae, Indian College of Physicians.
Now, what's the benefit, sir? Before you tell me,
yes,
what is the benefit? What is the benefit you find?
So what I am seeing nowadays, my attendees, they say that whatever is being taught in our mother tongue is easily understandable. We conducted a study which was published in your India Today magazine, that out of all these doctors who responded to it, they said that 80% they found it easier to understand, and they said that they will like to go for education in Hindi. Now,
so you're saying it was more easily accessible. Those students, many of them presumably from smaller towns, rural India, found it more easily accessible. Rohan Krishnan, now respond, Dr. Krishnan.
One thing I want to make pretty clear.
Let him now respond. Dr. Agarwal, 1 minute. Yes.
When we talk about medical education in India, the doctors, the Indian graduates are being well respected throughout the world. And the one and sole reason of that is that medical education in India is not a joke. It is a very serious studies of 5.5 years. Whereas in any other subjects, be it engineering, be it +2 level or any other graduation course, I respect all the courses, the passing percentage is not 50%, but in medical education, for any exam you give, be it a theory exam, an MCQ exam, and practical exam.
But how does Hindi affect it? Why are you opposed to Hindi?
You see, we have to follow the guidelines of UNICEF, the World Health Organization. Most of the drug research which is happening in India is all the approved drugs of FDA. So we have to talk about globalization, and we have to talk about a medical education system which is comparable with the world, so that there can be interactive sessions, so that Indian doctors can go and work.
Yes. No, Dr. Krishnan, you are saying that if we want to be globally competitive, if we want to do greater medical research, you believe English is the way forward. Am I correct? Therefore, you believe that doing it in Hindi will make us less competitive globally. Our doctors less competitive globally for higher education. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes. This is the first point. There are at least 5 points which are very important if you will consider them. Suppose Indian NEET UG students, suppose I was from Delhi and I took admission in Bangalore. What if they were teaching in Kannada there? What if a Bangalore students come and take admission in Madhya Pradesh, or Tamil Nadu students take admission in Madhya Pradesh? Then where will be the education system goes if every state starts doing it? If someone from Bihar starts it in Bhojpuri, so where is this medical education gonna go?
Let Dr. Agarwal now respond. Dr. Agarwal, I think the idea is that higher education in terms of medicine, quality journals of research are all in English. Number two, across a country like India, you need a linked language, which English is at the moment, and it makes us more globally competitive. How do you respond?
Okay, number one, are they asking that you should stop education in English? No, it's not compulsory, it's an option. It's an alternative way, system of education which has been given now to the persons who belong to Hindi-speaking belt. Now, let me present some figures. The first spoken language in India, Hindi 43% and English only 0.02%. The person who can speak English are only 10% and Hindi 57%. Now, if I come to medical education, number of MBBS seats is 91,000 plus. Now, 20,000, 23,000, 16,000, total more than 50,000 medical graduates are being studied. They are studying abroad in Ukraine, China, and Russia. They are learning these things in these languages, and you are not opposing anybody. So, what is the system is we don't question anything else other than Hindi. Okay.
No, but now, look at the quality. No, 1 minute, Dr. Agarwal. The quality of books, most of these books are not even translated, they're transliterated. Yes. Most of these books are using English words. You know, I've just seen the last paragraph of one of the books, it's full of English words. So you're actually saying you're doing it in Hindi, you've done it in a hurry. But the fact is they're all in English. The words are all in English at the moment.
See, you can't change and you should not change the medical terminology at once. So if I am saying this, the language, suppose the nerve, the name of a nerve is a recurrent laryngeal nerve, and you are asking that, okay, you change the name. Why? Why the name should be changed?
Sir, I get your point. I've got the last chapter of one of the books. Lung ka pulmonous respiration ke principal organs, lungs, right and left, thoracic cavity mein, pleural sac mein, enclosed hai. I'm just saying that using these words is not. Should we take some more time before we do this? We've tried to do it overnight. Should it be done? I agree it should be done. But can it be done overnight?
Which I have written in Hindi. Will you like to study? Go for the MCH app and read in that. And believe me, my 50,000 doctors who are following me, they are saying that it is easier to understand. They can stay there for 2 hours continuously without hitting their brain.
Right. You know, that's a good point which Dr. Krishna, at the end of the day, there will be those who will say English at the end of the day is spoken by fewer people who want to compete for the exams. Why not? You know, we are a country which needs to include more people. Why should I be deprived of NEET? Because I went to a vernacular medium or a Hindi medium school and I now want to learn whether it's in Hindi, Tamil, Telugu. I want to do NEET exams in all languages.
Yeah, first of all, the question arises here is that even after 75 years of independence in our basic school system, English is not taught properly. And rather than improving the system in your basic schooling till +2, you are actually deteriorating a very well established and a sacrosanct system, which is very bad. Okay. Firstly, I would like to tell this. Secondly, the Indian government itself, the Indian Medical Commission, that is now the National Medical Commission, allows MBBS graduates from those countries, 5 countries who have got their graduation from English-speaking states. That is United States, UK, New Zealand, Australia. So if you come and do your MBBS from these 6 countries, you can actually come and practice in India without giving any examination. And even if an Indian citizen does an MBBS course from Ukraine, Russia, these people are not allowed to directly come and practice in India because obviously we have some kind of sense that their education is not proper. I think first we have to think about accommodating them. And with all due respect, we have always opposed so many people going abroad, and there is an excess of students.
You know, the real issue at the end of the day is we need more MBBS graduates. We need many more doctors. We need exams that are conducted on time, and we need to give options. Those who may want to learn in Hindi may have to be allowed to give them that option, and maybe we can thereby create a more inclusive community of doctors. But it can't be done overnight. If you look at the quality of books at the moment, they clearly are not measuring up to the standards that will be required in the months ahead. This can't be a political fix. It's going to have to be quality education above all else. Let's leave it there. Interesting debate. I wish we had much more time on that battle over MBBS Hindi books. Let's take a break. When we return, a fatal accident after speeding BMW collides with a truck. That's not all. It's all caught on Facebook Live. More when we return.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Welcome back. Let's turn to a story that is deeply troubling. Final moments of a car accident, high-speed accident on the National Highway, live streamed on Facebook. The 4 occupants of a BMW meeting with a fatal collision on Uttar Pradesh's Purvanchal Expressway. What has shocked people is that how these men could be heard on live stream, flouting all rules, while one victim was heard egging the driver to accelerate until they reached the 300 km/h limit. That's not all. At least one of them was a doctor, another an engineer. It is a reminder that you can be as educated as you are, but speed thrills, but also kills. Take a look.
स्पीड में 300 पहुंचा देगा ठिकाना पे चारों मरेंगे एक मिनट शांति
A speeding BMW zooming down the Purvanchal Expressway at a breakneck speed of over 230 kilometers per hour. The 4 thrilled occupants with beer cans live streaming the drive on Facebook.
ठीक है सीधा है यहीं से मार यहीं से मार 200 170 रिपोर्ट कीजिए.
Egging on the driver to hit 300 kilometers per hour mark on the speedometer and not to step off the accelerator.
स्पीड में 300 पहुंचा देगा ठिकाना पे लंबा दिखेगा तभी खींचेगा. ठीक है सीधा है यहीं से मार यहीं से मार.
One of them exclaims, "Charo marenge," predicting a deathly end for all of them due to overspeeding.
चारों मरेंगे. एक मिनट शांति.
Moments later, the BMW rammed into a truck, killing all the 4 on spot. Such was the force of the high-speed collision that body parts of the victims were strewn on the highway. The car was left a mangled pile of iron. Blood-soaked interiors of the car and the highway narrating the horrors of the final drive.
काफ़ी हाई स्पीड एक्सीडेंट लग रहा है और वो कोई इसमें सर्वाइवर नहीं है। अब उनके पोस्टमार्टम और उसकी कार्रवाई के लिए डॉक्टर्स को निर्देशित कर दिया गया और उनकी परिजनों से संपर्क किया गया है ताकि उनको अन्य कोई असुविधा ना हो। इसके लिए संबंधित अधिकारियों को निर्देश दिया गया है कि उनके साथ कोऑर्डिनेट करके आगे कार्रवाई करें।
इसी की वजह डाइवर्जन किया गया है और इसी की वजह से ये सब हुआ है। एक्सीडेंट जहाँ आज हुआ है इसी की वजह से हुआ। अरे इसको सही कर किया जाए और क्या है। इसको जो है 15 दिन हो गया है, 4 लोग मर गए हैं, इसमें सर कट गया है, डाइवर्जन किया गया गाड़ी का।
The haunting bravado of the four as they zoomed into the split-second death. The blood-curdling final moments leave a chilling reminder. Speed thrills, but definitely kills.
सीधा है, यही से मार, यही से मार, यही से मार।
Bureau Report, India Today.
Just don't ever do that. Our image tonight comes from the United Kingdom, where extreme activists are protesting for a plant-based future. They've thrown tomato soup at a Vincent van Gogh painting. They've now been seen dumping milk in stores. Their protests are part of an image of the day. Think about it, at a time when parts of the world are suffering from hunger and other concerns. Here are activists throwing milk on the floor. That's our image of the day. You stay well, stay safe. Don't do that ever. Good night, Shubh Ratri, Jai Hind, Namaskar.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
हर पल आपके साथ।
Galwan clash video plays out at Chinese President Xi Jinping's re-election meet. Xi Jinping does not rule out Taiwan takeover by force. What does the great rejuvenation of China mean? A more aggressive President Xi in the third term? More tension along Taiwan and Tibet borders? That's our top focus on India First.
Chinese President Xi Jinping has broken the two-term limit, with Premier Li Keqiang on his way out, apparently because they didn't see eye to eye on the zero COVID policy. Is this an indication that there is no collective leadership and Xi Jinping's vision will be seen over the next 5 years? And what does the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation actually mean? More trouble on the Taiwan and Indian borders with Tibet? I'm Gaurav Sawant. We discuss, we debate. But first, as always, let's get started with the headlines on India First. Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia questioned by the CBI over Liquorgate for close to 9 hours. The Aam Aadmi Party stages a massive dharna in the national capital. (9,500) Congress party delegates vote for a new party president. Mallikarjun Kharge remains the odds-on favourite against Shashi Tharoor. Results on Wednesday. Massive outrage over 40-day parole to rape convict Gurmeet Ram Rahim. Dera Sacha Sauda chief has been released for the third time in 2022. Yog Guru Baba Ramdev stirs a controversy, launches alcohol and drug-free campaign, claims Bollywood is drowning in drugs, accuses top superstars of consumption. Ukraine says kamikaze drone hits Kyiv today. It's the second attack on the capital city in a week. Videos of the Galwan clash between India and China at Galwan played out at the Great Hall of People in Beijing. The Chinese regimental commander was one of the invitees of the Chinese Communist Party Congress. President Xi Jinping spoke of intensifying military training under combat conditions and to be more adept at deploying military forces on a regular basis. He also refused to rule out forcible reunification of Taiwan. Now, will the world see a more aggressive Chinese President Xi Jinping in the years ahead? That's our top story.
6月，外军公然违背与我方达成。
These images of the June 15, 2020 clash at Galwan in Ladakh, when Indian soldiers pushed back Chinese aggressors, were played out at the Chinese Communist Party Congress, where Chinese President Xi Jinping looks set to get an unprecedented third term. The Chinese regiment commander at Galwan, Qi Fubao, was among the 2,300 delegates and invitees at the crucial Congress at the Great Hall of People in Beijing. Regimental Commander Fubao was one of the 304 special invitees of the People's Liberation Army. Chinese President Xi Jinping spoke at length of his past 5 years' achievements. The wheels of history are rolling on towards China's reunification and rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. Complete reunification of our motherland must be realized and can without doubt be realized. China watchers believe after 10 years of being in power, Xi Jinping now is virtually the most powerful man in China. His core focus areas remain consolidating his control over the army and the party. He remains the General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party and the Chairman of the Central Military Commission, and will be President of China for another 5 years, or as some argue, for life. This way, he becomes the most powerful man in China after Chairman Mao Zedong. Xi Jinping spoke of the need to intensify military training under combat conditions, laying emphasis on group training and to be more adept at deploying military forces on a regular basis. We will comprehensively strengthen military training, enhance combat preparedness, and improve the people's military's ability to win. We will innovate military strategic guidance, develop strategies and tactics for people's war, and build a strong system of strategic deterrent. We will increase the number of new domain forces with new combat capabilities and further promote combat training. Analysts argue Xi Jinping soon will be more aggressive both on Taiwan and on the line of actual control with India. Experts say with President Xi talking about the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation, Beijing is likely to be more aggressive towards Taiwan, if not immediately, then in the coming years.
China's issues with India are not as problematic as they are at all with America, for instance. But I mean, it's not an easy relationship, and the unresolved border dispute doesn't look like it's going to be resolved anytime soon. That will always be a cause of tension. So I think there will be problems. The issue is, are they big problems or manageable problems?
However, the state of the Chinese economy, the shrinking workforce, and the impact of zero COVID policy remain President Xi Jinping's Achilles heel. Xi Jinping's third term is being watched by the world very closely. It could well be make or break for President Xi and for China in the decade ahead. Bureau Report, India Today.
So what does a more powerful Xi Jinping mean for the region and for the world? Analysts argue his track record is that of aggression. From wolf warriors to debt trap diplomacy, especially in dealing with developing countries, and of course aggression both at Taiwan and the borders with India, Tibet's borders with India. In his third term, is there a timeline for targeting Taiwan, and what happens along the India-Tibet border? Joining me for a 360-degree perspective on this big development, Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain. General Hasnain commanded the Kashmir Corps. He's a keen China watcher. Also with me is Brian Hyo, who's the editor of New Blue magazine, joins us from Taipei, Taiwan, and N.R. Tangen is advisor Taipei Institute, who joins us from Beijing. General Hasnain, videos of the Galwan clash playing out at the Great Hall, the regimental commander participating in this meet. What's the writing on the wall, on the Great Wall, domestically and internationally, sir?
Thank you, Ranga. Thank you very much for having me on this show. Very, very important discussion today. Yes, the Chinese are great people at symbolism. This whole presentation of the commander of the Galwan troops, the Chinese PLA troops there, it was essentially to send home a message. China was aggressive. China won that clash as per them, and China will continue to win clashes against India. That is the message which is being sent out into this 20th Chinese Communist Party Congress. It's very important to project this because in today's world, if you see, conventional warfare really has its place, but there is no guarantee of winnability. And the Chinese are hell-bent somehow to say that they got the better of India when it comes to the LAC clash in Ladakh in April 2020. I think that's the picture that they are sending out. And we are all aware of the fact that China, over the last 30 years, has built up this whole system of psychological warfare, media warfare, cyber warfare as a combination, which is essentially the frontline aspect of it, with the main force acting as the deterrent behind.
So I think is that a message that China is sending out domestically? Because internationally, the truth is known. And perhaps...
Absolutely. Gaurav, you are absolutely 100% right. This is an internal consumption exercise. Most of this is happening for the internal public as such. Nationalism is a very important aspect here. China realizes that nationalism internationally is rising in different nations. And it's important to play up Chinese nationalism within. This is the right time, perhaps, for them to play up this.
Okay. In our tangent, is that also your appreciation? Nationalism is being played up internally. Now, is that an attempt so that there are no voices of dissent internally in case there are in this Chinese Communist Party Congress? Because we still do not have details of the fatalities and the casualties on the Chinese side after the conflict. Later, China did concede 4 or 5 fatalities, but the Russian agency TASS had claimed 44 Chinese fatalities. So, sir, is this regimental commander some kind of a mascot to hide the shame of the setback that China received in Galwan, and that is why they want to intensify their training so that they can win future local wars?
No, not really. First
Mr.
off,
Tangent,
the border clash with India was not even mentioned. Yes, he was present, so were 2,600 other people. And I think this is being overplayed by my colleague. He might sense that that's what China is doing, but obviously there was no mention of Galwan or anything like that by Xi Jinping.
The video was played out. The video was played out. Well, if it wasn't important,
the video was played out, but it's an example. You know, remember, there are 2 different narratives. There's the Indian narrative and Beijing's narrative. So, you know, from their perspective, they think that they were attacked. India thinks it was attacked. The fact is that you're talking about an area where the border has not been settled. So rather than getting into, you know, you're wrong or they're wrong, let's just talk about the situation, which is that for China, the main issue is Taiwan. And that is the most significant regional threat that they see. Taiwan was settled to be part of China back in the 70s and 80s when the 3 communiques were signed. And the U.S. kicked Taiwan out of the UN and exceeded this one China policy. Now it's been under revision. Tai Ing-wen and her party are being encouraged to play this kind of semi-independence card. And Xi Jinping was just laying down the fact that Taiwan, under China's constitution, is part of China, and that they will defend that.
And try and take it by force. So I'll come to the use of force or not ruling out renunciation of use of force in just a moment. But Brian, what's the assessment in Taiwan, especially on China's refusal to promise renunciation of use of force? Is there a thinking that China is waiting for that right moment to strike?
Yes, there's not actually a lot of discussion of the 20th National Congress in Taiwan. Domestic news stories often dominate, and Chinese military threats are nothing new. And so in that sense, there is relative calm. People are not talking about this in the sense of that this is the only news story. It is a front-page news story, but one among many. So with regards to that, yeah, Taiwan is the pressing issue for China at present. Taiwan is obviously on China's doorstep. China is also reliant on Taiwan for key goods such as semiconductors. Its own supply lines are highly dependent on. I just stress that the U.S. position on Taiwan is that it is undecided. The U.S. One China policy and China's One China principle have never been the same thing, and oftentimes Americans themselves, American government officials, are not actually aware of this and oftentimes conflate their own government position with that of China's. But in that sense, I think Xi is trying to tout Taiwan as an accomplishment. I don't actually think he is so hasty to war here, given the economic cataclysm and the enormous loss of life that would occur in the event of a Taiwan contingency. That's not something that China can weather at present. And so Xi is touting China and Taiwan as having accomplished stuff regarding Taiwan. And so that is the reason why then he should be granted a third term. He has made gains in Taiwan.
Okay. So he knows the consequences. President Xi Jinping, General Hasnain, is that also your assessment that Xi Jinping knows the consequences? As Brian points out, I was in Taiwan last month. I'd interacted with some of their military commanders, and they said that the losses on the Chinese side will be immense in case China attempts to take Taiwan by force. So will China wait perhaps through this decade, increase its military and economic strength, and then in the coming decade try and take over Taiwan, perhaps even by force?
See, Gaurav, President Xi is today about almost 70 years old.
Yes.
And he's, got 10 years, 12 years, or whatever it is. Taiwan is going to be a legacy issue for him. He would want to leave behind an integrated Taiwan as far as China is concerned. How late or how early he begins depends on that a lot. But in today's world, there is no guarantee, as we have seen from this war in Ukraine at the moment. There is no question of a weak state and a powerful state. You've seen a combination of states. You've seen technologically enabled states being actually disabled completely. So guarantees of victory are not there. And Xi Jinping cannot afford defeat. There is under no circumstances can he see a rollback of the PRC from the shores of Taiwan getting back, because that will take the next 40 or 50 years for them to get back into Taiwan again. So whatever he does has to be done with a degree of guarantee. So I do think he's going to move carefully on this. And this is the window which the rest of the world will have, or at least the United States will have, or whoever else is there in the Indo-Pacific as interested players at that time will have. This is the window. So I don't think Xi is going to be in a hurry to do anything in the very near future. The next 5 years will take a lot of time to consolidate. Perhaps the projection of a new world order based on the Chinese concept of thinking now. This is the time when he will start shaping this kind of a thing.
Okay.
The strike point is Taiwan. It is not the start point which is Taiwan.
Okay, the strike point is Taiwan. So next 5 years, you say he'll consolidate, and then he has another 5 years, perhaps at best. He cannot afford another Galwan-like situation where the army rushes into something and then is unable to carry it to its logical conclusion. In our tangent, is that also your appreciation? Because China's refused to renounce the option of use of force in Taiwan. Does China want to keep this sword of Damocles hanging on Taiwan's head? Or is there a realization, as Brian Ho, our guest from Taiwan, points out, that there will be massive casualties in China, and Xi Jinping knows that?
Well, quite frankly, I find Brian's analysis a little strange. He talked about the massive consequences for China. I'm not in favor of war. I don't think it achieves anything, as we've seen in Ukraine. But quite frankly, mainland China does not have to fire one shot to reduce Taiwan to its knees. Over 40% of Taiwan's economy, if you add Hong Kong and the mainland together, which obviously they're the same thing, all they have to do is say, Taiwanese, please leave and take, and you are going to confiscate your possessions. They haven't done that. I don't think they will. They're not going to act like the U.S. did towards Russia by taking the property of individuals without recourse to law, or making any proof that just because you're Russian that you can take their money.
So in our tangent, so you say that to bring Taiwan to its knees, China can just tell all the Taiwanese businesses and nationals in their country to get back to Taiwan. Brian, respond to that.
It would be 40% of their economy.
Fair enough. But what impact will that have on the Chinese economy? But Brian also wants to respond. Respond, Brian.
So yeah, I mean, economic relations go two ways. China is highly dependent on Taiwanese semiconductors. So what happens then? The nuclear option for Taiwan perhaps is cut off access to semiconductors for China. So that everything from Teslas to the missiles that China has directed at Taiwan are reliant on Taiwanese semiconductors. The integration of any country, whether it's small or large, and Taiwan is a medium-sized country, you look at the size of the population, similar to Australia, 20th or so largest economy in the world, it's not small. And given that China it's not a one-way direction. Assuming then that just you can, okay, well, say that then we're going to cut off Taiwanese people, we're going to seize their property and so forth. You have to think about which industries are reliant on Taiwan and vice versa. For example, China tried this in the past with tourists, saying that, well, we'll cut off your access of tourists, your economy will go bankrupt. COVID happened. They were not tourists. China reduced the number of tourists going to Taiwan, not heavily affected. For example, in this time frame, China has cut off, for example, exports of grouper, citrus, pineapple from Taiwan to China. And those are very limited industries, actually. It did not have a huge effect. The government would redirect market shipments elsewhere. These were relatively limited. It was attempting to set an example. But the thing is that it cannot just be seen as China is big, Taiwan is small. That is a very blind understanding of the economy.
Fair enough. General Hasnain, is Xi Jinping now virtually unchallenged in China? There are reports that say that Premier Li Keqiang, who was believed to be critical of Xi Jinping's zero COVID policy, is likely to step aside. So only Xi Jinping's yes men would be in the Central Committee, in the Politburo and the Standing Committee?
See, Gaurav, obviously there has been some disquiet in China over the last 6 to 8 weeks. Normally, these kind of reports don't come out of China, the kind of things that we've been hearing. Everything is otherwise clamped down upon, but we find that a degree of rumor mongering has been taking place. There's no doubt that the next 7 days will tell us who actually, in terms of memberships, who will form a part of all these very, very important institutions which form a part of this entire exercise. But having said that, the fact that there has been a little bit of disquiet, there have been some symbolic protests, which has, of course, been suppressed immediately. There is obviously some seeding which has taken place. Okay. And the protests particularly has been against the COVID policy, the handling of the COVID policy. Everyone, social media penetration in China is there, and we know that now with the 5G all over the world in the near future, it's going to be very difficult to clamp down on a lack of transparency. So you will find that there will be some kind of a disquiet and protests, etc., which will be simmering within. The kind of control which Xi Jinping had in the last 10 years may not continue in the manner that it will pan out over the next 5 or maybe 10 years. And therefore, I think controls will be comparatively diluted and Xi Jinping
and not consolidated, as some argue. Because some say...
Not so much. I think it will be diluted to some extent, and Xi Jinping will be forced to act with greater strength, strongly, more on internal security than on external affairs.
Interesting. Inar Tanjan, also your appreciation. Also the fact that former Australian Prime Minister Kevin Rudd was quoted saying China's moving away from collective leadership to Xi being paramount. The entire focus of China will now be implementing Xi's vision of security, Xi's vision of economy, his foreign policy. So will he be all-powerful, or will there be systems of checks and balances?
Well, quite frankly, I mean, it's many people in the West fail to understand that China works on a consensus basis. This is not like a corporation where 51% decided or the chairman decides everything. It's a very complex, bureaucracy, I should say. And what happens is everything that is planned has to go up and down. And by that, I mean, it has to go down to the very bottom, the lowest levels, all the way back up to top. It has to be harmonized. There are millions of man hours that are put into it. This isn't like the United States or other places where somebody just has an idea and proposes legislation. Everything is very, very thoroughly checked out. In terms of Taiwan, the U.S. is going to make sure that China, the mainland, does not have access to any advanced chips as they promote building these companies, these fab plants in the United States, which will be at the expense of Taiwan. It's fully 15% of their GDP, 40% of their exports. So it would be, if these companies do move to the U.S., it'll be tragic for the Taiwanese economy. But in any event, China will be prevented from having these sensitive chips because of the relationship with China. I find it interesting that we're talking about a few issues here, when the majority of the speech was about a common destiny for mankind, shared opportunity, etc.
Sure, but he may talk about common destiny for mankind, but what he does on the borders, whether it's with Taiwan or at Ladakh or the debt trap diplomacy, I think the world is now smarter than falling for China's sweet words and bad actions.
Well,
I'm sure we'll discuss this in the days ahead. I've run out of time on this part of the debate, but Brian, Janal Hasnain and NR Tanjan for joining me here on this India Today special broadcast. Many thanks. It's not the Chinese words, it's the Chinese actions that the world will judge China for. That's all I have for you. Business Today with Abha Bakaya comes up next. Stay with us.
News is about putting people first.
Just look at the queues right across.
About asking the right questions to those in power. Is money power being used to bring down elected governments? Who will be held accountable for ministerial corruption? It takes no sides.
माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals. It heals.
Angry people came out on the streets. Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country?
News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेंगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news. With me, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
Well, do you know that HR professionals have started to look at MOOC experience on the resumes of candidates? HR professionals feel that MOOCs could enable the organization to add the bonus to their current skill sets. But what really is MOOC? MOOC stands for Massive Open Online Courses. These are free online courses available for anyone and everyone to enroll. MOOCs provide an affordable and flexible way to learn new skills, advance your career, and also deliver quality educational experience at scale. Millions of people around the world use MOOCs to learn for a variety of reasons, including career development, changing careers, college preparations, supplemental learning, lifelong learning, corporate e-learning and training, and much more. What about the relevance of MOOCs in India? The temporary closure of colleges in the country following the COVID-19 pandemic actually reignited the need for MOOC or online learning with many innovative solutions. In the year 2020, more than 400 million people did not have access to the internet. But ever since, several steps have been taken to address this huge gap. Any person can take an MOOC from any part of the country. This can be done from the remotest parts of India. What about new age students and the demand from MOOC courses? What should a new age student then demand? When students choose an MOOC course, they should choose something that would give them hands-on skill development and also something that offers a great deal of flexibility. The course should extend with assignment and project support to meet their objective of getting a placement and jobs, which eventually is the motive. Although MOOC is free, the learning solutions should come with a quick return on time invested and be relevant to the current working landscape. According to the University Grants Commission or the UGC, 100 universities in India are in a position and authorized to offer online courses without taking any additional or prior permission for the same. Online universities are removing the barriers of cost, location and access, providing the highest quality, stackable learning experiences, including new age and innovative programs. MOOC is designed in such a way that it's going to benefit educators and also those who are looking at hiring these people who are taking these online courses. it is going to benefit those people especially who are entering the job market. Those who are changing fields, seeking promotion or switching fields will also be benefited. Which then are the popular MOOC platforms in India? In addition to popular MOOC platforms in India, Coursera, EDX, Future Learn students in India can also learn from Swayam, which is India's national MOOC platform with over 2,150, to Waffer, which is being taught by around 1,300 instructors from over 135 Indian universities. Swayam is also different from other MOOC providers. It also allows students in India to earn academic credits online. From science to entrepreneurship, leadership and communications, online universities are delivering education for curious minds on these topics. So when are you really enrolling for one?
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your...
Presented by CoinDCX, your gateway to crypto.
Hello and welcome. You're with us on Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Here are the day's top stories. After a volatile day of trade, markets ended in the green for a second consecutive day. Financials led the rally while metals continue to lose sheen. A big warning from commodity guru Jim Rogers tells Business Today TV in an exclusive chat that this will be the worst recession of his lifetime. Says rising debt is one of the biggest concerns. $7 billion, that's the amount of losses suffered by PSU oil companies due to price freeze in the past 10 months. According to global rating agency Moody's, it adds that their earnings will continue to remain weak. Wholesale wheat prices up more than 18% in a year. Government says this is not abnormal. Reiterates there is enough stock of wheat and rice in the country. Rishi Sunak emerges as the favourite to replace British Prime Minister Liz Truss as party MPs reportedly revolt against her. Major embarrassment for the Prime Minister as the new Chancellor of Exchequer reverses most tax cuts. A highly volatile trading session ended in the green after starting the day in the red. Markets clawed their way back into the positive territory and held on to gains. Sensex was up nearly 500 points, shutting shop at 58,410. Nifty also ending with gains at 17,312. The rally was led by financials today. Nifty Bank jumping 2%. Nifty PSU Bank was up 4%. SBI, Bajaj Finserv, Axis Bank, ICICI Bank and NTPC, the top blue chip gainers. The metal pack continued to be under pressure. Hindalco, L&T, JSW Steel, HCL and Britannia, the top laggards in trade today. Our global business editor, Udayan Mukherjee, joining us now. Udayan, what are you making of the market trajectory? It's festive week here in India and markets too seem to be feeling upbeat.
I'm glad to see, Abha, that the market's holding up in the run-up to Diwali because, last Diwali to this Diwali has not exactly been great. I mean, we've had our moments. I mean, there have been times when the market's knocked on the doors of 18,000 on the Nifty, almost promising to move towards a new high despite the global headwinds. But then it's been pegged back because the global headwinds have really been very, very severe. So, there are two ways to look at what has happened over the last 1 year. One is to sulk and say, we've had a down year. Most people have not made too much money. Diwali to this Diwali, at least as things stand now, is down about 4-5%. But I think that's missing the big picture because you're down 4% at a time when the S&P 500 is down 25%. So I think the other way to look at it is that the world has collapsed around us in the last 1 year and so much bad news has come to the fore and the market's flat over the last 12 months. So I think the stock market in India has been remarkable in that sense in at least preserving wealth for people if not creating new wealth over the last 1 year. So as we look forward to the next year, I think the big question is, will the global tidings get even worse? Will the rupee come under even greater pressure? Will there be even more global selling? And will we have another ordinary or a down year? Or having done time over the last 12 months, the market can actually start rebuilding once again And sometime between this Diwali and next Diwali, we make a new high in the market and we start generating some positive returns, because relative returns are only meaningful for fund managers. People like you and me, we want absolute returns. It's not enough to say we fell less. We have to go up. So the challenge this year for the market is to give us some positive returns. And I'm hoping that at least at some point of the year, we'll start breaking out of this vicious bear grip.
There, Mukherjee with his take on the markets and really what to expect as we head towards the end of the year. Now, with the world economy in doldrums and fears of recession looming large, global markets have been marred by volatility. Even the commodity market has seen wild swings. Are gold and silver still safe havens to hedge over volatility? I spoke to commodity guru Jim Rogers, who says it will be the worst recession in his lifetime. Listen in to an excerpt of that conversation.
We're chatting last year around this time, Jim. I remember, because at that time everyone was busy buying gold, as they will be this week, because it's very auspicious. It's festival season here in India. And when we were speaking last year, you had warned that after the third time the Fed would hike rates, the world would go into a deep recession. And I've been waiting a year to ask you, what is preventing the world from slipping into that recession? Because markets seem to be bouncing right back up each and every time.
Well, that's very strange. Markets, most where I am, are going down. I wish I were there. I should be with you, Appa. The American market's down, Japan, China. I thought everybody was down.
So is this only going to get worse from here on? Do you feel this is the beginning of an impending recession, the worst ever, like it's been predicted by some?
Well, before this is over, yes, it's going to be the worst in my lifetime. In 2008, we had a problem because of too much debt. But since 2009, the debt everywhere has skyrocketed. So the next problem has to be the worst in my lifetime, because the debt has gotten so much worse. But having said that, there's a huge amount of pessimism around right now. And normally when there's a lot of pessimism, something happens and people get happy for a short time. I don't know, this is not a prediction, but if there were peace in Ukraine, oh my gosh, the pessimism would disappear and stocks would go up. So something is probably going to happen. We're probably going to have one last rally, but that will be it, Appa. Then we're coming to the end of the line. Be worried. Watch business today.
So, no, this is why I wanted to talk to you, Jim, because I think that for a lot of investors that are coming off a really good run, any glimmer of hope is an opportunity to buy, right? Because all this while they've been thinking that markets in the long term are going to continue to go up, et cetera, et cetera. So now, does one look for an exit at this time?
Well, I have not started selling. I have a few shorts, but I have not started selling short yet. But yes, many people, especially after a decline like this, look for a reason to be optimistic. Let me remind you, Appas, there have been many times in history when stocks have done nothing for a long period of time, or even declined for a long period of time. Stocks don't always have to go up. Write it down. Stocks do not have to go up all the time. We have had many long bear markets, and we're going to have another one now, soon.
Jim, what are you still long on then? Let's talk commodities. Let's start with your favorite, of course, silver, gold. Where are you at with some of those investments or trades? What are you tracking or looking at?
I own some silver. I mean, I owned silver last time I saw you, but I wasn't buying it. I'm not buying it still. And gold, I'm not buying gold or silver. I'm not selling. I'm waiting somewhere along the line. I hope I'm smart enough to buy more gold, more silver. I want to buy more agriculture. Agriculture has been very depressed for a long time. These are places that I'm looking. Things that have been hurt by the epidemic: transportation, tourism, travel. I'm not buying now anywhere, but I'm watching them go down. And the more they go down, the more interesting they get to me. I know we're not going to take a boat to New York. We're going to fly to New York again someday. And airlines will be attractive again someday. And I know when we get to New York, we're not going to sleep in the park. We're going to sleep in hotels. So some of these areas that are being very badly hurt by the epidemic usually lead to opportunities.
It's interesting you mentioned that because we're seeing airfares, go crazy, this season. Prices have skyrocketed worldwide, international fares, domestic fares here in India. And we're actually seeing the launch of new airlines here in India as well, despite it being such a cost-intensive industry. So clearly there's something brewing there. Do you feel this is some kind of a revenge consumerism or recovery for the last 2 years, or is this the beginning of an altogether new trend when it comes to the travel and tourism sector?
Well, it's both. It's both. It's certainly the recovery. Things were so bad, and suddenly people want to travel, and there are not many seats, not many employees, not many pilots. So yes, that's part of what's going on now. But it will lead to a basic change in the airline industry because people have not been buying a lot of planes in the last few years because of the epidemic for other reasons, but then exacerbated by the epidemic. So who knows? But I expect to find great opportunities in international airlines before this is over.
Okay. On gold and silver, on precious metals, Jim, what's the kind of price target you're looking at, or the kind of upside?
APA, please watch BT. I mean, you guys know I am terrible at market timing. I'm the worst market timer in the world. I usually try to let the market tell me if and when I see silver really collapsing more than it is now, or gold. I hope I'm smart enough to buy more gold and silver. If I were buying today, I would buy silver. Silver's down much more. Silver's down 70% from its all-time high. Gold is down 15% from its all-time high. Those are rough numbers. But no, I would be buying silver today if I were buying either, but I'm not buying either yet. I'm waiting to see a time when there's real despair, and then I hope I'm smart enough to buy more of both.
So what happens to currencies at a time like this? What's your view on the dollar? We're seeing this tremendous shakeout and the impact it's having across currencies, especially here in emerging markets.
Well, I own a lot of U.S. dollars. I told you last time. The reason the U.S. dollar is a terribly flawed currency. America is the largest debtor nation in the history of the world, and it's getting worse every day. So now you're going to say, like a good reporter, you're going to say, why do you own dollars then? What's wrong with you? I own them because when there's turmoil, people look for a safe haven. People think the U.S. dollar is a safe haven for historic reasons. The U.S. dollar is going to get overpriced. It could turn into a bubble too. I hope I'm smart enough that when that happens to sell my U.S. dollars. And your next question should be, well, what are you going to do with the money then? And I don't know yet. I wish I did. I will watch Apple on BT some more to find out what to do with it. I don't know. Theoretically, it would be the Chinese currency because it's so big. But the Chinese currency is a blocked currency. I can't just go online and buy and sell it like I can the yen or the euro or something. So I don't know where I'm going to put my money.
Okay. And in terms of timeline, so we're looking at, you've been speaking about it when you were saying the worst bear run. Are we looking at the end of the year? It's really around the corner, or would you give it 6 months?
Well, this year so far has been one of the worst, the first 8-10 months of any year in the American stock market. Historically, it's been significant how bad it has been. But as I say, before it's over, I expect it to get much, much, much worse. I want to see some companies go down 60, 70, 80%. Some companies will go bankrupt. I'm talking about U.S. companies will go bankrupt. No, this bear market is going to be a mess. You're not old enough to remember bear markets and how bad they can be. They can be really, really devastating and surprising.
Wow. So in this shakeout, is it going to be across the board, Jim, or do you see certain pockets that will be worse hit? Tech stocks, over leveraged companies, clearly. Banks, we've been seeing all kinds of reports, at some key institutions. Where's the shakeout going to be?
No, there will be some probably real assets, whether agriculture or silver or some things will do well. They always do in bear markets. There are always a few sectors that do very well. I don't know what they are yet. I'm certainly optimistic in watching agriculture. I mentioned airlines. If they get damaged, the stocks get hurt more and more. But one good thing about all this, it's good for you, because it gives you job security. Somebody has to report on all this. Somebody has to tell us what's going on. So it's very good for you and BT. It's not good for the rest of us, but it's good for you and BT. Well, I do look at India. I do occasionally, periodically buy Indian shares. I don't have any now because the market was one of the better markets in the last year or two. But if India goes down a lot or goes down more than others, I'm certainly interested in Indian shares. There's some really, really smart Indians, as you know, many smart Indians. You just have to find them. Some of them have moved away, but they're smart Indians in India. And I will be looking for smart Indians and good companies when things get really bad.
We take a very quick break on that note. Back with more stories on the other side.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Welcome back. The government has countered the narrative that food grains are the main drivers behind high food prices and inflation. Talking exclusively to Business Today TV, Ashok Kumar Meena, chairman of the Food Corporation of India, said that it's actually other components which are driving inflation and that there is no shortage of wheat and rice in the country.
Is there anything to worry on the prices of wheat and rice in the country and about paddy procurement as well, sir?
As we showed in the presentation, there is sufficient stock of wheat and rice available with FCI to take care of minimum buffer requirement, as well as if such a situation arises, the stock can be used to keep the prices under control.
Sir, there was also concerns about rising prices and pulses as well. Atta prices, wheat and atta and rice prices were market-driven forces also. So do you think the prices are getting higher or is the cause of concern for the government and enough stock is in the buffer of the government?
See, as far as the wheat and rice prices are concerned, I know because we have the stock available with us. So therefore, price rise will not be there. But general increase in prices which is happening is a general phenomena of inflation taking place. So I would think that normal price rise only will be there. There will not be any abnormal rise in the prices of wheat and rice.
And the CPI inflation is being driven by food prices, or because the RBI rate hikes is not being inflected or reflected on the prices of food. Any comment on that, sir?
See, even as far as food component of the CPI is concerned, it has various things including vegetables, pulses, edible oils. I am not aware about those commodities price rises, but my own hunch as far as food grains of wheat and rice is concerned, the contribution in the CPI is not very high.
And essential commodities would be under price control and all is well, do you mean to say?
Yes, government has taken proactive measures to keep these prices.
For this year, 900 lakh metric ton you mentioned?
900 lakh metric tons of paddy is expected to be procured, which will translate to 600, approximately 590 to 600 lakh metric ton of rice.
And farmers will get their due MSP as well?
All the farmers will get their due MSP in their bank accounts through the procurement agencies.
Let's take a look at what else is making news in the corporate world. Electronics Mart made a strong D Street debut today with its shares listing at 90 rupees, a premium of 53% to its issue price of 59 rupees. The scrip ended the day at 84.5. Byju's has raised another $250 million from its existing investors. The company, which is India's largest in the edtech sector, had last week announced laying off 2,500 employees. Last month, it had declared its much-delayed results for 2021, announcing a loss of 4,588 crore rupees. GAIL has emerged as the winning bidder to acquire the bankrupt JBF Petrochemicals. Sources told BTTV that the PSU's resolution plan of 2,100 crore rupees has been accepted. JBF Petrochemicals has a total outstanding debt of 5,000 crore rupees. After a subdued set of numbers, ACC took a beating in trade. The cement maker surprised the street with a consolidated net loss of 87.3 crores for the quarter ended September. The company suffered losses due to higher fuel and power expenses. The Directorate General of Civil Aviation has initiated a probe into the recent case of smoke in the cabin of a SpiceJet aircraft. The Civil Aviation Regulator issued a statement saying that the airline has been asked to send oil samples to Pratt & Whitney, Canada to ascertain the presence of metal and carbon steel particles. The airline has also been asked not to send any of the aircraft engines to Singapore for maintenance and repair until the investigation is completed. SpiceJet has also been asked to take some technical measures. Just days after he took over as Chancellor of Exchequer of the UK, Jeremy Hunt has confirmed a U-turn on most tax measures that were part of his predecessor's fiscal plan. Hunt said that the UK will scrap plans to cut income tax indefinitely, and also cuts to dividend tax rates and tourist VAT will be reversed. The move is being seen as a big blow to the economic agenda of Liz Truss, the British Prime Minister. In fact, reports say that her party MPs are organising a fresh push to oust her this week. And once again, it's Rishi Sunak that the country is looking towards.
The end game has begun for Liz Truss. Sworn in as the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom just 41 days ago, a groundswell of opposition is building against her and her peculiar brand of Trussonomics from within her own party. British newspapers and tabloids this morning screamed that the 47-year-old was on her way out, that more than 100 members of parliament of her party, the Conservative Party, are ready to submit letters of no confidence in Truss to the party head. Another newspaper reported that discussions are already on to replace the Prime Minister with a new leader. If it happens, this would be the shortest stint for any British Prime Minister and spawn a million memes around no trust in Truss. A British tabloid has even started a YouTube live stream titled, "Can Liz Truss outlast a lettuce? The question that Daily Star has asked is, will Liz Truss still be the PM within the 10-day shelf life of a lettuce? And it's again Rishi Sunak who's back as the front contender for the top post in the British government. Social media is flooded with calls for his ascendancy as the Prime Minister. More importantly, people are putting their money where their mouth is. A British betting aggregator site shows the odds on Rishi Sunak at 13/7, meaning a bet of $100 on Sunak will get you around $286. The other contenders are Jeremy Hunt, Ben Wallace and Keir Starmer. A bet on them will get you a much larger amount, indicating the chances of them becoming the PM are seen as much lesser than Sunak. Meanwhile, the pressure on Liz Truss to leave number 10 increased after the newly anointed Chancellor of the Exchequer conceded that the financial steps taken by his predecessor, Kwasi Kwarteng, were a mistake.
It was a mistake to cut the top rate of tax at a period when we're asking everyone to make sacrifices, and it was a mistake to fly blind and not to back up the economic plans that were announced with an independent forecast from the Office for Budget Responsibility.
Hunt followed up with this statement, seen as a direct attack on the leadership of Prime Minister Truss.
What people want more than anything else is stability, and that means political stability as well.
Even the US President, one of the staunchest allies of Downing Street, had some scathing words for the British government's economic policies.
I'm not concerned about the strength of the dollar. I'm concerned about the rest of the world. Inflation is worldwide. It's worse off everywhere else than it is in the United States. So the problem is the lack of economic growth and sound policy in other countries, not so much ours. And that's how it's worldwide inflation. It's consequential.
Liz Truss took oath on 10th of September and immediately set out to implement her economic policies aimed at boosting consumption. This included a massive tax cut of £45 billion without explaining how the fiscal hole will be accounted for. This resulted in the pound plunging to new lows, bonds and mortgage rates skyrocketing, and a huge backlash from within the ruling Conservative Party, which is hoping the 6-week debacle will be forgotten in time for the January 2025 general elections. Bureau Report, Business Today TV.
And that's where we leave it on the show tonight. Thanks so much for watching.
In Tuvalu, we are living the realities of climate change, sea level rise, as you stand watching me today at COP26. We cannot wait for speeches when the sea is rising around us all the time. Climate mobility must come to the forefront. We must take bold, alternative action today to secure tomorrow.
At an average land elevation of no more than 2 meters above sea level, my country will succumb to sea level rise. Mr. President, let me now speak of an issue that is of the greatest concern to my country: climate change and its consequential sea level rise remain the single greatest existential threat my country faces.
watching India Today.
Hello, you're watching India Today. I'm Aishwarya Paliwal. Let's start the bulletin with the headlines. Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia grilled by the CBI over the liquor gate for nearly 9 hours. AAP stages a massive dharna in the city. "9,500 Congress delegates voted for a new party president. Mallikarjun Kharge remains the favourite against Shashi Tharoor. Result out on Wednesday. Massive outrage over 40-day parole to rape convict Gurmeet Ram Rahim. Dera Sacha Sauda chief has been released for the third time this year. Baba Ramdev stirs the controversy, launches alcohol and drug-free campaign, claims Bollywood is drowned in drugs, accuses top star of consuming drugs. Ukraine claims that kamikaze drones have hit Kyiv today. It's the second attack on the capital city in a week's time. The day began with the Aam Aadmi Party turning the questioning of Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia into an event of sorts. The CBI grilled Manish Sisodia for 9 hours in the Liquorgate scam. Now, in the questioning, so far the investigators are allegedly unsatisfied with the answers given by the Deputy Chief Minister. From his links with the Kejriwal aide, Vijay Nair, to his role in drafting the liquor policy, Sisodia has been extensively interrogated by the central agencies on these aspects. While Manish Sisodia was being questioned, AAP cadre was on the streets protesting against the summons and the questioning of the Deputy Chief Minister. Take a look at this report.
Tika, Tilak and a mega show of strength. Key liquor scam accused and Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia flexing muscle on his way to CBI headquarters for grilling in the scam case. Accompanied by a sea of supporters claiming vendetta politics by the BJP. Sisodia donned a tilak and sought blessings from his mother before leaving for CBI office after a huddle with AAP netas.
इन लोगों ने आज मुझे सीबीआई में बुलाया है। इनकी तैयारी अब मुझको गिरफ्तार करने की है। इन्होंने पहले सीबीआई रेड कराई मेरे इस घर में। इनको उसमें कुछ नहीं मिला, एक पैसे का कोई भ्रष्टाचार नहीं मिला इनको मेरे घर में। उसके बाद इन्होंने मेरे बैंक लॉकर की जांच कराई, बैंक लॉकर छाने सीबीआई ने, वहाँ पे इनको कुछ नहीं मिला। इनको लग रहा था वहाँ कोई प्रॉपर्टी के दस्तावेज मिलेंगे, कैश मिलेगा, गोल्ड मिलेगा, वहाँ कुछ नहीं मिला। मेरे बैंक लॉकर में कुछ नहीं मिला।
Sisodia, accompanied by AAP heavyweights, led a road show first to the party office, waving the tricolour and standing through the sunroof of his car.
मैं आज आपको ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि हम लोग भगत सिंह के लोग हैं, हम जेल जाने से नहीं डरते।
And addressing party workers.
गुजरात में भारतीय जनता पार्टी बुरी तरह से हार रही है और आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार बनने वाली है। इसीलिए बीजेपी घबरा गई है, इसीलिए बीजेपी डर गई है और इसीलिए झूठे केस मेरे ऊपर करवा के मुझको जेल में डालना चाहती है।
Sisodia then made a trip to Mahatma Gandhi's memorial at Rajghat, claimed that he is being hounded like the Mahatma.
जिस तरह से हमारे देश के शहीदों ने, हमारे देश को आज़ाद कराने वाले लोगों ने देश की जनता के लिए लड़ाई लड़ी और वो जेल में गए, जिस तरह से बापू को षड्यंत्र में फंसा के अंग्रेजों की सरकार ने झूठे मुकदमे कर करके जेल में भेजा, आज मेरे ऊपर भी एक फर्जी मुकदमा करके मुझे जेल भेजने की तैयारी की जा रही है।
As Sisodia finally entered the CBI office for grilling, Kejriwal backed him.
एक महीने तक ये मनीष सिसोदिया को गिरफ्तार करेंगे। जैसे ही 8 तारीख को नतीजे आएंगे, गुजरात में आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी, जेल के ताले टूटेंगे, मनीष सिसोदिया छूटेंगे।
The CBI is keen to know Sisodia's links with arrested aide of Kejriwal, Vijay Nair, a key liquor scam accused, arrested earlier. CBI also wants to know Sisodia's role in forming the controversial liquor policy and link of Telangana netas.
Almost 2 months after CBI registered an FIR in the Delhi excise policy scam and raided Manish Sisodia's house, the Delhi Deputy CM is right now being questioned inside the CBI headquarters. Sources have confirmed to us that today Manish Sisodia is being grilled over his alleged proximity with middlemen who lobbied for liquor baron and took kickbacks in return.
The BJP, however, mocked Sisodia's show of strength as Jashn-e-Bhrashtachar or celebration of corruption.
ये जो महिमा मंडन है भ्रष्टाचारी मनीष सिसोदिया का मुझे देखने को मिला, उनका भाषण चल रहा है, मनीष सिसोदिया जी राजघाट जा रहे हैं, माला पहन के ओपन गाड़ी में हाथ हिला हिला के जा रहे हैं। मैं तो देशवासियों से और आप सभी से एक अपील करूंगा, विनम्र अपील करूंगा, लेट्स नॉट ग्लोरीफाई करप्शन।
CBI sources told India today that mounting proof and Sisodia's role in excise policy are grounds for the summon. Is Sisodia's arrest imminent? With Aishwarya Paliwal, Amit Bharadwaj and Shreya Chatterjee, Bureau Report, India Today.
India's grand old party, the Congress party, is all set to get a non-Gandhi president after a gap of 24 years. The top two contenders are Mallikarjun Kharge and Shashi Tharoor, and they have locked horns over a friendly battle. The results will be announced on Wednesday. Take a look at this detailed report.
The die is cast. The Congress will get a non-Gandhi chief in 2 days from now.
Ma'am, are you happy? I've been waiting for a long time for this case.
Elections were held on Monday after 24 years, with voting taking place at 36 polling stations and 67 booths set up across India. Over 9,000 Congress delegates have decided the fate of Mallikarjun Kharge and Shashi Tharoor, who have locked horns for the top job. While Mallikarjun Kharge cast his vote at the Congress office in Bengaluru, Tharoor cast his vote at the Congress office in Thiruvananthapuram in Kerala. Ahead of the voting, Tharoor visited a Ganpati temple and offered special prayers. The two candidates exuded confidence and wished each other luck, emphasizing that they remain friends regardless of the result.
Today I called Mr. Kharge and I wished him well, and I said that, whatever has happened, we remain colleagues and friends. He's a respected elder of mine, and I look forward to working with him after this is over. And he said the same to you, he said, and I'm very grateful.
We are not enemies, we are friends, and we are fighting in one house. This is a united house, and where we are fighting election as per our constitution.
Outgoing party chief Sonia Gandhi and daughter Priyanka Gandhi Vadra cast their votes in Delhi along with other senior party leaders. Rahul Gandhi, who is leading the Bharat Jodo Yatra, voted at a campsite in Karnataka's Bellary. The BJP has trashed the Congress presidential polls, calling it a sham.
Internal elections, internal democracy and Congress party are not compatible, and whatever is going on for the last few days is a fake, fixed match. Just like a WWF match is fixed, this is also a fixed match, and it was not a genuine election.
The ballots from across the country will reach Delhi on Tuesday, and the results will be declared on Wednesday.
24 long years later, Congress has finally decided to hold internal elections to democratically elect the new face, a non-Gandhi face, to lead the party. Shashi Tharoor versus Kharge, both senior leaders. Kharge, the more senior legislative acumen, a Gandhi loyalist, gives him an edge over Shashi Tharoor, who calls himself as a leader of change. Whoever wins, the question here is, will this process of internal election finally bring in the real winds of change for the grand old party? With camera person Shivu, this is Nabila Jamal for India Today, Bengaluru.
Facebook Live has shocked the nation. 4 friends who were driving a BMW on Purvanchal Expressway in Uttar Pradesh live streamed their final moments on a Facebook Live. Now in the live, these friends can be heard flouting all the rules, and one of them was even heard egging the driver to escalate until they reached 300 km/h limit. The car was ultimately reduced to mere rubble. It is a reminder that speed thrills but also kills.
स्पीड में 300 पहुंचा देगा ठिकाना पे, चारों मरेंगे। एक मिनट शांति।
A speeding BMW zooming down the Purvanchal Expressway at a breakneck speed of over 230 km/h. The 4 thrilled occupants with beer cans live streaming the drive on Facebook.
ठीक है, सीधा है, सीधा है, यहीं से मार, यहीं से मार, यहीं से मार, 200, 170, ये रिकॉर्ड कीजिए।
Egging on the driver to hit 300 km/h mark on the speedometer and not to step off the accelerator.
स्पीड में 300 पहुंचा देगा ठिकाना पे, लंबा दिखेगा तभी खींचेंगे। ठीक है, सीधा है, सीधा है, यहीं से मार, यहीं से मार, यहीं से मार।
One of them exclaims, "Charo marenge," predicting a deathly end for all of them due to overspeeding.
चारों मरेंगे। एक मिनट शांति।
Moments later, the BMW rammed into a truck, killing all the 4 on spot. Such was the force of the high-speed collision that body parts of the victims were strewn on the highway. The car was a mangled pile of iron. Blood-soaked interiors of the car and the highway narrating the horrors of the final drive.
काफ़ी हाई स्पीड एक्सीडेंट लग रहा है और वो कोई इसमें सर्वाइवर नहीं है। अब उनके पोस्टमार्टम और उसकी कार्रवाई के लिए डॉक्टर को निर्देशित कर दिया गया और उनकी परिजनों से संपर्क किया गया है ताकि उनको अन्य कोई असुविधा ना हो। इसके लिए संबंधित अधिकारियों को निर्देश दिया गया है कि उनके साथ कोऑर्डिनेट करके आगे कार्रवाई करें।
इसी की वजह डाइवर्जन किया गया है और इसी की वजह से ये सब हुआ है। एक्सीडेंट जहाँ आज हुआ है इसी की वजह से हुआ। अरे इसको सही कर किया जाए और क्या है, उसको जो है 15 दिन हो गया है, 4 लोग मर गए हैं, इसमें सर कट गया है, डाइवर्जन किया गया गाड़ी का।
The haunting bravado of the 4 as they zoomed into the split-second death. The blood-curdling final moments leave a chilling reminder. Speed thrills, but definitely kills.
सीधा है, सीधा है, यहीं से मार, यहीं से मार, यहीं से मार।
Bureau Report, India Today.
Another incident of civic apathy has come to the fore in the city of Bengaluru, which is also known as India's very own Silicon Valley, and it's also called the City of Lakes. But the pothole-filled roads are a menace for the common man. And this time, an innocent woman who fell from a scooter has fallen victim to the poor infrastructure and the complete civic apathy from Bengaluru's municipal authorities. When will this end? When will potholes stop claiming lives of Indians? Take a look at this report.
The city of Bengaluru, from the city of lakes, it's now garnered the unenviable reputation as the city of potholes. And Bengalurians continue to pay the price for the pathetic condition of roads in the city. 2 women were traveling on a bike in the heart of the city this week when the rider lost balance because of this stretch being filled with potholes. While the rider escaped with minor injuries, the woman on the pillion, a 50-year-old, is fighting for her life after a bus mowed her down when she fell down on the road.
You can see the depth of these kind of potholes. The depth is very hard, and you can see here it goes up to 3 to 4 inches of depth, and the water is being filled, and the riders, whoever is coming and crossing this particular pothole, are finding no solution.
वो बस वाला साइड में जा रहा था, ये 2 लड़की लोग आ रहा था,
खड़ाया ना, ऐसा गड़ा था वो, गड़े में आके ऐसा पड़ा, ऐसा वो बस के उधर गिर गया एक लड़की, उसके ऊपर चढ़ गया बस.
These craters on the road are to blame, but unsurprisingly, officials are in complete denial, washing their hands off this latest incident. Instead, a case has been registered against Transport Authority, KSRTC, and zero accountability from the Brihat Bengaluru Mahanagarpalike, the municipal corporation.
The road condition is not very good also, so there could be multiple factors. We will investigate in all the angles and take up investigation how it proceeds. As per the content of the complaint, of course KSRTC, it would be against KSRTC, but again the local authorities and all, based on the content of the complaint, we will take it up.
The BBMP meanwhile maintains an investigation is underway and refused to take cognizance of the terrible condition of roads in the city.
ನಾವು ಅವರು ಯಾವ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಹೇಗೆ ಬಿದ್ದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಹೇಗೆ ಈ ಘಟನೆ ಆಯಿತು ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಏನಿರುತ್ತೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಕೆಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದು ನಿಜ, ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತನಿಖೆಯಿಂದನೇ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅದು ನೋಡೋಣ.
This is the reality of the death holes in Bengaluru every year. Lives are lost even as authorities make empty promises of the city being made a pothole-free city.
The question is when the civic authorities are going to learn from their previous mistakes and how many more lives will be lost due to this pothole. With your journalist Madhu Sagairaj reporting for India Today, Bengaluru.
We are witnessing the deterioration of Bengaluru, a city which was once known as India's boom city, India's very own Silicon Valley. What was once the city's charm has now become its very own curse. From potholes to waterlogged roads, flooding after heavy downpour, the city's poor infrastructure has been continuously exposed, and the city has been dealing a very heavy hand even for the richest of the rich in the city. Now this year alone, Karnataka has lost a stunning 225 crore rupees after heavy flooding. Now at the root of all this mess has been corruption and a lack of unified command. India Today magazine takes a deep dive into what is leading Karnataka into this chaos. Take a look at this report.
What was once known as the boom city is now plagued by poor infrastructure. Sudden flooding, inundated homes, and pothole-riddled roads are haunting Bengaluru. Rich or poor, no one is spared by the civic horror, and shows how India's Silicon Valley is turning out to be.
Most experts think that the decline in Bangalore began after the Information Technology Center, the IT sector exploded, and the population grew so rapidly that the city couldn't cope. But in my report that I did for India Today in 1983, a cover story that I did called The Boom City, Bangalore was booming long before the IT sector came.
In India Today magazine's cover story, our reporters dug deep to find out why Bengaluru is crumbling. Increasing population, administrative apathy, rampant corruption, unplanned construction have all played their role in pushing Bengaluru to the brink.
There was a lot of bribery and corruption going on because the fact was that the moment they opened up all these things, these were converted from agriculture land to revenue land, and buildings started coming up without any plan at all. Many of these buildings, these fancy buildings, were located in the valleys below which were agricultural lands, and there was a natural flow of water that was going there. Worse, they blocked the drains and they breached the lakes. Bangalore was considered a city of lakes. At one time when I was there, it had close to 1,000 lakes. Today it has only 200 lakes.
Now take a closer look at the city planning or the lack of it. Bengaluru stands on a ridge. Rainwater flows into the valley below where centuries-old man-made lakes once flowed. These lakes are interconnected through stormwater drains. Now many of these lakes have disappeared or become smaller due to the construction of them over the past decades. Stormwater drains too are blocked due to poorly planned construction and maintenance. So when it rains heavily, water has nowhere to go.
Public-private partnership. Bangalore is a fantastic city in terms of technologists, has some of the brightest brains in the country. If they combine with government, they can